go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Hard drive, Hawkes, blocked by Cody, picked up by Williams. Williams leading the break, bounces to Kyle, to the rim, layup good. Perfectly executed fast break by Vince Williams. And the Utah Jazz youngsters are looking the 8th-ranked team in the Eastern Conference right in the eye and saying, you're in for a tussle. Collier calls for Cody Williams. They want Yakachonis. He gets Yakachonis one-on-one, driving in the lane, fades back, hit it. Isaiah Collier. He drives, he stops, he bullets into a cutting Bailey. Catches in the lane, still in the lane, puts the dribble down, gets out of the paint. Bullets into Sensabaugh. Bryce guarded heavily, pushes off with the right hand, steps back for three, and hits! He's sensational! He's Bryce Sensabaugh!
The Utah Jazz rally late and beat Miami 115-111. The Jazz scored the last 7 points of the game. They sat Markin and Jackson and Nurkic in the fourth quarter, PK, and it didn't matter. The kids won.
Yeah, that's right there with McHale, Bird, and Parrish. You said those guys.
The power line.
Miami sucks. The 8th-ranked team.
Did you see the post-game quote about, I forget which guy said it now, we've got to at least beat the teams that aren't trying to win?
Yeah.
That was the truth. It was Adebayo? Okay, yeah. That was a good quote. I like that.
Miami sucks.
Fact.
They shot 42%. And, it's great Jazz defense. They tried. They contested. Yeah, they were 30 of 44 from the free throw line.
There it is. Two numbers that jump out at you. How mentally focused are you? Check the free throw line. How hard are you playing physically? Check the rebounds. Miami misses 14 free throws and gets out-rebounded 58-43.
And so with the game on the line, let's take a 3 so we can go home.
Not here for overtime, dude. Not
the NBA.
Here. Not here for overtime.
That's awesome, man. Anyway.
Their last 3 possessions, Messi. They forced a shot in the lane, too. It wasn't any good.
I see what you did, Messi, Miami. It all boils down to your soccer.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, subconscious right there.
That's all you two care about.
So,
the preps and soccer. I'm the only guy who has to talk about both on the radio.
Next year, Miami actually has a winning record right now, which is stunning if you watch them play.
They're in the East.
I know. And
How is that stunning?
I was about to say, next year, can the Jazz go 20-10 against the East?
They can
Be
go
10 games over.
They can go 40-10.
They cannot go 40-10 because they don't play 50 games.
They play 82.
Not against the East.
Well, yeah, but you got some teams that are in the West that should be in the East. If they expand, Memphis will go to the East. So, yeah, it's all convoluted. The East. What is the East these days? It depends on what the definition of the East is.
That wasn't bad. For all of that, weren't you impressed by Ace Bailey in the fourth quarter?
Always.
They're going to have to sit Ace Bailey, driving to the hoop,
sit Ace Bailey.
driving and dunking, driving and spinning and scoring.
He played the most minutes in the game.
Mid-range jumper, showed a few different things there. And Filipowski.
But he can't space the floor. He was 0 for 3.
I know. But since Miami wasn't really playing very good defense.
What happened? How did they space the floor when they used to take like 5 to 10 threes?
They didn't. They played 88-85 games.
Oh, you might want to look that up.
Well, you're picking your decade in your game, and I'm picking my decade in my game.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the 50s. You got me there.
Oh, you're talking about the 80s.
Talking about my lifetime.
Okay. I was talking about the Jazz in the finals.
Oh, I'm not
the floor wasn't spaced.
Oh, the finals? Yeah, duh. I'm talking about the regular season. We're talking about the regular season.
Pretty
Who
quickly.
Who cares that Ace Bailey missed 3 threes? So what? Didn't matter.
It didn't matter in that game, no.
It won't matter. Because he's so freaking athletic, who gives a crap?
I think a day will come when it will matter. That'll be a better day, and it's in the future. I get it.
Yeah. When you got that athleticism and you can't shoot threes, then don't. Because you bring so much more to the game than shooting threes. And Miami shot threes, and they didn't go in. Shooting threes.
Yeah. So did the Jazz. I mean, 28% and 33%. The three-point shooting in this game. Don't come for the three-point shooting. You'll be disappointed.
I rarely do.
Jazz are off tonight, and they're back home for games Wednesday and Thursday, and then on to the All-Star break. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
JD on the dribble. Hard back down on Diabate and a whistle.
They're going at it.
And Diabate is swinging. Boy, Diabate he's facing suspension here. There is no question about it. And now Bridges throws a punch.
Now Stu just came. Oh, man, it's a Donnybrook. There they go.
After review, fighting fouls have been assessed to the following players: Diabate and Bridges from Charlotte, and Duran and Stewart from Detroit. Those 4 players have been ejected from the game.
Charlotte's 9-game win streak comes to an end. They're beaten by Detroit 110-104. 4 players kicked out for their role in that fight, and then also 2 players kicked out as the Timberwolves and Atlanta Hawks get into it. Naz Reid and Muhammad Gay were tossed for their scuffle. So even though teams aren't trying to win and aren't going hard, players still have contracts to play for, PK, and they still have egos, and they still want raises and want spots in the league. So these guys are getting after each other and mixing it up. Don't see that much anymore. Two fights.
That's your justification for them doing that?
I don't think it's a justification. I think maybe it's an explanation. I mean, there's a reason why. I think players still have something at stake, even when it doesn't look like teams necessarily do.
That's a positive spin on the NBA. Really? Miles Bridges, who was suspended for smacking a woman, and he's trying to. That's who he is.
Yeah,
it could be on the playground at Peck Park off of Western in San Pedro. That's who this guy is.
And so why did Diabate throw the first punch?
You have to ask him. How the hell do I know? I never heard of the guy. I don't know. Isaiah Stewart's a hothead. Who threw the first punch? I never heard of the guy. I don't know. No clue. I mean, I'm not sure that I buy that as an explanation for going crazy like that.
The Nets get a win. They're 15th of the year. They beat the Bulls. And the Pelicans beat the Kings and pick up win number 15 as well. The Jazz are sitting on 17 wins now. Steph Curry going to miss this weekend's All-Star game due to a lingering knee injury. Replacement All-Star player will be named by Commissioner Adam Silver.
Me too. I'm going to miss it due to a lingering who gives a crap.
Yeah, right. Boston Celtics star Jason Tatum will begin practicing with the Maine Red Claws, the team's G League affiliate. Going to continue his rehab from a torn Achilles tendon suffered last May.
That's good. Yeah, you wouldn't want him in the secondary main clause. It would be the main team.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Burries into Bradley, down the left sideline. Forces up a shot that's missed. KU's got it, and the Jayhawks will win. Some new history made in this old barn. A #1 takedown for the first time in Allen Fieldhouse history.
Number 9 Kansas beats number 1 Arizona 82-78. First loss of the year for Arizona as they start a stretch of 4 games in a row against ranked teams. We'll see how they go through this. Darren Peterson did not play in the game. Flu-like symptoms. They thought he was going to go, but then he didn't think he could go, and they win anyway. So, nice W for Kansas.
Yeah, what does it mean in March?
BYU at Baylor, 5 o'clock, ESPN2. You ready for it, PK? Big game. Can the streak be snapped? Losers of 4 in a row and 5 out of 6. The Cougars trying to end that run.
Yeah, I'm not as confident as you are. Yesterday, you were thinking that they got to win. I mean, obviously they got to win, but that they would win.
They should and would.
I don't know they should. I'm not sure why I would think they should.
Because Baylor's 3-8 in the Big 12, and a lot of Big 12 teams are beating them. I mean, you're the top half of the league. Well, you want to be. You're 5-5 in the league right now.
They're not even close to the top half of the league. Fran Fraschilla was talking about the 5 teams in the Big 12 on the broadcast last night, acknowledging that he's not including BYU.
Who do you have? Arizona, Houston, Kansas, Iowa State, probably Texas Tech, I'd assume.
Yeah, the 5 teams. Yeah, and he's not BYU. So, no, I mean, I'm not sure. Any road game, I'm going to look at them and say, wow, they're 80% chance they should win. That ship has sailed for me. I mean, I hope they win. I want to see them have a long NCAA tournament run. It's good for business.
Houston's at Utah, 7 o'clock on ESPN2, so those games will be back-to-back. Fresno State's at Utah State tonight at 7. Scotty G has the call with the pregame starting at 6:30 here on The Zone. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Before Shotty went to the Cowboys, your name was kind of in the mix. Is there anything that would get you to jump to the National Football League?
Not whatsoever. What transpired with my son last year, ain't no way in the world.
Coach Prime, not NFL bound because of what transpired with this kid last year.
How do you continue to play the victim over and over and over? It gets old. The constant victim playing. I know you probably don't want to address it, but I'm tired of it.
Do you think he's irritated because his son dropped in the draft or because of what happened with his son in Cleveland, barely even getting to practice and then being asked to start half the season?
He said that he was blackballed if you listen to the whole thing, so I don't think it had to do with...
It was the draft. The draft.
I mean, he was drafted, but somehow he's blackballed.
The Raiders introduced Clint Kubiak as their new head coach, waiting on the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go with Clint Kubiak? And Keon White, victim of shooting in San Francisco early yesterday morning, a bullet wound to his ankle, 4 a.m. in the Mission District. He had surgery, but it's not supposed to be career-threatening. How many good things happen after 1 a.m., PK?
Wouldn't have any idea. I'm sleeping.
There you go.
Although I had a couple of things now that I think about it. Yeah.
DJ and PK.
#college football.
Just 5 days after announcing his retirement from being head coach at Montana, Bobby Hauck has been hired as a new defensive coordinator at Illinois. He said he was not enjoying the day-to-day grind of all the elements of being a head coach as he left to Montana. Roster getting picked over every year, and NIL, and having to raise money, and I suppose all that stuff. But defensive coordinator at Illinois, he's in on that. Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, the presumptive first overall pick in this draft, explained his decision not to throw during the scouting combine, saying he preferred to use the opportunity to help the Hoosier teammates at a pro day event rather than throwing at the combine event in Indianapolis. He doesn't have to. DJ and PK.
#golf.
Tony Finau making his first appearance of the season for the LA Golf Club. They lost to the Bay Golf Club 11-5. And PK, first hole-in-one. You ever have a hole-in-one in a simulator? You've had 2 out on the course.
Never played a simulator, so...
So no. They were jumping.
I literally have never played one.
Jumping around like it was a PGA tournament. Celebrating the hole-in-one on the simulator. DJ and PK.
#Major League Baseball.
Spring training begins today. Pitchers and catchers reporting to team sites in Florida and Arizona. Here we go. Got the hat on? You ready?
Go Dodgers. If everything comes together, I like their chances.
Nice. If everything comes together.
Like, they get to the stadium on time. The traffic isn't too bad.
Things come together.
The locks work. And they open.
If Shohei's stuck in traffic at 7:30, their odds go down.
Yeah. They got a good chance.
DJ and PK. Team USA Women's Hockey versus Team Canada. The U.S. women have been dominating in these preliminary rounds. We're still in the preliminary round here, but the U.S. and Canada usually finishing 1-2, taking home gold and silver. They're considered the gold medal favorites. They play at noon Mountain Time today. So,
gold and silver, I have none.
Lindsey Vonn, complex tibia fracture that will require multiple surgeries to fix properly. Says she doesn't regret a thing. But now she's looking at a long rehab here. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
That was yesterday.
Will join us yesterday. Ken Pomeroy will join us at 8:30, and Andy Bailey here to talk NBA at 9 o'clock.
So if I just put a bunch of swear words in here, would you just read them?
50-50. It's a toss-up. Probably depends on the word. There's a couple that might catch my attention while I'm still groggy. But there's a couple that might slide right on by.
Do that, Yak.
Do not do that, Yak. I will hold on to the paper as a witness. Right now, it is time to talk Valentine's Day.
Oh, the doctor of love is in the house.
John is here from J. Brooks Jeweler. He comes bearing not just jewelry, but flowers, chocolates. Who needs to run 3 errands when you can just run one?
I feel lucky today.
It is it's also, we're sitting here, you kind of look like the Unabomber over there when I first got here.
Right, I'm the opposite of love.
Well, you put on a big, big facade, but we know you're a big teddy bear.
I am. Problem is I'm getting bigger.
Well, I think that's true of all of us. The spread is real. But no, this is tis the season, and Valentine's is a holiday. I always remind the guys it's a holiday you don't want to get wrong. You don't want to mess it up. I had a nice couple in last night. And we were just laughing about that. And she looked at her husband after they've been married 32 years. She goes, "That is correct. You do not want to mess up this holiday." So we have a lot of beautiful things for you. The girls have curated a beautiful collection, and whatever we're looking for, whether we want to do something in an earring, to go with something we did like Christmas, or we do a bracelet, do a little stacker, a little necklace. We have things in every price range, every style, and every look for you that you'll be really pleased with. At J. Brooks, our buying team is all women. And so it really created a motto a little bit where women know what women want. And that really comes back to the fact that the women are choosing and picking and kind of going us down this path to build a little bit of a jewelry wardrobe, a collection, if you will. So the girls of your life will be happy forever. And for the guys out there, we have lots of great watches. So if you're a lady listening and don't know what to get your sweetheart, we have a great collection of watches from brands Tissot, Nomos Gleischutte, Bell & Ross, and a huge array of previously owned fine Swiss pieces that I think you'll find very interesting, and the guys love that. So whatever your situation may be, check us out on J. Brooks Jewelers online at jbrooksjewelers.com, and follow us on Instagram. If you get the latest, newest, funnest, you can see what's happening, and or stop into one of the stores, Murray and Lehigh. Love to have you.
When can they stop in? What are your hours? Because we're getting right down to it, and guys are thinking, how do I squeeze this in after work?
Well, you have 5 days left, where we start, including today. We're open from 10 to 6, Monday through Saturday during the week. And, of course, today we have Tuesday and through Saturday. And you can look online. You can buy online. We can deliver to you. You can ship to you. It makes it really easy for you. And the easiest thing of all, as you started off with, is that with every purchase, we can include chocolate. We include a dozen roses, and of course we gift wrap. We make you look good. When we're finished and done, you'll look like the hero, which is the whole purpose of this event.
J. Brooks Jewelers. Check them out online or on Instagram, jbrooksjewelers.com. Thanks, John.
Thank you, man.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash south on I-15 at the Rose Park area. Source of the slowdowns in that area. It's off to the right shoulder, and all lanes of traffic remain open, but obviously you want to add some extra time getting through that. Congestion continues northbound Mountain View corridor and also eastbound 2100 north in Lehigh as you head over towards I-15. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Call them today, or once again visit them at gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre-half and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a two-time All-Star Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. You know, if Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz play their young players again in the fourth quarter, but the young players score the last 7 points of the game and beat Miami 115-111. Will Hardy's thoughts on the win.
The possession battle is always a big deal in our league, and I thought our team did a great job competing for all 48 minutes. A lot of big plays by a lot of people, 7 guys in double figures. That's who we want to be on both sides of the ball.
This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. The moves are done. The trade deadline is gone. It has come and gone. What do you think? How are the Jazz doing? Evaluation, please. Jeff just stares at his leader, David Locke. Locke is happy? That's good enough for me. And I'm glad we didn't trade PK. Jeff wants you right there behind that microphone.
I would be put on irrevocable, unvocable, and misvocable waivers. Then we'll be unclaimed.
Patrick says, let's answer this after they played a few more games. He's not coming out with any early statements.
Yeah, I don't need him to play a few more games.
You like what you've seen.
And they will play a few more games. I liked it the moment I saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched Jaren Jackson enough to know that he immediately can be the best player on your team, which might not be good enough. But in terms of the end of the tank, the second that trade was agreed upon by both teams, that ended it immediately. And literally that very second, we're done. Now they'll do this ham and egg thing this year, and I am a little worried. I'd sit him even more. Maybe play him tomorrow night in front of the home folks, but
start pulling guys at halftime. Or 3 minutes in the third quarter. You don't get to play 9 minutes in the third quarter or whatever.
Tell him that, hey, the league created a new situation. The All-Star break is now 3 weeks.
Cancun on 3. Go, guys.
Maybe he won't notice.
Svi, not so fast.
Yeah, see, I never bothered to learn that guy's name, and now he ain't playing.
Yeah.
I was right.
But
he's right with the text line. Why did I need to know it? It wasn't going to last. Sevy, he's not going to last. Why do I need to know how to learn his name?
That's a new one.
He's going to need to play for the next 25, 30 games.
He didn't play the last couple.
I know, and they won. And you don't want that. You just said you're nervous. Play him for the next 25, and then he can move on to his next team.
Yeah, but I don't need him taking Ace Bailey's moments. He's not going to take Marketing or Jackson's moments. It's the youngsters. So at least you're getting some benefit out of that. Is the development of the youngsters. If you're going to win, then it has to be
on the Sensabaugh shot and then on a Ace Bailey drive.
And them getting Ace Bailey got 37 minutes. Collier, Cody Williams, we know the guys. So the other 2 guys are proven commodities, Marketing and Jackson. They just are. We know what they are. We know what they're about. We know what they can do. They don't need more seasoning. They need better players around them and a commitment to suit up at least in the 70s in terms of games played, and then this team will be successful next season. That's it. It's already there. It's a fact. I don't need to see anything more. I've seen Jackson play now. He's been in the league, 6 years?
Yep. All-Star games, playoff series, including against the Jazz. Yeah, you've seen him.
Now you can argue, well, if he's your best player, you're not going to win a title. But I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about them getting out of the tank mode, which they're going to do, and then see how good they can be. You don't know what you need until you see what you have. And that was freaking deep right there. It was. Absolutely it was.
I think you got a pretty good idea what you need, which is why you said if he's your best player, you're probably not winning a championship.
Yeah, but I still I don't want a pretty good idea. I want to know. Because I know what I have in him. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the team. Because what do I have in George when there's other options? George can come down and shoot 25 times a game, and you don't have any options. Or they're not ready yet. I don't know what I have in Cody Williams. I don't know what I have completely in Ace Bailey. I probably won't know for 5 years for that matter because he's so young. I won't know what I have if they keep the pick and who they draft because we don't even know A and then B.
That is a huge question mark, which Shea brings up in his comment. The Jazz will be, at worst, a top 6 seed in the next season. In the West next season, and then he puts the pause in. But the only thing that can ruin it would be losing our pick to OKC. Because literally you get your choice of, we've been told there's 2 or 3, franchise guys, generational talents in this draft. You could get one of them. Maybe you could get your pick of everybody and be drafting one, and you could also fall the way out and get nobody and not have a pick.
Well, they got to get it.
Right. So that could have a big impact on the team going forward, which is why they're doing what they're doing.
So I'm totally fine with Jackson being the best player on the team in the 26-27 season because they've got enough quality guys to where they will be competitive. And it will be a fun season because it's fun to go in a discovery mode when you're trying to win. When you're not, it's not as fun. Obviously, it makes sense. It's a big old duh.
When you're doing something for the first time, which is what this group will be doing, can they get to the playoffs for the first time? Can they win 50 for the first time? Assuming they do those two things, well, now can you win a playoff series together for the first time? All those firsts for this group will be fun to watch.
It will, and it will be fun for them to try it. They will have, when they come to camp next October, they will have a zest and a pep that they haven't had. They will. There's no doubt about it. Because it'll be something for marketing. It'll be like, okay, finally, I've been here for 4 years. And now we're going to try. And now I want to see how good of a player he is. Because he has zero pressure on him.
I know. And now there'll be pressure.
He's just making millions of dollars, sitting around, going, and I had to hear about how great he was in the summer, in the whatever international spiel they got. I got so many of them I can't keep track. Last summer, that actually ticked me off.
We know
to watch him dominate and then play 47 games. No, that's not good enough.
Well, now we'll see if his body can really hold up for 82 and if he can excel for 82 with the highest bar. He's never had the expectation of being one of the top 2 players on the team, and you 2 guys are supposed to get this team in the playoffs.
You're making $50 million.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2 $50 million guys, so go win 50 games and get to the playoffs, and he's played more games in the NBA among active players than anybody else who's never been to the playoffs.
I know.
So it's time to snap that streak next spring.
Right. So let's see what you got, big dude. Mm-hmm. And I suspect as long as he's playing, he'll be fine because he's a player. So we'll see that next training camp, next media day, when we go over there and interview players and Austin Ainge or Will Hardy, whomever, you'll hear it. You'll see it. You'll be able to feel it in their excitement, in their voices, and the optimistic nature. So I'm totally fine with Jackson being the best player because then next year they're in a discovery mode, but it is at a much higher level than it has been. And then they'll know what moves to make, blah, 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 and who they get and all that stuff. And if they bring in some savvy vets and all that stuff, the idea of bringing in, we tried to make it with Patty Mills, he's going to teach the younger. That was such an overblown story, but you had no other stories. He wasn't going to play. He's not good enough anymore. But they had to have something to talk about
because they were going to tank and lose night after night.
Yeah.
And if they came close to winning, then they were going to give Markkanen a DNP.
It's not the same as when they brought in Hill and Johnson.
No,
DL.
they still had stuff in the tank.
Yeah.
And Joe Johnson was still at a point in his career where he could bring the ball up and hit a big shot and win a playoff game.
And so with that in mind, you'll hear it. So I don't need to see. I don't have a wait and see attitude to know that this team is A, going to be competitive, and B, probably going to be good.
But how competitive and where to slot them in the West. And that's what will be intriguing about next year.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Anytime you play to win, we'll come in next year, and if you go on the Southeast trip where you play Orlando and Miami and you go 1-1 and you lose the other one by a couple points, we'll be agonizing that they could have gone 2-0. Now it's like, well, who cares?
Yeah, we don't.
Right.
But next year, I mean, you're
And we
right.
will.
There's a bunch of, they'll get an Eastern trip, and we'll be thinking that conference isn't as good. There's a lot of bad teams.
Right.
They got to go 3-1 or 4-1 on this trip or whatever.
I can remember before I got fired doing the TV, man, the Jazz have fired me in more positions than ever. I got fired from radio. I got fired from TV. That when Millsap went nuts in Miami, I was doing TV that night, and it was a blast.
Yeah. Hitting shots from everywhere.
Yeah.
Time running out again and again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of my precious memories in my – I've been fired from TV 3 times. You complained because you didn't get your contract renewed in Sacramento 40 years ago.
No.
I've been fired from TV 3 times.
And they were all part-time jobs, a little bit of money, a lot of ego. As opposed to you had to move.
What
you had
is
to pick
more
up and
important,
move.
ego or money?
Abandon your wife's family.
Abandon my wife's family. What the hell does that mean?
In Sacramento, my wife's family was living in the East Bay, hour and a half away. We picked up and moved to another time zone.
Well, you didn't have to. You chose to.
Yeah.
It's all everybody around here just bounces around from TV to TV. Don't they got more than one station up there?
Not happening.
But I've been fired 3 times, double the time that you've been fired in television.
Well, that would be triple. But
I know, but I'm trying to be kind.
You're just doing bad math on purpose.
And that was fun when Millsap did that. Last night, okay. I mean, Ace Bailey played well, but I mean, Ace playing well. I'm over that. He's going to play well. It's just how well. And then how does he mesh? And boy, if he meshes well and he lives up to the hype that he had this time last year, wow. We'll be saying in 2 to 3 years, not if, but how many All-Stars? And I'm not joking. That's a possibility.
It is a possibility.
Yeah.
It's one of the exciting things about watching this team over the next decade.
Right. I pray they don't fire me from this job so I can be here to enjoy. I've enjoyed the not enjoyed, but endured the sour times. Now I want the bennies, man. It's why I tell you all to go to Trajan Wealth. You know what I mean? You're working hard. You want to enjoy the bennies. That's what I'm talking about. Do I have that today, Yak?
Yes, you do.
Oh, good. I'll be ready to go. I'm always ready to go.
What's your evaluation of the Jazz moves this week, Steve? I like them! ! They gave up very little. Clayton and Hendricks were not going to be stars, and the picks aren't going to be in the lottery. I like Jackson next to Lowry and Walker. The only concern is the low assist rates from Ace, Lowry, Walker, and JJ. They're all ball stoppers, and the coach likes ball movement.
Well, I like the ball going in the basket.
There's that.
So that's the number one thing on offense. And I do think basketball, when the ball moves, is a much prettier, more fun game to watch than the isos.
Isolation,
ISO
dribble,
guy.
spin, back down.
Yeah, that's boring.
Yeah.
And they used to do that, and they got rid of that, changed some rules. So yeah, I like the ball whipping around. And I can still recall that play where 2 guys touched it and it goes to Mitchell in the corner, and he throws a baseball pass the opposite corner to Ingles. That was fun. That play was cool.
That play was so cool that we remember it years later.
Yeah.
And that pass hit Joe right between the eyebrows.
Yeah,
it was
he's
so
got his
perfect.
hands up and shooting Mo.
And when he threw it, I thought
goes in.
it might bang off the rim, but it was spot on.
Yeah, that's fun ball. I don't care who's playing. I don't care what gender you got. Move the ball, cut, movement, look for back doors if they're available, all that stuff. Yeah, I find that's when offensive ball, to me, is its most entertaining. Not coming down on a 3-on-1 and have somebody run to the corner and clank another shot. That's not fun.
Vernon says, I think we saw the value of Jock Landale in that first game. We should have kept him, dang it. Why didn't we trade one of our other bigs, either Kevin Love or Yusuf Nurkic? Well, my guess is Atlanta wanted Landale.
Kareem Abdul-Lawndale over here.
I know. But they wanted him, not the older guys.
How old is Lawndale? He's been out of the same marriage for several years.
He has been, yeah. But he's not as old as Kevin Love.
Oh, Kevin
Maybe
Love.
he's a ballpark
No
with,
one is old.
with Nurkic.
Kevin Love might literally be the oldest player outside of LeBron in the league.
Yeah. Got to be top 5, right?
Yeah. And he's fun to have on the team. It looks like he's enjoying it. He knows time is getting away. You see him smiling there. Even when he's not playing, literally when he's not dressed, if they have a good play, he's up cheering. I can see him, and we know he has a history in Park City. I could see him being employed by the organization.
Yes. That would not be a surprise.
Right.
I've heard speculation about that. I don't know how real it is,
Right.
but it's not hard to imagine.
Because he seems like he's a great teammate.
Yep.
And I mean, he probably's got enough money where he can put his feet up, but you got to do something. He won't even be 40. I have no idea if that would be something he would be interested in, but he does spend time here, and so obviously he likes it. So I can see something along those lines.
DJ PK, when we come back, BYU and Baylor tonight. We will get to that. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Volume has increased along the Wasatch Front. There's a few pockets of less than 70 miles an hour as you travel northbound I-15 through Salt Lake Valley, head towards downtown, especially southbound I-15 at North Salt Lake. Heavy congestion also in place northbound Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway in Salt Lake Valley, as well as 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing in Lehigh if you're trying to get over from Saratoga Springs or Eagle Mountain this morning. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. They've given me a program. They're helping me lose weight. I'm about 2/3 of the way to the goal right now. And if you want to lose some weight, now is the time to do it. Soda's got an offer. 2 for 1. Join now. Your partner joins for free. You get 2 transformations for the price of 1. If you want to know more about this, you can go check out their Google reviews. They got about 9,000 of them. New Year's resolutions tend to be fading away in February, but they'll put you on a plan. You can lose 3, 4, 5 pounds a week. No pills, no shots, no drugs, no lifelong financial commitment that can go with all of those things. They'll connect you with a nutritionist and get the sugar and get the sodium out of your diet, the sugar and sodium that is causing you to gain weight and then keep it on. To find out more, go to sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or speak with a nutritionist at 866-800-SOTA. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in windshield pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 five-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, this is Doug Ryden. For years, I've been telling you about products I truly believe in and that we use in our home. And one is Kinetico. We all know the downsides of hard water, tough on home appliances, frustrating spots on shower doors, but it also affects your personality. When you shower, does the water feel invigorating? Hard water can leave your skin feeling sticky and itchy. A Kinetico soft water system changes everything. It's like having a luxurious spa experience when you shower, making your daily routine something you look forward to. Kinetico, it's a difference you can feel. Their patented system uses far less salt than competitors, and they're exclusively focused on water softeners. They're the experts in their field, and they'll show you the difference for free with no obligation to buy. Call Kinetico Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer, at 801-576-8600, or check them out online at softwaterutah.com. Start enjoying your water. Spoil yourself every day.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, Red Outdoors is waiting.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, you can win tickets to see Brian Reagan at the Delta Center on Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. All right, PK, we were talking about this earlier in What is Trending. I do expect BYU to win tonight. You think my expectations are misplaced? Maybe I'm just not in tune with how vulnerable this team has become, how well scouted it is now. You know, they do a lot of isolation ball. Maybe teams have adapted to that, and we talked about the lack of depth. That's obvious. I was looking at this. If they lose to Baylor, how many more wins do they have on their schedule? I mean, Colorado at home, maybe UCF. I mean, if they lose this one.
I don't do that. No, I disagree on that. I think they can win every game that they play on their schedule. I'm not saying that they should lose tonight, but I'm not saying they should win.
They're a young group struggling to find themselves, so there's just no telling what's going to happen tonight.
Right. And you're so reliant on three guys. If one of them has a bad shooting night, it's hard. I think they all need to score in the 20s. I was listening to, got on the conference call at 11:30 yesterday with Kevin Young, and I went back last night and watched some of the plays, and DeBonsa needs to get in there. I know you want to be a perimeter guy, but for this team to win, you need to do the dirty work. At least two that came to mind off that.
Are you talking rebounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then when they had defensive rebounds, when Houston had offensive boards, he was standing right behind the action. When that shot goes up, he needs to sprint to the boards if he's on the perimeter.
He's got to find a way to get in the mix and then use his size, his length, and his athleticism.
Right.
To not grab the ball, at least tip it out to a teammate. But none of these or watching the putback
if the
inside.
other guy gets it, then you're there to defend him.
Right.
And in a double team. So
Block
there's
his
a
shot,
whole bunch
strip him.
of traffic right there.
Yeah.
So he may get the offensive rebound, but it's not an uncontested, easy putback where he is got Keita on his right shoulder so he can just go up on his left, and DeBonsa's standing on the perimeter on the left. He needs to get in there and contest. So even if they have the ball from the offensive rebound, what can they do with it? And the second they put it on the floor, it's going to be smacked away. So, and Kevin Young mentioned that Saturday night, or not, they played Saturday, right? Yeah. That, his assistants said him a couple of times DeBonsa may have leaked. Well, the ones I saw, he wasn't leaking. He's just standing there. He needs to get inside, and that's not his game. But if the team wants to win, that needs to be his game this year. And then you can go be the pretty boy in the NBA and don't get your hands dirty and be the potential superstar that you have. But for this team to win, they need him. They need Saunders. It's because Saunders has got some height to him also. Those guys are perimeter guys.
Yeah.
But their big guys aren't good enough to do it on their own. They need some help. And if they get that, and I still have hope for them, the hope is not lost whatsoever. But at the same time, it's now I am a wait and see. What do you show? What do you have when you play? Because at this point, I'm assuming nothing, good or bad.
He's the leading rebounder, a little over 6 a game, but in these 5 losses, he's only averaging 4 rebounds a game. And he's got to get back to where he was. And all the big wins early that got people excited, you look at that, and he had 8 rebounds when they beat Miami, and he had 9 rebounds when they came back and beat Clemson. It's like, that's the neighborhood he's got to be in.
He does.
The 4 rebounds a game and flat-footed, with the heels on the three-point line, watching Keita battle for rebounds, just isn't going to beat good teams in the Big 12. And it's not going to win Big 12 road games. And they don't have many bad teams in the Big 12 left at home. I covered everything else.
Well, they've already played them.
Right. Yeah. So this is it. And it is 4 rebounds isn't good enough. He's got to get back to where he was.
And they need to demand it out of him.
Yeah.
Young has to lower the boom a little bit more on these guys. And I don't know if he is. But if he is, the coddling is done because it is.
It sounds like he is
time right now.
The clear-cut frustration in the postgame. It felt like the PR, the upbeat stuff you got to do because you're always recruiting your guys and blah blah blah. That was gone against Houston. Just the sheer frustration losing 4 in a row and 5 out of 6. I thought you could hear it in multiple answers.
Well, he doesn't have to recruit DeBonsa or Saunders. They're gone.
Nope, they're gone.
And if Wright wants to leave, who knows what he's going to do? What's his face? What's the coach's name down there? Baylor from that family.
Scott Drew.
Yeah, Drew. He's talking about how you think you think a kid would stay when he signed a contract,
right?
But
so if he'll leave, if he'll leave and leave that coach like that, well, maybe he leaves you feeling like that,
right?
And there's no telling what's going to happen this summer.
That's the thing that they have to evaluate. BYU. Is that something they want? Now, Hall is a senior. Maybe if you don't recruit right, Hall stays. He's a senior. But I'm talking about guys who are freshmen and sophomores. The LDS kid, if he's playing and he has married or is dating a Cougarette, there's a good chance that he'll stay.
DJ PK.
And then if he's marrying a Cougarette and he's going to drop to a knee, then you go to Jay Brooks, get the jewelry, set it up, and everybody lives happily ever after. Am I right?
I like it.
I bet you do. And I bet it's familiar. You have people coming in looking for engagement rings and wedding rings this week, don't you? Because there's guys thinking, all right, Valentine's Day.
I think
not a question.
I think Valentine's Day is a great time to get engaged. Yep. It's a little stereotypical maybe, but I just think it's nice. It's all about your sweetheart, and you get kind of caught up in the love and romance of it all. I think it's great.
John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here because the countdown is on to Valentine's Day. It is coming up Saturday, right?
Saturday is Valentine's Day. I think it's a great holiday to show your sweetheart. My wife was reminding me last night, she was telling me all the great gifts I had given her over the years, and I've set the bar so high that I'm not sure even I can, keep up with it. But
of course you can, John. Your greatness cannot be questioned.
But it was very fun to just have her go back and revisit some of the things, our first Valentine's together, and then our first Valentine's married, and 42 Valentines later, here we are. So I just think it's a great holiday for you to do it. And I think there's so many fun things. Our staff of women who do all the buying just do such a great job to have a great selection, to make you look good. At the end of the day, that's what we want to do. I was just texting one of our inventory controllers and I asked her, how many different stacking wedding bands do we have where the girls get the stackers and mix and match? And in each store, we have over 350 bands to pick from. I mean, that's a great selection where you can come in and see and pick and choose. And so whether you want to add to her collection on her stack on her hand or a stack on her bracelet or a stack on the neck, we have something in every little area that will be perfect for you and, again, make you look like the hero. And to make it look even better, which I think has been a big hit over the last 20 years as we've done it, is that not only do we provide Mrs. Kavanaugh's chocolate truffles for you, but we also have a dozen roses ready for you. And, of course, to make you look best, we also gift wrap to make it just finish that nice little touch. When guys walk out with the bag, they know they don't have to do anything. They know everything's done for them, and that's what we want to do. We just want to make it simple and easy. Right off the freeway, Murray and Lehigh, and, of course, online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Stop by, get the flowers, get the chocolates, get the jewelry. One-stop shopping. You'll be ready for Valentine's Day on Saturday. Thanks, John.
Thank you so much, man.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS-FM Colville, 1280 KZNS-AM Salt Lake City, and KSL-FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Join JJ and Alex at the RV Show Thursday from 3 to 6 p.m. at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. This is your opportunity to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. PK, you have questions, musings. There's a criticism of the Utah Jazz is bouncing around out there that doesn't make sense to you.
It don't. And I've had it.
Okay, talk to me, Goose.
I'm done with it. You know,
well, you are in 30 games, but okay.
No, I'm done with the abuse. I'm done with it right now. Today. I was done with it yesterday, last week. So we saw what they've done here in the last 2 games once they got JJJ, is that they've played those guys and then sit them in the fourth quarter, go with the kiddies, and away you go. And we saw that they were able to win against Miami, and then up the road 2 nights earlier, they did the same thing, and Orlando came back and won, right? And so after that Orlando game, I'm looking at social media. I'm writing about this. It'll be posted later today, KSL.com. Legion Hoops, which has 691,000 followers on X. That's pretty big, right? Just goes in, and I don't know who Legion Hoops is, but I'm just quoting it, who the person behind it is, that it was the benching and of not just the forwards, but also Nurkic, and they lost the game. And the quote was, an absolute joke. All right? Fine. Then you go down, another one that has a lot of following. Commissioner Adam Silver needs to do something, man. This is ridiculous. This has never happened in early February for this many teams. Another one. What makes it so absurd is the lottery odds don't truly reward this bleep. Feces. It's morally indefensible and intellectually faulty. Another one. The Jazz not only benched their starters to blow a commanding lead in the fourth quarter, they blatantly threw the game in the closing seconds as well, meaning that Hardy didn't call a timeout, and it looked like Isaiah Collier was just dribbling around with no point. And it goes on and on. And my response is, yeah, so what? We didn't create the system, and you saw San Antonio do it. You saw OKC do it. What the crap? What is it? Is this an F the Mormons thing? Well, let's just rip those people who live way out there in the middle of nowhere, because who gives a crap about them? So we're going to blast the Jazz for doing what others have been doing for years? Is it just Utah? Yeah, let's daily dump on the state of Utah and its people. Why, all of a sudden, am I reading all sorts of posts? I'm glad I'm reading that than the political BS. That drives me nuts. I'd rather read this because I can get fired up over this. The other stuff I can't. And I don't get, yeah, they're doing it. We get it. But what do you expect them to do? Change the freaking rules. Then if you don't like it. If you got a problem with it, then boycott the NBA. Don't rip on the Jazz when others have done it and succeeded. Literally won titles.
I get all those points, and it's hard to argue with all of this. I mean, there are definitely states in the union that people just automatically dump on. Utah, West Virginia, Alabama, and
Jersey.
Mississippi. No, not so much.
Yeah, because they know we'll crack you.
Possibly. That could be it. That might actually be it. West Virginia's not going to punch back, but Jersey is. We'll leave them alone. This has been going on for years. I think it lands differently when you're the team in the spotlight. It maybe didn't feel as harsh, and maybe it just wasn't as harsh. And the Spurs and the Thunder are great examples. I think the reason the Jazz now, not some of these other teams are literally just viewed as pathetic. Charlotte was for years, but people didn't really want to rip on Jordan. Washington has been poorly run for years. You can't really dump on the Pelicans because they're not going to benefit from this horrible basketball they're playing. You know, it probably doesn't help to have the Ainge name here because this isn't how his first two rebuilds went. It's not Danny's first rodeo. The fact it's gone on for 4 years, but some of it may just be, yeah, it's easy to pick on them. This franchise does have a better rep going back a generation, certainly, but even a half generation, and these other teams don't. But, I mean, I think the point about the Spurs and the Thunder is, it's well taken. They did it, and it worked. So why wouldn't the Jazz do it? Now, that doesn't mean it isn't distasteful when you turn on the game. Even if you're a Jazz fan and you live here, I get it. They've been messing with this, trying to figure out what to do because it's kind of just the nature of the sport. One player can play 80% of the minutes and can probably have the ball in their hand, almost half the game. And so if you can get that player, it's totally worth it to go through this and then have a decade of greatness or more.
It's blatantly and wantonly unfair. And I hate unfairness. If there's anything I'm about, it's fair.
No, you think there is no fair.
And this isn't fair.
There is no fair. You people quit using that word.
There's fair, foul, and this is foul.
Oh, it's the first day of spring training. Pitchers and catchers report.
Right. I'll be loosening up the hose later today.
Get that long toss in. Let's
and
go.
Here ends the segment, people. I mean, we'll keep talking. But
you brought it up.
I did. Sort of.
This is foul. And they could actually be doing it a lot worse.
How much worse could it be?
Don't play Markkanen and Jackson.
Yeah.
Don't play Nurkic.
Well, we might be coming to that. I mean, Markkanen only played 47.
If you bought a ticket to the Miami or Orlando game, you saw those two guys play in the 20s, play more than half the game, and play well.
Yep. True story.
That's not better than sitting out? Load management?
Well,
they could just give the middle finger to the league and fine me. They got fined what? What did they get fined last year?
Pocket change to any NBA owner.
So unless you take away the draft pick, who cares what the fine is?
Yeah, the commissioner's not taking away the draft pick.
Right.
The owners hire the commissioner. We'll discipline you to a point.
Well, that's the only penalty that has any legs, any power, is no,
Now,
you won't.
We've seen why owners really get disciplined. We've seen a couple pro sports owners get their teams taken away in the last decade. And there's been lots of stuff.
All you have to do,
that.
but that's because you're costing them money.
There it is.
That's
Boom.
it. That's it. The
that
NBA
is the target.
and their social justice is a bunch of crap.
They're
doing it because they think it costs them money.
One NBA
because
owner,
there's a country over there that does it, and they had nothing to say about it.
One NBA owner and one NFL owner.
Yeah.
And the NBA owner embarrassed them for a long time and then tripled down on the embarrassment, and they made him go. And the other guy literally had a fake set of books in Washington and was stealing money from the other NFL owners, and they were not going to tolerate that.
I didn't think you were going to say books. I thought it was going to be something else. A fake set of books.
There were fraud allegations in there, and shortly after that, he lost his club.
Yeah. So I don't want to hear it. I mean, somebody said injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, but yet they got nothing to say over here. So shut up. It goes in one ear and one out the other. It's about cash. You're a poor for-profit league, and you're all making millions.
Quite profitable.
Yes.
It really is.
So if you don't want it, then take away draft picks. But they're not going to do that. So fine them. Fine them all you want. If I'm the Jazz by winning last night, then that's bad news.
We'll see as they come home, and the rules are different home and road as far as player availability. Let's see how many people are out the next two games.
Well, sit them.
See where it goes.
Sit them.
I think Keontae George should be out. He's rolled that ankle twice, so he's out. Now, beyond that,
his very life is at stake. He can't afford to suit up.
That's a massive overstatement. But nonetheless, I think he really sprained his ankle.
You get the point.
And he should sit the next two games. Now, beyond that,
I think he should sit the next 2 months.
I will not be surprised if there are other players who sit these two home games.
They have to. I don't even know who they play. They have to. This is too valuable. And then they have a good thing.
They're winnable games. I mean, you got to be careful. Sacramento, winnable.
Oh, absolutely.
Sacramento's
winnable.
terrible.
They're a better team than Sacramento with their guys.
And then they got Portland.
Portland's decent. Portland's building something. I'll give them that.
Yep.
And so I'd sit them both. There's no point in winning, and let the critics howl away.
Well, that's largely what's been happening, and I expect that's largely what will keep happening.
I disagree, man. They played Markkanen, Jackson, and Nurkic playing 20-plus minutes. If you're playing half the game, you can have a major impact on the game. So who's to say if they sat both those guys and Nurkic, I mean, I don't want to build up Nurkic like he's all that, but
nonetheless,
on this team he has a higher profile because they don't have anybody else. But the other two, no. If they sat them, sit them after the first quarter, then because Miami could have maybe built a lead.
Yep. Some of these teams, like Sacramento, Sacramento's going to finish with a worse record than the Jazz. But the Jazz are only 2 wins behind Dallas, and then they're only 2 wins in front of Brooklyn and New Orleans.
Right, you're not competing with Sacramento.
And it was at least a couple of, right, exactly. It was a couple months ago that I was told, you watch, the Jazz are going to have one of the 5 worst records and almost certainly the 5th worst record in the NBA.
Well, they need to.
I know. And that was because the theory was that they couldn't get to one of the 4 worst records because they have too much talent. Some of these other teams are just too messed up. They're just completely messed up. But the Jazz would work hard to get to 5 because at that point they've protected the pick. Even at 6, there's still like a 3% chance the ping pong balls could go wrong and they could end up, sliding. A bunch of teams could jump up with terrible odds and they might end up having a hand over the 9th pick, even though they have the 6th worst record.
Right.
So we'll see if they can hold off Dallas, as it were, in this upside-down world, and then catch either New Orleans or Brooklyn.
What does Dallas have? That worries me. I mean, they got Flag, but they set Thompson was it last night?
Yeah. And I'm sure in Dallas, because everybody's tanking. That's part of the outrage is, when you get 6, 7, 8 teams trying not to win, then there's so many games you turn on, you're like, well, this isn't real.
Then turn it off.
Real. Some people do, but other people love it and complain about it.
Well, and we just had a caller, Mike, called and wanted me to pass along, if you guys will recall,
Golden State at one point owed a pick to the Utah Jazz.
and they sat their
remember.
guys.
Yeah.
And Harrison Barnes.
We were doing the show then.
Yeah,
it was
Harrison Barnes.
We had a discussion about
It was
David
30 years
Lee.
ago. We were doing the show.
It wasn't 30
It was like
years ago.
maybe how long has Harrison been in the league? 10?
At least 10.
But but that point is they sat their guys to protect that pick and keep it from the Jazz.
Sit and more sit and find me all you want.
Yeah.
Come out here and find me in person. I'll fly you out. Who cares?
We had a whole thing one morning after they'd already sat a couple guys about sitting David Lee. And I said they would.
David Lee.
And P's case, like, he's not that good. And I'm like, he's good enough,
good enough to
and they
help
are
them win.
determined.
Yeah.
Determined.
Yeah.
Now, he married a tennis player, didn't he? Was it Wozniak? Go look that up, people. You two are addicted to looking up crap. Random crap. He's looking it up right now.
Do it, Yak.
Yeah.
And while you're at it, find out what draft that was.
Caroline Wozniak. Yeah, there you go.
Nice. All right, what draft was it? Pick a year, PK. So you
I'll
can get it.
go 20, I want to say 14, but I'm thinking maybe 13 or 12.
Oh,
No,
I was going
say
to say 11.
that early?
I don't know. That's
Okay,
why he's
Lee's
got to
been
look
out
it
for
up.
a while. Yeah, okay.
He was in the 2012 draft.
Oh, we were all around it and we missed it.
First round, 7th overall pick, and that could have been the Utah Jazz right there.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, absolutely. They got to do it. They have to. And I wouldn't mind if one of them came out and said, "Hey, bleep yous all. This is what we're going to do."
Yeah.
I dare you to do something about it. Be obstinate. Face your critics and then double down. I don't care if it's the most worst thing ever. I love doubling down.
Double on down.
Yeah. Doubling down is one of my favorite activities.
All right. Well, we'll check the injury reports as they start coming out. I think you get 24 hours away from the game. You get the first one, but then it's the ones a day
Well,
game
man,
that
they
really
just
matter.
came off a 5-game road trip. Marketing his guest. He loves the outdoors. He's probably going to go hiking today. How's he expected to play tomorrow?
They're going to. Okay, you can't dump on people who like Utah and dump on people who hate Utah.
I'm not dumping on him.
It kind of sounds like
that. No, I want him to sit. Actually, no. Actually, I'm paying the highest respect.
Okay.
You didn't hear me say sit Severino Malahuk. Did I?
No, and that's why I think there's a legitimate conversation about whether Sensabaugh and Bailey and Collier, one or two of those guys need to sit. I mean, maybe they.
Well, you got to play somebody. I mean, I love Oscar Deshiway as much as the next guy.
And he could play. He's on the roster. Play him. And Svi, if you're serious about tanking, play those guys. Because these other guys, they were young, but now they got 2 or 3 years under their belt, 2.5, whatever, and they're playing better. I mean, Ace Bailey's got half a year under his belt, but they're playing better. They're making plays in the fourth quarter. Well, you can't have guys making plays in the fourth quarter. So get them out of there. We joked about this a month ago. It's the highest compliment. Svi, Schwebe, whoever else, they got a guy on a 2-way contract. I don't even know who it is right now. I'm too riled up. I'll look it up in the break.
Is Micah Potter still alive?
Get Potter.
I loved Micah Potter.
Get Potter out there.
I want to see. Hey, you played
Potter.
Collier, 48. I want to see that new tatted up dude, Contra or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I want to see him go 48.
Okay.
He's a
Let's
bad
go.
you-know-what, man.
Play Harkless. Elijah Harkless suited up last night. Play him. You got a DMP coach's decision.
Oh, that would be so Harkless.
Ace Bailey, we were joking about it a month ago. The best compliment is if you can raise your game
And so
to the
how am I
point
ripping
that
marketing?
Ainge is because,
I'm not.
because his millions of dollars in 47 games. I mean,
Yeah, that was last year. I'm paying him the highest compliment.
Okay.
I don't want him to play.
Yep.
I want him to go to the outdoors today. I'll go pick him up. Lowry, what are you doing? Let's go. Let's explore the outdoors. Let's go buffalo hunting.
PK and Lowry marketing, walking around Antelope Island with guns.
Oh, no. These babies, man. I got 10 of them.
Oh, you're gonna hunt buffalo with your bare hands.
How do you think I always hunted?
I got to get a camera. I got to get out there. I don't think you did at all. I think you went to the grocery store.
I thought about
hunted
saying
for a
something,
steak.
but it would have got me in trouble, so I backed off.
Good call.
I'll say it in the break if you two want.
Yeah, absolutely. Please. You know, I once had a boss who said that. He says, I know there's some things you can't say on the air, you can't report, but I want to know whatever they are.
JB's got a good sense of humor. He would like it.
I can't imagine you with a gun big enough to kill a buffalo. That's the.
You think one of the tiny guns from Men in Black, one of those, PK? John is here from J. Brooks Jewelers. Valentine's Day is Saturday. And if you go to J. Brooks Jewelers, not only do they have jewelry, but they have flowers and chocolate. So why run 3 errands when you can run one and go home and make that special somebody happy?
That's our job, is to make her happy or him, and to make your life easy, to make you be the hero. So to make that work that way, we just have come up with that for years. So any purchase, we have chocolate for you, and of course we have a dozen roses, and we gift wrap to make you look good. So when you're finished, it's all complete. J. Brooks is a locally owned family business. Myself and my daughters and wife and daughter-in-law, we've come together to build a company that's really set on the customer. I think everybody in their life has professionals in their life. They have a doctor. They have a dentist. Some people have attorneys. Everybody has a CPA to do the taxes, this kind of thing. At J. Brooks, we want to be that professional jeweler for you in your life, and so we spend a lot of time and energy making sure that we're prepared to deliver always a professional product. And part of that is just to make your life easy and to know that we're going to take care of it. Our free lifetime warranty takes care of things for you that are defects in workmanship, so you don't have to ever worry if something's not right. We're just going to make it right. And of course, the ladies who pick and choose, they know exactly what women want. And so that when you come in, you'll be surprised at the wide selection and number of options that'll make your sweetheart happy. So whatever you're doing for Valentine's, which again, men, it is Saturday. You have 5 days until the day. We want to have something beautiful for you. So if you'll come in, we'll do our part. We'll make your life easy. Things in every kind of budget, every kind of look. And again, when we finish, wonderful selection of Mrs. Kavanaugh's mint truffles, a dozen roses, gift wrapping, and make your wife or sweetheart, girlfriend just as happy as can be. So don't mess up. And you can come see us easy, jbrooksjewelers.com. It's an easy way to take a look at us. And we have stores in Murray and Lehigh right off the freeway, so easy access on and off. And to just make it an easy process. Because at the end of the day, if we don't make our sweetheart the most important thing, and Valentine's Day is one of those days where we say, you are the most important thing in my life to you, and we have something to make that look right.
10 a.m. to 6 p.m., right?
That's right. Every day, Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. And again, just you'll find the environment very easy to get into and very easy to enjoy the shopping process.
You can start shopping right now, even though they're not open for another hour and a half. Go to jbrooksjewelers.com. jbrooksjewelers.com.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
That sluggish drive still going southbound I-15 from Bountiful to Rose Park. They're still trying to clear the accident at 10th North and North Salt Lake. Looking better in the Salt Lake Valley on I-15 otherwise, but still very thick eastbound 21 North and Pioneer Crossing in Lehigh as you try to get over from Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs this morning. This Valentine's, take love to the new heights at the roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites like flatbread, scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz play their young players in the fourth quarter, score the last 7 points of the game, and win 115-111 in Miami. Lowry Markkanen on his takeaways from the win.
I think offensively we were getting what we wanted most of the time. We were executing our stuff, and guys made shots. But I think on the defensive end, once we defended without fouling and got the rebound, that's what we were talking about every time out, and that was our focus.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. The University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to watch the Utah Jazz and Portland Trail Blazers Thursday night at the Delta Center. DJ PK, and it's time to welcome Ken Pomeroy back to the show. Ken Pomeroy from KenPom.com. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. It's a special time of year. Special day, by the way. We're just pre-gaming here at the Pomeroy household for the mixed doubles hurling gold medal game. 90 minutes away, USA versus Sweden.
Sweet. You got the chips, you got the dip, you got the wings warming up in the oven?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Full on tailgate.
Man, Doug Gottlieb was right about you.
What is that? Where does that come from?
Comes from Doug Gottlieb. PK is just the vessel. He's just the messenger.
He said, didn't you see it? He said you were, full of something.
I know what he said.
I know you know. I know you know what he said.
Have you ever had a personal interaction with him, or is this just he looked at your numbers, he didn't like them, and you're stat guy, analytics guy, so he went off because he's frustrated?
Yeah, I'm not even. So anyway, I was on his show a couple times back in the day, and he was, he's not analytics friendly. Let's just put it that way. But we've never been adversarial, I would say.
You are now.
I don't know if we are now. I just think, what's funny about Doug is I'm a kind of a connoisseur of coaching press conferences, and I wish there was a way we could use AI or something to measure how long coaches talk in their press conferences, because most coaches are they want to get out of there, right? You ask a few questions, they don't have any use for the media really. They'll give a few answers and get out. But Doug will go on and on and on. And I guess what was funny about that moment was the question was something completely irrelevant to me, but he knew how to get attention. And the guy who tweeted that out was some local Fox reporter or something, and the guy has 500 followers, and all of his tweets get 300 views or 400 views, and that tweet, when he tweeted out the video, got 400,000 views.
That's because you're you.
Yeah.
I mean, it is to some extent. It's it's also because Doug, he knows what he's doing, and whatever. If he's got to throw me under the bus, he can. I think in the end, my reputation will be okay, and people will still, make fun of Doug for various indiscretions when he was younger.
Well, I emailed the athletic director just in support of you to let him know that's unacceptable.
Thanks so much, BK. I appreciate that.
I'm curious right now, and there's still 4 weeks of basketball and conference tournaments to go. If you pick the tournament right now, how much change is there really? How much of this is already known as far as who's in and who's out? Because I'm looking at a team like BYU, losers of 4 in a row, 5 out of 6. Can somebody like that really play themselves out of the tournament?
I mean, they could if they wanted to. If they don't win another game, they won't be in the tournament. So they're not, they're not a lock at this point. I think that's when you look at these bracketologists and they talk about locks. It's what if you lost all of your games? And BYU lost all of their games. I think they would be out. But despite the fact that they're, in a bit of a swoon, they're still a decent team, and there are wins coming up for them. They're dealing with life in the Big 12, and every game is difficult. So every game is a potential, especially on the road. Every game is a potential loss. But it would be pretty stunning if they lost the rest of their games. I don't really foresee that happening.
Yeah, I agree. The losses to the ranked teams, great teams, most of them, if not all of them, close games. I guess the Texas Tech one got a little bit away, but they did lead. But then you got an Oklahoma State loss. How much does the losses versus an Arizona and a Houston weigh compared to a loss against an Oklahoma State team? You see where I'm going there?
Yes, I see exactly where you're going. And, the losses to the top teams are they're just really like missed opportunities to improve your position more or less. The loss to Oklahoma State. I mean, that's the thing. Like, so Oklahoma State turns around and they can barely put the ball in the basket against Arizona.
Yeah.
And so, I think that compounds the reputation of losing to them, I guess. You feel like, wow, it's a really bad loss. And it is a bad loss. If you're trying to be like a top 4 seed, which I think BYU, something on a good night, is capable of, that is a bad loss. But it's also probably going to end up as a quad 1 win because it was on the road, and Oklahoma State should finish in the top 75 in the net. So in that sense, it's obviously not a loss on the same scale of Arizona or Kansas, but it's not like it's some terrible loss that completely damages the reputation, which is, the whole benefit of playing in a league like the Big 12 is that, if you just go 500 in league, like, you're going to be easily in the NCAA tournament.
NCAA selection committee, and it's probably been a decade now. They used to say, how did you play in the last 10 games? It was definitely weighted. Is that all just subconscious now as far as that? Does a game now matter as much as a game in November, no matter what you do in the non-conference? And we always urge these teams to play more big games, and some do, but most don't. How important are the games now, and how weighted are they, either consciously or subconsciously?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be on the team sheet, last 10 games. I think one year they might have even done last 12. And, eventually people realize the flaw in that. There was no context for schedule. So if you're a team from a weaker league, Gonzaga is always going to enter the tournament with a very nice last 10 record. They might have 1 loss, maybe 2 in a really bad year, but a lot of years they're going to have 0. And that's obviously not feasible for a team in the middle of a power league. So that was the reason they wisely got rid of it. But yeah, I suspect it's still to some extent a factor for some of the committee members. I mean, that's the whole thing about the whole selection process. It's always been so weird to me is that, every year, I mean, it's just, it's 10 people on the committee, and they kind of have some guidelines, but there's nothing real firm there, and they can all kind of use whatever process they want internally. And so every year that like collective process among these 10 people is going to be slightly different from year to year. And so, yeah, I don't know, like, we can only guess how much how much recency plays into things. But yeah, you have to imagine, like, at least on a subconscious level, a team, there's 2 teams that are close, a team coming in cold versus a team coming in hot. The hot team will probably get the benefit of the doubt.
Your name is out there, right? And it's universally used now, for better or worse. and it's going to be that way every year. You could walk down any street in the country, nobody would know who you are. But if you carried a sign that says I'm KenPalm.com, I mean, everybody would know you, right? At least the ones who are interested in basketball. So I'm wondering, has the NCAA ever approached you about being on this committee to help with these seeds?
They have not. Why not? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Doug Gottlieb talked to them or something.
That's what I was debating whether or not to bring that back up. It's Doug Gottlieb. He's barring the door.
He's the puppet master behind all of this.
I mean, you got all this stuff out there, and they use it. So why wouldn't they just use you instead of having middle people?
I don't know. I mean, my only real formal dealings with the NCAA were like 10 years ago. And they brought me and a few other of these analytics people in to kind of discuss how to move away from the RPI. And, it was a fairly productive meeting. And I really didn't hear much in the NCAA since then, and really haven't heard much from them since then, the last 10 years. But like one day, 2 years after that, I get a call from a reporter, and they're like, "Yeah, the NCAA is going to release this, new thing called the net. Like, have you heard anything about it?" I was like, "No, for a single thing." And it turns out the net is very similar to my rating. So,
so they just copied it.
It's very, very close. So maybe Doug Gottlieb should be talking about the net and not KenPalm.com. But whatever, I appreciate the publicity.
We heard and we've seen Kevin Young at BYU. His first year they only played one, maybe two good non-conference games, and then it's like they had a problem at the start of conference, and it was because they hadn't seen the team against good competition. So year two, he tweaks it, and they played 6 or 7 really good games. But I still heard him say, I don't know what we're getting out of these quad 4 games. And so it sounds like he's toying with the idea of getting rid of some more of these gimmies. What is the value to either you or the Nets, since apparently they're so similar, and what's the value in the selection committee in helping these schools, BYU included, going forward? I mean, if BYU were to go to find people that actually play home and home and go to the Marriott Center, and Utah State would probably do that. I mean, Utah State's quad 1 this year. Another year they might be quad 2. Is there value in that? You might lose when you go there, but how much is that going to hurt you versus playing a quad 4 team?
Yeah, I mean, so my ratings are designed to just evaluate how you play on a particular night. And the games against better competition, like if you're a good team like BYU, like basically games on your level are more important in my ratings than, playing a team ranked in the 200s or 300s. But the games ranked in the 200s or 300s still do matter. There still is some signal there to determine how good a team is. However, those games they're pretty worthless when it comes to getting into the tournament or your seeding, unless you lose them. So that's really the crux of the issue. I mean, you look back like 25 years ago, and there were some teams like Lute Olson in particular was a guy who, you look at the schedules that he played, they were ridiculous. Like every single game there were no bye games on there. Every single game was a good team. He might slip in like, a weaker team or two on there, but they weren't, bottom 100 in the NCAA. They were like, 130th or something. They were still a decent team. And, those days are obviously long gone. I mean, I would love to see Kevin Young tee up a schedule like that, because I do think ultimately, the quad 4 games are pretty worthless. I mean, they pad your record, and if you're a coach whose seat is getting a little warm, that they might have some value in that respect. But I think for preparing your team for the season, playing better competition is, for the most part, it doesn't have any downside. Maybe at some point you just feel like, you're getting beaten up too much or whatever. You do need a break, and so that's why you schedule a couple of those weaker teams. But as a fan, I would love to see Kevin Young get serious about that. However, I'm quite skeptical based on the fact that, you look at however many power conference teams we have now, 90 or so, like, no coach does that, and no coach has done that for a long time.
What seed do you think the Aggies will get?
This is a good question, PK. I mean, man, they're playing well. Like, obviously a lot is going to depend on the finish because there's all sorts of landmines, but they have skillfully negotiated most of those landmines so far. I mean, had a bit of a struggle with my beloved Wyoming Cowboys the other night, but still managed to pull it out. So, I don't know. I mean, I think the upside is, probably like a 5. They finish strong and win the Mountain West outright. I think that's a reasonable goal. Obviously, there's downside as well, just like we discussed with BYU. If you really want to concoct a nightmarish finish, they could be out of the tournament. But I mean, I really like this Utah State team. It's maybe the best team we've seen here in this run over the past decade. So
I think so, and I think Calhoun might be the best coach that they've had too.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to him in the offseason. Not that we need to discuss those things right now, but he will be in demand.
If I said the Big 12 was going to get 7 teams in and the Mountain West was going to get 2, would you buy that or would you move those numbers?
How much did you say for the Big 12?
7.
Yeah, I might take the over on that.
Okay.
Just, so many quality wins to be shared among those mid-level teams that I think we could end up with 8 or 9. I think you're on point with the Mountain West. It's probably Utah State and San Diego State. getting those bids. But I could see maybe one or two more for the Big 12.
I don't know if you've studied this, but there's a perception out there that because of the no Sunday play, that BYU always gets knocked down a level. And, if they're struggling to get in, then and say the top 4 is gone, maybe 5 or 6, and then if they get knocked down, then you got maybe a 7 or 8. Do you buy that theory that they are underseeded, and sometimes, if not always, it's because of the no Sunday thing, and they figure, well, okay, we'll let you in, but we're going to penalize you in a sense?
Yeah, I don't think they're out to penalize BYU. There are challenges in building the bracket, and when you're, only available for half of the bracket, any pass that avoids a Sunday, then that creates some challenges, and perhaps the committee errs on the side of underseeding him in those cases. But I don't know. I think anytime, I think to bring this back this year, they used to have the mock draft selection, and I think Scotty went to it one year, and everybody that goes to it just says we don't have time to the bracket's so complicated, we can't worry about matchups or where to avoiding storylines and things like that. So I have a hard time believing that there's any effect there. I do remember the time they got into the first 4, and the first 4s were the 14 seed or whatever for some reason. Was BYU a 14 seed, and they played Iona that one year in the first 4. And that, every single year since then and before, the first 4 of the seeds are always 11s, but that year they were a 14, I think, for that reason you mentioned. But that's the only time that I can really remember that happening.
But that was in the WCC days. I routinely, and PK and I were just talking about this, we routinely thought BYU got underseeded. But since then, there's been so much conference realignment, BYU included. The leagues have gotten so big. Some of those things they used to have to observe about, teams in the same conference couldn't play until the Elite Eight or so. Didn't they lighten up a lot of those rules? Isn't there more flexibility now than there was 10 or 15 years ago?
Yeah, way more, yeah. So now teams from the same conference, I believe, can meet in the second round if they've only played once. Yeah. And they can meet in the Sweet 16 if they played twice. So, they had to do that otherwise.
Because the leagues got so big, yeah.
Well, yeah, you get SEC, gets 14 teams in last year. And it's how do you keep those teams from
playing?
Obviously impossible from playing for the Elite Eight, but certainly even in the round of 32, you got to have some exceptions for that. So, yeah, they made that change 4 or 5 years ago.
All right, Ken. Well, we kind of sort of like you, even if you have your detractors.
Stay out of the news. My gosh.
Yeah. You and your clickbait. Come on, Ken.
I don't know. There's a part of me, some people go up to me when that happens, and they're Doug's being so mean to you. And I don't know. I guess I would just every year there's one of these rants by some random coach, and I kind of enjoy it at this point. There's the alternative is nobody talks about you.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. I'm bad mouth you to my friends all the time.
That's why I love you, PK.
Well, Ken, we love having you come on the show. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk to you again in a little while.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Ken Pomeroy, KenPom.com. Right now he's got BYU at 22, Utah State at 26. And a former BYU coach. Now at Kentucky, just can't escape St. Mary's. Kentucky at 31, St. Mary's at 32. The irony. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A little bit better southbound I-15 through the North Salt Lake area. Still going to run less than regular speeds from Bountiful all the way to Rose Park. Southbound on the west side belt as well. I-15 looking decent throughout the Salt Lake Valley. Going northbound, heavily congested on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing in Lehigh as people try to get over from Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain to I-15. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. They're Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are your first choice for offering honest second opinions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air. and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, people, we're well into the new year. We're about in the middle of February now, obviously. And how about those goals that you got, particularly your finances, man? That's always on your mind, right? That's the reason why you go to work, largely. You want that money to be there when you need it for sure, and you would prefer if you had more money. Yeah, I know I would. Well, that's why you need to get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. They can help you in your financial investments. They're all about wealth management, retirement planning. You got a other 401k from another job. You want to roll it over. They can help you prepare for tomorrow retirement plan that's in line with your values and your risk tolerance. How do I know that? Because they've done that with me. I can speak with firsthand experience on this. You call them up, set up a meeting. Initial consultations for free. It's not going to cost you anything. You go in, you meet with them. They're going to listen to you, hear your story, review the numbers, and they'll help with you create a plan to make those numbers look better, right? Who doesn't want that? Of course, that's what you want. Everybody would love financial peace of mind. Give them a call. Give them an opportunity to see what they can do. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them at their offices in Draper, right off the freeway there. If you live up north, they'll come up north and Farmington and meet me there. They got you covered north and south. The website also has you covered. Check it out. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, client-paid advertisement.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCfatloss.com. That's SLCfatloss.com. Results may vary.
College doesn't have to feel like a leap into the unknown. At the Huntsman School of Business, your teen can experience it before it begins. Huntsman Day in the Life lets high school students spend a full day on the USU's beautiful campus in Cache Valley, touring Huntsman Hall, joining a leadership activity, attending a mini lecture with a real professor, competing in a scavenger hunt, and yes, ending with famous Aggie ice cream. Spots are limited. Register by February 27th. Give your student confidence before college starts. Visit huntsman.usu.edu/undergraduate to sign up.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said, for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Welcome in. Big game tonight. Actually, get a BYU-Utah doubleheader on ESPN2, 5 o'clock for BYU and Baylor, and then Houston and Utah at 7 o'clock. So you can settle down and watch your hoops tonight. You have your doubts, you have your questions about BYU now. But did you like what you hear in the press conference yesterday?
Yeah, I think Kevin Young always does a good interview.
Yeah.
And I think he's honest.
I was talking the basketball strategy as far as DeBonsa. They got to rebound better.
Right. And he's the guy.
And they don't have that many guys.
Start with him.
They don't have that many guys who can do it. Kata's already in there. So AJ's got the size, he's got the length. And you look back when they did
are so long.
When they did win big games, 6 rebounds, 8 rebounds, 9 rebounds. In the 5 losses that they've suffered here in these last 6 games, he's averaged 4 rebounds. You got to get back in the mix. They need those 5 possessions.
Yeah, you can't give up 17 second chance points.
No.
They corrected the turnovers. So I do think they have room, obviously, to get better, and I do think that will happen.
All right, tonight, 5 o'clock, we'll see if BYU can snap that 4-game losing streak. We got a poll question up on Twitter. You can vote. Who you got? Does the streak end in Waco? Or nope, it's going to be 5 in a row. Go to David DJ James on Twitter and you can vote. John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here talking Valentine's Day. The grand slam of love. You got to get Christmas right. You got to get Valentine's Day right. And also you got a birthday and an anniversary in there. There it is. There's 4 things. Got to be good. Got to bring the A game. Got to impress. Got to deliver results. And you are here to deliver on multiple fronts. Chocolate, flowers, jewelry.
Well, we do try to make it easy as possible for you, a little bit easier than the Cougars are suffering right this minute. But we do make it as easy as we possibly can on everyone, men and women, the shopping for the holiday. As I've said many times, we think that Valentine's is the most important holiday just in terms of getting it right for your sweetheart, something that they would know. My wife reminded me last night myself about how many great Valentines we had done and all the gifts that we had come up with. And it just was interesting to me that she was so remembering all these fun things that we had done. So I think it's really a great holiday to remind your sweetheart that she is the most important thing to you. And at J. Brooks and our collection that we have created is really done by a group of all women who really understand what other women want. And so when you come into the store and work with one of our stylists, you'll see right away that they're really intended on trying to understand your sweetheart, what they would like, and to be able to create a collection of fun, beautiful things that they can have. So whether you want to do something really fantastic for an occasion or something more simple, we have something kind of every budget, every kind of look that works for you, for your budget, and most importantly, for your sweetheart's taste. If for some reason ever we don't get it perfect, of course, they're welcome to come in and exchange and do that and make it just the way they want it to. And then we get acquainted with them. And like other professionals in your life, when you come, they kind of know who you are and what you're after. Our stylist will set it up for you, a little wish list that we call it, where you can have these series of things that she might like. So when you come, you don't have to make any mistakes because she's already picked it out, put her finger on it. So we think those are really fun things that make it easy. Both stores are just loaded with beautiful merchandise and really a wonderful group of ladies who will help you down the process to make it just as simple as possible. And when we're finished, of course, beautiful chocolates from Mrs. Kavanaugh's here and made right here by hand, right here in Salt Lake City. A dozen roses of your color, multiple colors and choices. And then, of course, we gift wrap in a beautiful collection box to make when she opens it, just really, when they see one of our boxes, the girls know this is going to be good.
Open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday. J. Brooks Jewelers. Stop by in Murray or Lehigh. And right now, you can start shopping online, start looking stuff over. Go to jbrooksjewelers.com. Thanks, John.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to the January BOGO that changes 2 lives. Struggling with that New Year's resolution to lose weight? You can still do it. Soda's partner program means 2 transformations for the cost of 1. You show up together, you cheer together, you win together, and the accountability will help you reach your personal goals. Soda. No shots, no drugs, no pills, and you don't have to worry about spending the money that comes with all of those things. They'll connect you with a nutritionist and teach you how to eat right. 3 meals a day, 2 snacks. They'll teach you how to, they got a couple tricks for dealing with the hunger. One of them maybe I could have figured out. One of them there's no way I would have figured out. They'll work with you on all of that, personalize a plan for you. Both the weight and the exercise is important too. Soda. Reach out to them right now. SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Check out the 9,000 Google reviews to learn more. And then call a nutritionist at 866-800-SOTA. 866-800-SOTA. I'm 2/3 of the way to my goal. You can get to your goal. Soda. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
DevSimplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, DevSimplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
pack up the... Because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G Thursday from noon to 3 at Minky Couture in Layton. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Minky Couture. DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Andy Bailey. We'd love to have him in and talk NBA basketball. Andy, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well. You are right in our wheelhouse right now. You're the right guy at the right time. Got a question up this morning on social media. Now that you've seen a couple games, what's your evaluation of the Jazz trade deadline moves? Andy?
I like it. I think it's kind of funny that everyone's up in arms about Jaren Jackson Jr. not playing fourth quarters so far. This is the world that we live in with the NBA, and clearly Utah needs to lose games to add another foundational talent. But I do like the core that's in place, whether they add somebody to it or not, whether they add like a Cam Boozer or a DeBance or a Peterson, whatever. Markkanen and Jackson, I think, fit together very well. I think Markkanen's quick enough to play some three when Walker Kessler gets back next season. I was truly not expecting sort of a win now move at the deadline for Utah, so that was a surprise to me. And I guess we can maybe they're in this group of deals that's not technically win now, because I think they're all kind of expecting to win next year, like the Pacers with Zubats and Utah with Triple J and the Wizards with Davis. Kind of a long-winded way for me to say I like it. I think those guys can fit together, but I also understand what they're doing. I see why they need to keep losing.
Be honest, Andy. When you heard this winter that we were still doing the show, you were surprised, weren't you?
Why would I be surprised? I think something just went over my head.
Because we've been doing this for so long.
No, you guys are going to go beyond me. I'm well prepared for that.
Okay, good. As long as you know. And the good thing is that we will talk to you in better times because, obviously we want locals to win. It's good for the show and business and all that stuff. And it's been 4 years they won't make the playoffs. That's a long dry spell, right? So with that in mind, go ahead.
Especially for Utah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because for so long they were a staple of the playoffs. And,
right.
Years ago I covered the Jazz specifically, and I was less of a national guy. And one of my favorite stats was just win percentage over the course of like 25, 30 years. And Utah was always top 2 or 3 in that number. They were just always consistently good. And ripping the Band-Aid off on a rebuild with those Mitchell and Gobert trades, I think everybody understood why it was done. But for a team and a fan base that had grown so accustomed to being competitive, 4 or 5 years without it is a pretty long time.
Yeah, it really is. And we're expecting, obviously, the tank is over with the trade of Jackson Jr. You don't do that with the intent to continue to lose. That would be counterproductive, obviously. And so the big question is, what are they going to be next year? Now, Obviously, it's like one of these top 25s that come out the day after the national title game in college football, but we all do it and we all look at it and it's fun to do. So with that in mind, I ask you, what do you think the projection would be for them in terms of what they can do to compete next year? Are they a playoff team? No, whatever it might be. What do you think? And realizing that I can't hold, we're not holding you to anything.
Right. And it's extra tricky in the Western Conference just because every year for the last 25 or 30, it's been really tough to get into the playoffs. But I do think if they have, these are numbers that I think extend back at least the last 2 or 3 years. When Walker Kessler and Lauri Markkanen play together, they've typically been pretty good, if not very good. And now Keontae George, I think, is a lot better than he was 2 or 3 years ago. And so if you have that Markkanen-Kessler foundation, you add Triple J, you add the still developing Keontae George, and maybe you do get somebody like Boozer, Dabansa, who may not be ready to contribute right away, but I think could certainly help at least a little bit. I think you can at least compete for a play-in spot, and that might sound kind of rough. Again, for a team and a fan base that was so used to winning for so long. But in the Western Conference, it's just kind of difficult to project much more than that. There's just so many good teams every single year. And even if Utah is, 44-38 or whatever next season, that's probably 8th, 9th, 10th, somewhere like that. But at least fans will have a chance to watch like meaningful basketball games again. And I think a lot of the fan base is probably hungry for that.
Well, they're definitely hungry for that. I also think they're hungry for, playoff success. And since Stockton and Malone, Stockton retired, Malone went to L.A., and he retired a year later, they've missed the playoffs 12 times and qualified 11. And since Sloan retired, they've missed 8 and qualified 7. And there's only one Western Conference final in that whole stretch, and that's way back in 2007. So, if 20 years is a generation, and maybe some people say it's 25 or 30, but if we say 20 years is a generation, well, this is year 19. So right. I like the move too, but you didn't say you love the move. And I think the difference in there, the wiggle room is, as good as Jaren Jackson Jr. is, he's getting $50 million. Now, Markkanen's in the same neighborhood. Markkanen's maybe a mil or two short, but he's right there, and he will get to 50. So they've got to sign Kessler this summer, and there's a gap. At least there was. Maybe that gap's been closed. Maybe it's going to come down to he's restricted, and they'll just have to either match or not match whatever he comes in with. A year later, they got to sign Keontae. Do you think it's all coming together and they could be back in a conference final? Can you see that in this, say, next 3-year window where everybody signed? Because after that, the whole thing could turn upside down. I mean, everybody will hit free agency. Who knows what will happen? Team building isn't a 5 or 7 year thing anymore.
No, stuff turns over pretty rapidly
it can.
In the NBA these days. And I think the distinction that you made between like and love is fair, because I probably would not say that I love it, because Jaren Jackson Jr. is a great player. I don't know if he's like a franchise cornerstone. I guess he technically was for a pretty good Memphis team for a long time, but he's not the kind of guy who I think will push you to a conference finals. Now, maybe George or Markkanen is, but in such a tight window, when teams like the Thunder are still around and their guys are under contract for the next 3 or 4 years, and I think Jokic probably has a few really good years left. The Spurs are ahead of schedule somehow. I think they kind of upend the Western Conference hierarchy a little bit. So I would be pretty hesitant to say confidently that they can get to a conference finals. But like I just said, things change rapidly.
They do. Yeah.
Maybe Keontae George is not done. Like, we saw a leap from him this season, and maybe there's another one next season. That's not out of the question. And that's kind of what made Utah a lot better than people expected the last time they had a good team. Was Donovan Mitchell just kind of shot out of a cannon. It's taken Keontae George a little bit longer to hit his stride, but there's still room for improvement with him. Maybe they add one or two other guys this offseason. And I could see them being competitive if things maybe here's how I'll answer it. If there are things that break right, potential conference finalists within the next 3 years. There's a lot of caveats built into that sentence, but I think that's just kind of how you have to look at the Western Conference.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now? It seems like they're taking all sorts of abuse when so many others have done it and done it to the benefit and literally helped them win titles.
That's a great question, and it's one I would like an answer for as well. I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games than maybe some other teams I can think of off the top of my head. Like playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. And we just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. The Spurs' whole dynasty 25 years ago or 30 years ago at this point started because of a tank or a gap year. This has been around for a long, long time, and I can't even begin to blame Utah for what they're doing because I think they did the right thing when they traded Gobert and Mitchell. I do think that partnership had probably reached its peak, and they have chased lottery odds basically since then, and they just haven't been rewarded. And I understand chasing until you get the reward. I mean, how many, you guys probably know this better than I do, how many of these years have they actually moved down in the draft? Last year.
Never once.
Never once. They've
always
never
get
once
penalized.
They've never once
They're
moved.
against us, Annie. Let's call it like it is. You're a lawyer. You believe in conspiracy.
It's hard not to when I watch the NBA as much as I do. I'll put it that way. Yeah, so it's ridiculous, frankly. I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing, because the other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm intrigued that you think so much of the Western Conference, and I certainly agree. The history says it's really good, and it's certainly way better than the East. We're seeing that as the Jazz, with whatever partial lineups they run out there, look really good against Atlanta and Miami, and pretty good against Orlando for that matter too, who are sitting 7, 8, 9 in the East. And the Jazz aren't even really trying to win right now. And next year, I'm thinking Sacramento, New Orleans, and Memphis are going to be worse than the Jazz, those three. But I can see the Jazz catching Dallas and Portland, and I'm not clear with the Clippers, Warriors, and Lakers how much they're going to go to a rebuild. Now, the Lakers have Doncic, so they can only go so far down. But they're a team that could be vulnerable to one injury because their roster seems to be so top-heavy. I'm not completely convinced what direction the Timberwolves are going at this point. So when I hear people talk top 6, I know there's no way it's a lock. Let's get all the way through the summer and see what roster moves. But it's like I can't completely rule it out right now. I didn't hear that level of optimism in your voice.
Well, I think the way that you framed it is probably accurate to say that you can't rule out top 6. And maybe a better way for me to frame the Western Conference is there's going to be 2 or 3, maybe 4 teams that they just probably can't catch. That would be the Thunder, the Nuggets, the Spurs. I may be missing one at this point.
Rockets, maybe?
Yeah, maybe the Rockets, but they've been a little bit worse than I thought they would be this season. So maybe they're kind of in this next group, or the last group. I'll save this group for last. Then you mentioned some teams that I think are definitely going to be bad next season. And I think it's fair to expect Utah to be able to leapfrog them. And I think this is true in both conferences, there's kind of a morass in the middle. And the Western Conference morass is always better than the Eastern Conference, or at least I would say like 9 out of 10 years is kind of how often that happens. And so it's just kind of I would say it'll be more difficult for Utah to climb through that bunch of teams and finish in the top 6, obviously, than it would have been in the East. I'm not saying anything groundbreaking there, but there's always a big chunk of teams in the middle, or at least it seems that way to me. And I think Utah can be in that chunk. Getting above it, maybe we need to see what happens this summer, but I think they can at least be in that big chunk.
I just think the Jazz might be able to do what the Suns did. I mean, the Suns, with
for sure
not
Good
nearly
point.
as obvious as what the Jazz have going, they're 7th in the West now, and they're 2 games out of 4th.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And that was a team that I thought was tanking.
I know, right? You're not alone.
And so simply playing hard can go a long way. So maybe it's a little easier to turn the page than I'm thinking, because there are examples like the Suns here and there.
Yeah. Well, Andy, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk to you, especially as things heat up with the draft and free agency and the playoffs as well. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it, guys.
There's Andy Bailey talking all things NFL, longtime NFL writer and reporter, or excuse me, NBA writer and reporter. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show. We got 2 big stories, a couple other interesting things going on, but 2 big stories to talk about. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Very slow traffic right now. There's an increase of cars on the road northbound I-15 from 3300 south into downtown Salt Lake City. The good news is the traffic is flowing much better southbound I-15 coming out Davis and Weber counties through North Salt Lake towards downtown at this moment. This update is brought to you by Go Pave Utah. Bad weather in parking lots. Love Go Pave Utah. Go Pave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for the bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service at Go Pave Utah. Go to gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at kslsports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a line around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers is sitting in with us again this morning. He's got tips for Valentine's Day shopping. You know, when you have to run around and go over there to get flowers, and over there to get chocolates, and then that third stop to get jewelry. No, John. No. You are here to simplify our guys' lives, and that's what they want to hear.
Guys do want it made simple, right? They want it easy. We want it simple.
Yeah.
Don't complicate my life. My life's already busy enough, and so if we can make it simple, that's what we want to do. And so I think we do a great job of that. The ladies are stylists inside the store. You come in, they know typically if you've been shopping with us for a while, they know your sweetheart, know your wife, know what she likes, what's on her wish list, if we will, which is important. And 2, that you can come in from our locations. We're also very easy off the freeway, so easy on, easy out. Guys like that, they don't really love going in the malls and having to park and walk and all those things, so it makes it easy.
Agreed.
Right?
Yes.
So you can just come in and do it. And if you will work with us and let us get to know her a little bit, just create this fun wish list. So when you come in, we can have you pick exactly what something that she wants, in and out in just a few minutes, and always hit a home run, which, again, at the end of the day, if you don't look good, we haven't done our job. So we want to make sure you look good as well. And one of the things that we do that is that with our team of female buyers, everything that's picked in the store is picked for women, by women, for women. So when you come, you don't have to worry about, are they picking something that just nobody would like, or am I sure you're sure this is the right thing? And our team of stylists, again, all female, will help guide and direct you on that end. And you can get a quick look at that if you go jump on the website at jbrooksjewelers.com, or follow us even better on Instagram. You can kind of see the freshest, newest, funnest things, and just show your wife, or sweetheart, do you like, is this something you like, that's something you like, and give us a little direction. And then when you come in at this time of year, it's just Valentine's, real particularly easy, where we have Mrs. Kavanaugh's mint truffles for you. We have a dozen roses ready for you. And we'll gift wrap it, just beautiful, make a beautiful presentation. So when you get it, again, you're the hero. She's thrilled that you would take the time, and that it's all done really in a way that makes it really easy. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's a winner, and you particularly look great.
There are so many options, and one thing that you've done over the years, I don't know when you really started doing this, but the fact that so many people, a lot of stuff gets passed down inside the family. Right. A lot of people will take jewelry now and go to a jewelry store and basically sell it back. Nobody wants that. So you do have a lot of these heirloom, one-of-a-kind pieces, and people shouldn't assume that there isn't something there that won't really click if you just go take a look. Take a look and see what suits you.
Both stores has a vintage collection, things that are from as recently as the look that's out of the 80s and 90s, the big gold chunky look, which is back in and kind of had to run again. And then we have stuff, right now we have pieces, one-of-a-kinds, all the way back into the 1920s.
Wow.
That are just sitting there that are they're just too nice to tear apart, even though we're just finding the perfect home. An old jeweler told me years ago that there's a perfect customer for every piece of jewelry, and so we're looking to match those things. And this estate collection really gives you a chance to look at something different, one of a kind, in addition to our custom creations. But this estate pieces are pieces that, when they're gone, they're done.
Yeah. John from J. Brooks Jewelers. You can check them out in Murray and Lehigh right off the freeway. They open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Valentine's Day is Saturday, and check them out online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz played their younger players once again in the fourth quarter. They scored the last 7 points of the game. They rallied and beat Miami in the last 2 minutes, 115-111. Will Hardy on the defensive effort and improvement.
The attention to detail was very good. The communication was good. The physicality was good. You know, we also added a guy to our roster who has been Defensive Player of the Year, and I think Nurk, Jaren, and Lowry, we have a lot of size. And then we start subbing, and, you know, 2 of them are on the court for the majority of the game. You know, those guys have done a good job of protecting the paint as a group, but I think as a whole, the perimeter players are doing a better job of containing the ball. You know, everybody has to do their job in this league to guard.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. The main stories this morning, 2 of them, one of them BYU basketball, the other Jazz basketball. There's some other interesting things going on. There are multiple suspensions coming in the NBA. And there are also, there was also an upset in college basketball. Number 1, Arizona went down. They're no longer undefeated, and they're about to play 4 ranked teams in a row. This is the first in that stretch, so we'll see if they get another loss. Certainly the game at Houston is intriguing. We'll see how they handle that, but they got a couple of home games that could be tough too. So there's that, but college basketball, the main story right now isn't about that because Arizona's probably going to be a 1 seed no matter what happens here. They're pretty good and pretty much set up. But what's going to happen with BYU? Losers of 4 in a row, 5 of the last 6. We are approaching tonight's 5 o'clock tip-off at Baylor, ESPN2. With slightly different attitudes here, PK. I am thinking they are going to beat this 3-8 Baylor team. However, you have noticed that despite their record, Baylor's played a lot of people close. They played a tough schedule. And we just had Ken Pomeroy on, who's always good talking college basketball and that. And he's got Baylor. I mean, they probably wouldn't make the tournament now, but he's also not ruling it out. They're at 44, despite their not glossy 13-10 or 13-11 record. Tough schedule, so they're way up there. So you are more of the opinion, hey, this is anything could happen tonight. Tell me how well you shoot the 3. Tell me who gets in early foul trouble and has to sit for 10 or 15 minutes. And really, anything might happen.
Yeah, and you have Coach Drew there talking about how they basically signed Rob Wright to a contract, and he broke it.
Yep. So maybe there's a little vengeance kind of thing, payback, people a little focused.
I'd imagine that the students aren't going to be happy with him.
Yeah, the fan base could get on him for sure. Yeah.
So that adds to it. And refs like to be cheered, not booed. So we'll have to see how that plays.
The thought of 5 in a row and 6 out of 7.
I mean, I don't want it to happen. I'll be rooting for him to win, but I just don't know.
Yeah, one thing Ken Pomeroy said when he was on, he was very complimentary of Utah State. They're 26th in his rankings. BYU has dropped down to 22 now. He'd had them up around 14, 15, kind of in that ballpark, but they're down to 22 with all these losses. And he said, you know, with 8 games to go, people say locks because you assume that these teams are going to win, 5 out of 8 or whatever, and even if they slip, they'll still be in. Literally, if the wheels truly come off, you can still play yourself all the way out of this thing.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
No, I don't. I definitely don't think they will with Utah State, although they are hitting a tough
Utah
stretch
State?
in the schedule.
No,
and I don't think
they're cemented. It doesn't.
I think
their schedule doesn't matter.
I think BYU is going to beat Baylor tonight, but we'll see. Beat them and end the streak.
The Mountain West always gets multiple bids.
And right now, it looks like San Diego State
and
Utah State.
Yeah. So
New Mexico has faded. They were in a good spot, but they are
They
fading.
have it by 20 at home. They're
And
done. They're toast.
I know. Utah State pummeled them.
Yeah.
Absolutely took them apart.
Right.
And then they went out and suffered another loss right after that.
They did.
So they've gone back-to-back L's here.
So it almost doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah.
They can go 500.
Well,
and they'll get in.
They could change the way they schedule in the non-conference, but they don't. All the home games and rarely challenged. So it always makes it hard for New Mexico. But anyway.
Oh, you're speaking of New Mexico.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Utah State.
No. I think
they're
that
in.
Yes.
They're in. Both teams. San Diego State has a rep.
Yep.
They're in.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dutcher said he's retiring, so they're not going to leave him out.
And they played Arizona and Michigan early, trying to pump up their numbers. They got drilled, but you still get rewarded for losing those teams. So they went and played them. It's a crazy system, but it's the system.
So, and I think BYU will be fine when it comes to the NCAA tournament. But it's not about getting in. That's
no, it's not. It's where you're going to be seated.
They're not rewarding Mark Pope in Kentucky for getting in.
No, they're not.
And now with BYU,
they expect
it's the same thing right now.
The money's gone to the point that now you're a team that's expected to get in, be well seated,
they're paying
and
big
then
money. They're charging big money to go to their games,
and then advance. Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four. What are you going to do? And I don't really want to hear about the first week. That needs to be W's.
I've gone to a couple of games. They charge me $50 a piece. Jeez.
No.
I tell you, man.
You went on the press pass and you went for free.
Nothing's for free in life, man.
Well, you had to fight with the traffic. I'll give you that.
I had to use my gas.
There it is.
My wheels, my brake pads.
Nice.
My alternator. Come on. All sorts of stuff. And I'll go to more games. And I think I think to me it's split down the middle. I'm on the fence on this game.
DeBonson needs to rebound better. That was brought up in the conference call and the post-game. Rebounds have been on the mind of the BYU coaching staff, and Kevin Young has talked about it. And DeBonson's averaging 4 rebounds a game in these losses. He's averaging a little over 6 on the year. He's had 8 or 9 in some of their better wins. They need more possessions in these close games.
They want to talk about the loss, and he did say it. Kevin Young went to Pickens and Baker, and he also said the Kozlowski kid, and I'm glad he brought up his name because the kid can shoot. I saw him play for 3 years in high school, and he can shoot. But I actually think the biggest loss is Dallin Hall not coming back. They don't have a point guard. Wright had 1 assist the other night.
Yeah. Wright's looking to get into the paint and score.
He's looking to shoot.
Yeah. Get in the paint and score.
They need somebody who can facilitate the offense. And to me, he would be starting. I understand what he was doing.
Hall and Wright together, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what his thinking was. Hey, you're bringing in this guy. You brought in another dude my senior year. I don't want to sit the bench. I want to play as many minutes as I possibly could. But I think if he had stayed at BYU, he'd be playing as many minutes as he possibly could. I think that's the biggest loss off of last year's team.
And when you name all those guys, suddenly the whole depth issue becomes not nearly as big of a deal. And now it's a big deal.
Yeah.
There's only 3 guys who can score. Where are the guys who can get you 7, 8, 10 points a game?
And Hall's a tough-minded kid.
And would have found a way
in
some of these games. Something would have gone better.
Right. He can get in there and mix it up.
Maybe Kansas or Texas Tech, certainly Oklahoma State, and they could have pulled out 1 or 2 of these games.
I'm not assigning blame on anybody for his leaving. I'm just saying his loss, I think, is more significant under the circumstances than we realized and realize.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's all hindsight. But it's like if you could plug those 3 or 4 players in, the depth issue is no longer a deal. The ability to get a few buckets here and there from other guys.
But even with the depth, I still think the loss of Hall.
Yeah.
Assuming the other guys didn't get hurt.
If you want to put him at the top of the 4 as the most important loss, I get why you're doing that.
And you could say Traore in the low block. I get that. But Hall could have really helped them this year. But he's not there, and they're going to have to overcome it. And
it's just a lesson on how to put together teams going forward. And they're going to have to do it again next year.
Yeah, they're going to have to constantly do it,
right.
Especially he's getting these kids that have 0 tie to BYU. If it's not going well, they're out.
Right.
Look at the one freshman. What was his name? Catchings. And he couldn't wait to get out the door.
Yeah, Catchings had found himself sideways by midseason.
Right. But I mean, if he had been a BYU guy,
sure, it'd be different.
Maybe he would have stuck around, and maybe he would have developed. Maybe not. I don't know.
The Utah Jazz. You've seen a couple games now since the trade. Evaluate that. We've had people on doing that. We'd had Andy Bailey on. Where's this team going? Certainly, there are big decisions to be made by the Jazz. You know, what's going to happen with Kessler this summer? How much money is he going to get to stay? Is there a chance he could leave? I suppose there's a chance. I think it's more likely he stays. But at what number and how much room does that leave to sign Keontae George in another year? Where can this go over the next 3 years? Specifically, can they be top 6, 7, or 8 next year? And so we went round and round with him on that. That was interesting. So you can go listen to that wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to Ken Pomeroy. And you can listen to the entire show every hour, but especially Andy Bailey and Ken Pomeroy.
Jaren Jackson is the most significant player added to the Jazz since Darren Williams. It's the most significant trade since Jeff Hornacek. You can debate all you want, and you'd be wrong.
So does the Darren Williams, the trade to move up to get D. Will count as a most significant trade? You said player added.
But
Williams.
him coming onto the team.
Yeah.
So I wanted to have two.
Mm-hmm.
Under that. I see what you're doing, but I want two.
Okay, you want two separate categories.
Yeah.
Even if one of them kind of overlaps.
You can argue Mitchell.
Okur came as a free agent. Mitchell came as a draft pick.
But they're all acquisitions.
Okay, but you were talking the biggest draft. I was thinking a trade since Hornacek, which was a massive deal. I mean, we knew it that day, and certainly everything that happened over the next 5, 6, 7 years underscored that we were right that day.
I mean, you could go Mitchell. I get it. But he wanted out.
Yeah.
It became a drag.
And there was no conference final there. As much as you love the regular season success and the 1 seed, and it's exciting times, you want the postseason
But I'm
payoff.
not going to dump on him as the reason they didn't get there.
But nonetheless, none of that added. That the whole rebuild, the whole decade, is 4 years of rebuild, 6 years of playoffs, but
sometimes
you want to get there.
It's not their fault in terms of, the Jazz didn't get to the finals in the 80s. Well, the Lakers were there. It wasn't the fault of the Jazz. The Lakers were there. But that Mitchell group, that was the fault of them.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for losing the Clippers.
The 1 seed and the Clippers and Kawhi's out. It was just all right there for the taking.
Yeah. No excuse.
And
every single one of them deserves blame.
If there'd been some more patience among the top players, maybe they give it another shot.
Right.
But they're super expensive. They're not getting along. It made it easier to make the trades and start over again.
Yeah, the 14th time you told me that they were getting along, that's
probably not happening.
Yeah, because it speaks for itself. Like, I never tell people, Yak and DJ get along. Because it's known that it doesn't really work. I have to keep you guys apart. And
There's a reason why there's glass between us.
Yeah. And,
looks like a Hornets-Pistons game if
I know
if
DJ wants to break glass, but I won't let him.
Are you Diabate? Is that what we're...
It's funny. I just saw another angle of that, and it's wider. It's handheld camera up in the stands. Phoenix Suns 20 years ago. If the NBA is going to be consistent, a lot of guys are going to get
Isaiah
suspended.
Stewart's getting
not just the 4 guys who threw punches. There were multiple guys across the line. Some 1 step, some 2 steps. Yes. And it's way worse. You can see people, because when the tighter camera on the game, you can see what's going on right where it's pointed. And what you don't know is 40 feet away, there's some dude running 60 feet.
Yeah, well,
so he can throw
Isaiah
punches.
Stewart came off the bench and threw a punch. He's going to face multiple.
Got to. Yeah. Yeah, if they're going to be consistent with what they've done in the past, then
a lot of guys sitting out.
Yeah, I don't know what it'll be. There's got to be more angles that I haven't seen, and so whether it ends up being 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know what to tell you, but it's got to be more than 4 for sure. All right, DJ and PK. Anything else you want to talk about, PK? Anything else going on? Spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting in Florida and Arizona today. Go home and watch your baseball highlights. Guys playing pepper. Oh, there'll be video people playing pepper.
No, they fake the throw to home and then run over and cover first.
Nice.
And somebody hits a fungo.
And somebody will be throwing the ball. They'll have something like a strike zone stapled to the wall, some kind of like a mat or something. And, those are your
it's
baseball
good to be
highlights.
back, man.
That means spring is coming, even if we haven't been shoveling snow here every week. DJ and PK, we got Jazz tickets to give away. You want to do that now, Yuck? Yep. All right, Jazz tickets. Win a pair of tickets right now to watch the Jazz and the Blazers Thursday night at the Delta Center. Call 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12 right now. See the Jazz and the Blazers Thursday night, the last game before the All-Star break. Call right now, right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour returns for part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified phenomenon Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium July 28th. Get tickets this Tuesday at 10 a.m. at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the Resolution Reset with $200 off, ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. Question of the morning. Now that you've seen a couple of games, what's your evaluation of the Jazz trade deadline moves? Matt says once JJ and the team get used to each other and they know all the spots, all the plays, it's just going to get better and better.
Good times ahead.
Matt is ready. Sean, one player has shifted the team's defensive efficiency by light years.
Yeah, I still think they need a Kessler, though.
How good do you think they can be defensively? I mean, the 30th now, there's nowhere to go but up, and they're clearly going to go up. But 20th?
Well, yeah, but if they expand 10th? By 2, they could actually go down.
They're not going to expand for next year, but thanks for bringing that up, just to muddy the waters.
It remains to be seen, what do you need as far as the defensive proficiency if you are a prolific offensive team, and so maybe you won't need as much. And defense would be, does it just need to be adequate, or does it need to be great? Does it need to be top 5? Too much unknown right now, and I don't know what they're going to do with Kessler and what they're going to do with that position. So I had a much better idea to be able to answer that in August than right now, assuming, once we get past July, all the deals are done, the rosters are set and all that, except for, may add a couple guys to practice and then won't make the team and all that. But you want to be top 10, obviously. That would be a massive jump. My instinct says no, but Jackson will never play with Kessler until next year.
So let's see when we get there.
So I won't have any body of evidence. It will be brand new.
Yeah, it'll
game
be brand
1.
Yep. H.I. McDonough at SF Giants fan. I think they have the playoff pieces now. I still think they need an alpha to take the next step. Can someone on this team step up and be the alpha? Be one of the top 10 or top 5 players in the league? Because they don't have that.
No.
They've now got multiple guys that you could project as top 50 players.
Yes.
But 2 of them for sure, but I think arguably they could have a 3rd or a 4th here pretty quickly.
Yes. And how far can that take you?
Right.
That can make you extremely competitive. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And I think that can make you extremely competitive in the postseason, too.
But if one of these guys makes the jump, if not all NBA first team, all NBA second team.
Well, I think it has to be there would be 3 possibilities because Jackson and Markkanen have been around for enough to where they've settled in, and they're very good.
But they're not top 10.
So is it? Yeah. Can George get there? I wouldn't think so. Can Bailey get there? Remains to be seen. Wouldn't bet on it, but I'm not going to say absolutely no. And then the draft pick.
All very logical from you. You don't really do the logic thing. You don't like to do that. That was a very logical breakout.
You're asking me to predict stuff.
Yeah. Well, we all wonder where this is going because we got to get through these next, I don't know, what is it, 30 games?
I think it might be 29 now.
29 now.
But, I think it'll go well.
28 now.
It'll go well.
Yeah.
And where will it go postseason? matchups factor into it and all that type of stuff. Let's just get there first. I am willing to bide my time rather than make all these outrageous predictions.
The anticipation, though, PK.
But I want to, and I have anticipation for 26, 27.
Yep.
But I don't have the final result because
we got to go through the draft. We got to go through free agency and trades, see what other people in the West do. Yes.
Who's to say that they can't build? So they win 47 games in next season. And then they win 51-52.
Yep.
And where are you at that point? And you've obviously added and complemented your roster.
Right. Well, we talk about the big jump in the third year, and to your point, 28 will be Ace Bailey's third year. And obviously, whatever they do in the draft, that'll be that player's second year.
And the better the team, the better the role player can make contributions. Antoine Carr will be a legend around here.
Mm-hmm.
But if he was playing for a crappy team, it wouldn't have mattered near as much.
I know, because I worked in Sacramento when he was a big player on a crappy team.
He scored 20-some a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what he did, and he had the personality that drew you into him
no
also.
Doubt. But he embraced his role as a role player.
Yeah.
And he performed it very well.
Right.
And he knew when he ran onto the court, I'm going to go against the other team's backup power forward, and I'm going to crush that guy. I'm going to destroy that guy.
So the point I'm making is they can add some role guys who, because of the quality of the team, will actually be more important than their individual talent.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. State of Salt says, hang the banner, DJ. Hang the banner. He is all on board.
Playing?
Playing, division title, what
banner? What banner are we hanging?
Banner. He does not specify that. SOS State
Lakers
of Salt.
Lakers only hang one banner.
Yep. The Knicks didn't hang the the NBA Cup banner this year. That was a big deal.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Well, for people in New York.
Nor should they have.
Right. Yeah.
Ben Stiller was up in arms? Again?
Spike Lee.
Spike Lee was up in arms. DJ PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are coming up next.
Well, that's our show.
This concludes the entertainment part of our program.
Oh, that was fun. I think it went really well.
See ya. I'm out of here. I'll see you. Show's on. Bye-bye.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. A gift card. DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Valentine's Day, Saturday. What are you looking for? A little custom jewelry, maybe an heirloom piece.
Beautiful stuff.
You want to make somebody tear up, don't you, John? Isn't that it? Isn't that the goal?
Oh, my gosh, PK, you kill me. Well, I would just tell you that a couple of things. Number one, Jay Brooks has been around for 28 years.
Mm-hmm.
family business that's on to our second generation. My daughter-in-law are going to take over the business, and we sell into the sunset sometime in the future. And we're building things that will last for a long time. With the custom pieces that we do, we have the top 2 artisans in the state of Utah work for Jay Brooks. And the workmanship that they do is amazing, and we build things that will last a generation that you can wear and then give to your daughter who can give to her daughter. And that's really kind of what we're about. We want to build it at such a high level. And if something goes wrong, our warranty stands behind us. You don't have to worry about it. But we're trying to build things on such a quality and such a level that they really could be, and we're not so much worried about what you look at. We're worried when another jeweler looks at it, what did they say about it? And we want them to say, wow, this is amazing. So in our store, custom pieces are available. We have a number of pieces that are done and ready you could pick up today. Or if you want to build your own one-of-a-kind, we did that whole process to make it really simple for you. So after 29 years of practice and 45 years for me total, we really think that we've got it down to a great science.
Well, we've heard a lot of your commercials over the years, and you often reference customers who come back in, come back in a few years later, and maybe it's an anniversary or a birthday or whatever. So the thing with the people inside the store, who your staff that can help, is they're looking to build a relationship. They're not looking to take you. And as a guy who doesn't know much about jewelry and didn't grow up with sisters, I cannot tell you how horrified I was to have to buy a wedding ring and an engagement ring. And I took a friend from work, and she was 5 years older, and she knew it inside and out and made sure I didn't get taken. Thank you to Martha Bull for the 5 millionth time, because I was sweating bullets.
Yeah, and you told us that story. That was one of the first commercials we ever did together.
Yeah.
And we always, when men come in, they feel two things of fear. They feel like they're going to get ripped off.
Yep, that was what I was worried about.
And they're worried about looking stupid, right?
Well, I knew that was a given.
And so we work really hard to educate you, teach you. Our average staff member has been in the store about 7 years. These are, we're not your typical retail store where every time you come back, there's a whole new crew of working. We really have long-term commitments, and our stylists really want to be your jeweler, your friend, and we get invited to a lot of fun things, weddings and different things because of this connection with people. And so we're really grateful. And I think if you come in, you'll feel the difference right away. Quite a difference between Jay Brooks and your typical national store and the way they approach things.
All right, Murray and Lehigh are the stores. jbrooksjewelers.com is the website, and they opened 4 minutes ago. So they're open right now.
They're open and ready for you.
Stop by at lunch or on your way home from work. John, thanks a lot. Thanks for coming in today.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you Thursday.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Wednesday on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, Wednesday at 10.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Ben rolling solo today. Christian Esparza, you're basically the co-host today. You're producing. You got to do multiple jobs, but that's the business.
Do what we got to do, man.
Whatever you have to do to make sure that Jake's life is nice and comfortable. Make sure that Jake is
hope he's
well
having
taken
fun.
care of.
I
I'm
hope
sure he is.
I hope he's having a good time.
The worst part of traveling, if you haven't been paying attention or you're just tuning in, Jake is on a Disney cruise right now. And last week, what was it, a week ago Friday, it'll be 2 weeks ago this Friday, he broke his humerus, the upper bone in his arm, skiing. He was skiing up at Snow Basin or something, I don't know where he was. And he said his skis crossed, and he fell and broke his arm. So he had to do that, and then he had a week off to go on a cruise, to go on a Disney cruise, and he was not excited about the travel aspect of it, and he'd never been on a cruise before. You've never been on a cruise, Christian?
I've been on a cruise,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long?
3 days.
3 days.
Nothing crazy.
Okay,
but it was
3's
like
nice and short.
Yeah, like out of San Diego and into like Baja California and the upper part of Mexico.
Okay. Yeah, I think I did 5 days, and it's different, and I get, depending on what your pleasures are, if you just want to be fed and lay by a pool, and you don't mind other people, you're going to have a great time on a cruise. If you're looking for time away, if you're looking for space and peace and quiet and like nice food, like fancy food, if you're a foodie who wants to go on the road and try the best local restaurants with the artisan chefs, it's probably not what you're getting.
And apparently Jake deals with vertigo sometimes. So I think that is a big part of
Jake's
his worry.
also secretly a 70-year-old woman who has vertigo. So shout out Jake. If he sits up in bed too quickly, he gets dizzy. So, he's worried about the motion sickness, the vertigo, the broken arm. He's not really a Disney guy. I'm not sure he likes being confined to small spaces. And I don't know how much he likes people or fun. So
he's either having the time of his life or he's miserable.
He's either reinvented himself and is really going to enjoy the cruise, which, you know what? That is the best part of life, is finding out a new pleasure, finding out something that you like that you didn't know you liked before and leaning into it. Or you can simply just say, I'm not going to change. I'm 40, whatever Jake is, and I'm stuck in my ways. I'm willing to bet that that's how he's feeling. If I had to put money down on how Jake's adapting, I'd say not well. But I also hope he's having a good time, and his wife's having a good time, and the kids are having a good time. I did see one photo. It looked like they had made it to Florida, which is where they're taking off from.
Well, that's good. We'll see Monday. We'll see what kind of mood he's in Monday. He might be really happy to be back.
And then he's got to come back and talk about the All-Star game. I think the reason he wanted to go next week, and he was complaining because now he's got to miss a couple of Jazz games, including last night's game, which we will talk about. We'll also talk to Aaron Weitzman coming up here at 11:05. He's going to join us. He's an NBA reporter. And Cole Bagley's going to join us at 11:30. So we got a lot to talk about today. But I do think Jake particularly hates the All-Star game. I think he does like covering the Jazz games. And so this trip being scheduled over his 4 Jazz games going into the All-Star break, only to come back and have to cover the actual All-Star game itself. Probably not Jake's ideal scenario. Anyways, the Utah Jazz do beat the Miami Heat last night, 115-111, in a game they were absolutely trying to boot. They were trying to punt that game. The same thing we've seen from the Jazz over the last 3 games. It's drawn more attention over the last 2 because the Jazz did blow a 17-point lead to the Orlando Magic 3 nights ago. and fell in Orlando without Lowry Markkanen or Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor. And then last night, the Jazz tried to do it again and didn't succeed. The Jazz were up 3 going into the fourth quarter. Jaren Jackson, Lowry Markkanen didn't play. Will Hardy was asked after the game if he ever got close to putting them back in. He said very bluntly, no, that's not the plan. It's not what the Jazz are going to try to do. And the Jazz still found a way to outscore Miami in the fourth, 30-29, and escape with that 115-111 victory, fueled by young players, vastly, I thought, outplaying several very good players in the NBA, including Bam Adebayo, a multi-time All-Star. And here's what Bam had to say after the game.
We got to find a way to win, even against teams that are, I guess you can say, trying to lose.
He's right. Jazz are trying to lose. Jazz are trying to hold on to their draft pick. That's become a priority at this point in the season. Now they're shuffling priorities, or they're juggling priorities is probably what I should say. Jazz obviously are trying to hold on to this draft pick. I also don't think that they want to be starting from square one next season with this basketball team. I do not expect there to be more major transactions with the Jazz, barring something truly unforeseen. And again, that is if Giannis Antetokounmpo were to talk to his agent and he said, man, I've always loved my trips to Salt Lake City. I love Jaren Jackson Jr. I love Keontae George. Can you get me on that team? And the Jazz say, well, we've got Lowry Markkanen and Walker Kessler and a top 10 draft pick this year's draft, maybe number 7. This is after the lottery. Maybe number 6. We'll send that to Milwaukee for Giannis. And the Jazz say, well, we got a top 5 player and we got a top 25 player in Jaren Jackson Jr. and maybe another top 25 player in Keontae George. And we think we can win a championship. That's how I could see the Jazz making a major trade. Otherwise, I think the Jazz are going into next season with a roster that looks very similar to what you've been watching for the last 2 nights. Maybe a couple of veteran moves here and there, but nothing significant, certainly nothing in the starting lineup. And probably a few of the bench roles have already been decided as well. So the Jazz are going to use these final now 27 games of the season, I think, to figure out what this roster actually looks like, trying to figure out where they are competitive, where they are lacking, and still doing so while trying to lose games. And yes, it is goofy. And yes, it is wonky. And yes, it is a bad flaw of the system. And no, nobody's holding a gun to the Jazz's head saying you have to do it this way. The Jazz don't have to hold on to their pick this year. It matters. It's nice to have another lottery asset. It will make your team better in the long run. You don't want to give away a winning lottery ticket just for nothing. And by winning, I don't mean winning the NBA lottery. I mean a personal ticket or something of value that if you win too many games that aren't going to matter this season, you lose it. So the Jazz aren't going to do that, and they're going to be smart about it. But they are running into some roadblocks as far as how much they're going to actually be able to juggle. They may have to pick a path at some point before the end of the season, and we know at some point before the end of the season, but they may have to do it, Christian, earlier than they thought. They may have to pick a lane of, are we tanking or are we trying to gather as much information about this team with Lowry, with Jaren Jackson Jr., with Keontae George, I know he didn't play last night, with Isaiah Collier, with Ace Bailey, with Yusuf Nurkic on the floor. At some point, the Jazz are probably going to have to say, we know enough. We're going to have to feel like this is enough, but we're valuing this draft pick more than the data points we're getting with these guys on the floor together over these next 20 games.
That is the funny part about making a trade like you do for Tripp. Even though he's not, the all-NBA player, the super big game hunting, you still are pushing your chips all in. And once you do that, you don't really give yourself a grace period of, okay, let's take a season or two to let this team figure itself out and figure out how to work with one another. And yeah, it's hard to do that while also trying to lose the games on purpose. But once next season starts, Ben, it is all in, and you really can't waste any time because the Spurs are only going to get better. The Thunder are here to stay. The Nuggets are really, really good. Who knows how good the Rockets are going to be next year. Yeah. So, I mean, you make this trade and you go all in, and that's just what it is now.
Yeah, because you traded next year's pick unprotected, you don't want to give up a lottery pick. Next year, you don't want to give the Memphis Grizzlies a top 14 pick in the draft with a chance of moving up. So you're right. You want to jump out of the gate. You want to get going quickly. You want to make sure not only do you make the play-in tournament, you want to be a top 6 team in the West. And I think the way the Jazz are playing, it's 2 games. No reason to read too much into it, though we will talk about what actually we have seen so far from Jaren Jackson Jr. throughout the show. you feel like you can compete. You feel like you can get up into a spot where not only are you making the top 6 in the West, but maybe you can win a playoff series. Maybe this is Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert's, well, I should just say Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert had been to the playoffs before, but Donovan Mitchell's first trip to the postseason when the Jazz beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Maybe you can do that with Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. And you're right, this window is not forever. In all honesty, windows in the NBA are very short. And when you open them, you have to take advantage. There isn't any longer the Jazz almost beat the Lakers in 6 games in 1989 or whatever that was. I guess we have the next decade to figure it out. No, you probably have 3 years to figure it out. Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be up for a contract again in 2029. It's 2026. It's actually not that far away, and he's got a player option in that year, and maybe he opts in, but you're extending him before that or you're trading him. Lauri Markkanen's deal is going to be up by then. These are all the conversations you're already starting to think about when you pull off a trade of this magnitude with a player who's already getting paid like a prime all-star, which is what Jaren Jackson Jr. is.
You like to say, in this business, nobody ever pats you on the back and is like, oh, congrats, you finally made it.
You're never handed the trophy.
In the NBA, you never build the roster and you're like, okay, that's it.
We're done.
Now we're done. Now we're ready to compete. It is a constant process. So yes, this trade is exciting and it brings a nice player to the Jazz who fits and is playing well in 2 games, but he seems to cover up a lot of the Jazz's weaknesses. You got to start thinking about what's going to happen with your pick, what's going to happen with some of these young players like Isaiah Collier, like Bryce Sensabaugh, like Kyle Filipowski, and then what's going to happen in the summer after that as well.
Yeah, the book doesn't end. There's no happy ending here. Ideally you win a championship, and then it's what do you do after that? Even the teams that do reach the mountaintop, there's just another mountain waiting beyond that. There's no finish line. So the Jazz have started to see the end of the finish line of this stage of their rebuild, but that was just step 1 to get to step 2, which was actually maybe the most painful part, but not the most difficult part. Now the hard part starts. So that's where the Jazz are going to be looking. And again, they are trying to juggle or spin 5 plates. It's get Jaren Jackson Jr. up to speed with what we're doing. Get Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the same page. Continue to develop Ace Bailey and see how he's going to fit with the starting lineup. Get Keontae George and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the same page. Figure out which of these players around all of those pieces are going to be a part of the long-term future. And do all of that while staying competitive, but not winning games. And what you realize when you're spinning that many plates is they're going to crash. And what you can't do is afford to crash all of them. You can't afford to let all of them hit the floor. And what you're going to have to do is just simply put a couple of plates down and say, I don't want to break them, but the truth is I can't spin all of them right now. And that's what the Jazz are running into. You can't stay competitive, play Jaren Jackson Jr. 25 minutes, play Lauri Markkanen 25 minutes, develop Ace Bailey like you saw in the fourth quarter last night, where I thought he was brilliant, 4 of 5 shooting, 8 points. Had 8 points, that is, did Kyle Filipowski and Bryce Sensabaugh. They won that game for the Jazz over the final 12 minutes. And also then think you're going to lose. You can't lose. You're not losing in that spot. And the Jazz are going to ultimately value losing, in my opinion, over all those other plates that are spinning. And unfortunately, you have several other teams that are right on your heels. Memphis Grizzlies last night were up 113-103. They are near the Jazz in the standings, a couple of wins ahead of them, and the Jazz can't afford to pass Memphis now. And because Memphis just traded everybody off their roster, Jaw's not playing right now. They traded Desmond Bane before the season started. Jaren Jackson Jr. is no longer on the roster. He plays in Utah. They have no reason to win any games the rest of the season. They will win a couple. Every team does. Again, they almost just beat Golden State. But they were up 113-103 with 4 minutes to go, and they didn't score the rest of the game. They pulled the plug on the game. In fact, they pulled Taylor Hendricks out of the game because Taylor Hendricks was playing too well. He had 15 points and 10 rebounds. Tip of the cap to Taylor. He needed a lot of room to develop, and Memphis is going to give it to him, and they're going to benefit from it, and so will he. But they pulled a third-year player who's played fewer than 82 games in his career, I believe. I think he's still less than a full season, because they were worried they were going to win too many games. That's the level of emergency the Memphis Grizzlies are at with their tanking, and the Jazz are going to have to abide. The Jazz are going to have to react appropriately because Dallas is going to do the same thing. Milwaukee might do the same thing as well. And I don't know if the Jazz are going to be able to gain spots in the standings when it comes to the lottery. I don't know if the Jazz, who right now have the 6th worst record in the NBA, are going to end up with the 5th worst or the 4th worst. I think the teams behind them are going to make sure the Jazz don't catch them either. So what the Jazz really can't afford to do is leap teams in front of them. They can't win more games than Dallas. They can't win more games than Memphis. And you probably can't have that scenario while also spinning all those other plates, keeping Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor together. You're just going to have to figure out a way to avoid it. It's going to be awkward. It's going to be embarrassing. You're going to get a lot of heat on social media. Might get a call from the NBA. You might get a fine. But how much would you pay to get a top 8 lottery pick? Everything. You'd pay $1 million for that. If you have to take a $100,000 fine and then a $250,000 fine, truthfully, that's good business. It's ugly. Fans are going to complain, but they're going to be happy you're winning next year, and everyone's going to forget that this happened. But that is the situation the Jazz find themselves in, and they've probably been a little bit too greedy, I think, in the last couple of games, thinking they can do it all. You can't. They can't. Most teams can't.
And it's almost a sign that this tank is working, right? Like being the end of this rebuild, I guess. You have some really intriguing and good young talent on the back end of this roster. So inevitably you are going to get games like last night where, you know, Will Hardy, like you said, never thought about putting Lowry or Tripp back in, but you have those players that are good enough to accidentally win you games. And that's a good thing because it means that you have at least decent enough players, or you've got, you know, some of these other veterans that you just added in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade that are going to win you games. But that makes it hard. And that's, I guess, why the Jazz kind of built that cushion that they did before they made that trade, because they were already a few games ahead of Memphis in the tankathon order. But now it's going to be, I guess, a nail biter every single game, seeing what happens with some of these young guys.
It is. It's going to be a nail biter. There's going to be a lot of games that create a lot of angst for fans that are paying attention to the tank. And I tip my cap to the fans that aren't. I tip my cap to the fans who don't care about it and just want to win games and say, I don't care about another draft pick. It doesn't bother me at all. I would understand that sense a little bit more, that feeling a little bit more, if the Jazz still owed their pick next year. The fact that by holding on to it this year expunges all your debt and it's no longer anything you owe Oklahoma City, I do think there's added value into holding on to it. It's a particularly good draft. It makes too much sense to give it away. But where the Jazz are right now, sitting at 17 wins, Dallas is at 19, Memphis is at 20, Milwaukee's at 21. Those are the teams you're watching, I think, every night on the scoreboard. And, you know, there are a couple of teams behind you that have a chance to catch you. I will say that. Most notably the New Orleans Pelicans, who are sitting at 15 wins and, as we know, don't own their draft pick this year. New Orleans, who plays the Jazz 3 more times, could conceivably jump the Jazz. And if the Jazz are going to take a fine in any one of these games, it should be against New Orleans. If you're going to just say, sorry, NBA, I know you don't like it when we rest our players. I know you want us to play Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the road. It's not going to happen. We're not going to play them. You're going to see Oscar Tshiebwe. You're going to see Blake Hinson, a 2-way contract the Jazz just signed. Maybe sign a 10-day contract to come in and play point guard. So neither Isaiah Collier nor Keontae George has to be out there. You probably have to do it. And that might be the cushion you need. And again, it's going to be ugly. You probably have to eat a fine. But it's worth it. And you can't continue to juggle the plates. All right, when we come back, top 3 stories at KSLSports.com. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got these. Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre, half, and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a 2-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. If Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Hot foot it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
right, to achieve my
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on the impact both Cody Williams and Ace Bailey have had on the team's defense.
Miami has some guys who can really guard, and so we wanted to try to make sure we were clean with our spacing, and the group did a good job of that. But Cody and Ace both recognize that there are a lot of ways to contribute to winning, and it's not just about how many points you score.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Good show still coming up. We are going to talk some NBA basketball with Yaron Weitzman. He's got a book out about the Lakers, but we'll talk big picture NBA, including what is going on with Los Angeles, and is this the final 25 games of LeBron and Luka together with the Lakers? And then Cole Bagley will join us coming up at 11:30, giving us a breakdown on what we've seen so far in the Olympics and what to expect with Clayton Keller and the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team. But let's get to the top 3 stories at KSL Sports. It's all brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. You heard John this morning with DJ and PK. It's the perfect time for the holidays, for Valentine's Day. Go check out J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. You can go find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Where are we, number 1, Christian?
Number 1, BYU basketball riding a 4-game losing streak, trying to snap it tonight at Baylor.
I wouldn't even say low-key big game. This is just a huge game for BYU. They need to start finding ways to snap out of this skid they're in. And I don't think the skid is quite as dramatic as it may seem. Yes, 4 losses is not fun. That's not what they were expecting to be running into. I think at any point, 5 out of 6 is not up to par for the talent that they have on the roster. And I think the quality of coach Kevin Young is. I think he's a very high-level coach. But that is the truth of the Big 12. You know, you lose to Texas Tech, you lose to Arizona, you lose to Kansas, you lose to Houston. I think all of those make sense. It's when you drop a game to Oklahoma State in the middle that you didn't get a chance to stop the bleeding, and now it feels like, you know, the sky is falling. And that's certainly not what's happening. But you do need to stop the bleeding at some point, and you can't just wait until, Colorado's coming into Marriott Center in the next game. I guess we just have to get back home and win there. No, you got to get a good win. You got to get a victory that kind of changes the trajectory of the season and reinvigorates the roster and puts some confidence into the team that they can win difficult games. Baylor is not a top 15 team. They're not even a ranked team right now, but a good mid-level Big 12 team on the road is a difficult opponent, and getting a win should be a big confidence booster if BYU can do it.
This schedule is so tough for BYU. I mean, you look at 3 of those 4 games that they've lost, or 3 of their last 5 losses have been Arizona, Kansas, Houston, teams that are understandable losses, and you don't blame them at all. It's just unfortunate they come so close together. Oklahoma State is a bad loss, but like you're saying, you're not ready to hit the big red button, the panic button. But if you do lose to Baylor, that's when you start to say, okay, what the heck is going on? Because Oklahoma State and Baylor in, basically a calendar week, those are 2 losses the Cougs shouldn't be taking, regardless of what else is going on. Then you add in all those other losses, and it's like, all right, things could hit the fan pretty quickly.
And the human nature of it is you start to look down the schedule and you say, if you lose to Baylor, you get Colorado at home, but then it's Arizona on the road after that. And then it's Iowa State after that, and then it's a couple of down games, Central Florida, West Virginia, Cincinnati. Again, there's not really a down game in the Big 12. And then you close up with Texas Tech. You can't start looking at it that way. You can't start looking at the rest of the season. You just got to take it game by game, as cliche as that is, and that's why you've got to beat Baylor. And again, you lose to Houston by 11. It was close. BYU wasn't right there, but it was pretty close throughout the game. Oklahoma State, a bad loss, still right there. Kansas, 90-82. BYU was right there. Arizona, 86-83. BYU is definitely right there. It's like they're close. And when you have that much talent and you have a good coach, you need to break through. And we'll see if they can do it tonight. They're taking on Baylor on the road, ESPN2, 5 p.m. Big game. Certainly going to be a lot of eyeballs on this one. Number 2.
In case you missed it, the Jazz pick up a win in Miami last night.
We talked a lot about the impact on the standings and the Jazz looking at the lottery because that is going to become more pressing the deeper we get into the season. What we did not talk about, again, is how good Jaren Jackson Jr. has been, as you've been calling him Trip, short for Triple J, early in his run with the Jazz. Last night, another 22-point outing, another 5 rebounds, 3 assists. He had 2 steals. He was 7 of 19 from the floor, so not even a particularly good shooting night. 2 of 7 from 3, not particularly good. 6 of 7 from the free throw line. It is still interesting to watch how quickly he stepped on the floor, and I'm not going to say this is for sure what the roster is going to look like or the hierarchy, but he's just so clearly right now the best player on the Jazz. Immediately, he comes in and knows how to do things defensively that nobody else on the roster knows how to do. And you can hear him talking and pointing guys around and telling Lauri Markkanen, like, hey, I think you're in the wrong spot. I think you need to move over and guard this guy. It's so quickly changed everything the Jazz are doing on both ends of the floor. And then how much, he does things on the offensive side that the team has lacked as far as his, ease in scoring isolation buckets. He goes right up against Bam Adebayo, who is one of the 10 best defensive players in the NBA, one of the 20 best players in the NBA, and he just makes him look small. I mean, he just pushes him out of the way and gets to his 10-foot push shot, and it goes in, and you think, oh, well, that's a type of ease that the Jazz just have not seen in a very long time.
Which, number one, is good because it feels really nice to see an immediate return on your investments, right? It would feel a little weird to make that big trade, and then even though it's only been 2 games, it would feel really weird to just sit here and be like, okay, what did we trade for? And I think immediately right? But this brings me back to a conversation you and Jake had last week where talking about the situation in Memphis and like now coming to Utah, a stable organization with a good coach and no drama on the roster. Could there even be another level to his game that we haven't seen? Because he is a grown-up and he is a mature person and he knows what this is about. And his dad played in the NBA and his mom is having a very successful career with the WNBA. And he has his head on straight on his shoulders, right? So being in this environment in Utah, I do really wonder now with a stable organization, like what his ceiling could really be.
Outside of a couple of seasons, and let me go back and look at these early. Let me see if I can pull this up quickly. His early career in Memphis, he gets drafted in 2018. Let me look at these rosters. Who else is on this team? Because, again, they had been bad because they got the number 4 overall pick, which is where he was selected. Mike Conley was on the team, and it was still Mike Conley's team, but it was kind of expected that he was going to step up and kind of take over, but obviously he wasn't ready to do it year 1 or 2. They go a couple of seasons with that kind of being the game plan. They've got some other good veterans on the team at that point, including, Kyle Anderson when he was kind of beginning to enter his prime. Marc Gasol's on that roster and is very good. So it's not like Jaren's team, but the expectation is one day it will become Jaren's team. And he waits and he waits and he waits, and then all of a sudden John Morant kind of gets dropped like a bomb in the middle of the roster and is so explosive.
Was that intentional?
No, it wasn't. But kind of. And he is so overpowering. He's such a dominant force, both on the floor and off the floor, right? He's the most exciting player on the court in the NBA for probably 24 months. And then he's such a distraction off of it. Good or bad. His dad is around the program all the time. Ja is having his issues with guns and clubs and Instagram and whatever he can find himself getting in trouble with. And it never really becomes Jaren's team. And it's not really designed to be Jaren's team. In fact, Jaren's role ends up being, how do I create space for Ja, who's a non-shooter, whose entire game is about getting to the rim? It's a little bit like building a roster around Isaiah Collier, if Isaiah Collier was on steroids. Ja's a better player than Isaiah, but it's a very specialty roster. It's a very specialized roster to build around a guy who has those pronounced weaknesses that Ja has. So Jaren kind of falls into a very high-level supporting role, but a supporting role nonetheless. He has come in now to Utah, and through 2 games has been the best player on the floor. And Lowry was very good against Orlando. He had 27 points, don't get me wrong. But Jaren certainly seems like the force around which everything is rotating. He seems like the planet, and everything else is gravity around him. I am now curious if that's going to be the plan going forward, and what does that do for him? What does that unlock for him? What if now Lowry Markkanen is a complementary player for Jaren? What if Keontae is a complementary for Jaren? Which with itself comes more questions. What does that do for Keontae? What does that do for Lowry? Is Lowry worth $40 million or $45 million if he's just a floor spacer next to Jaren? The answer is probably yes. But maybe it's not. And if it's not, then what do you do? And those are questions down the line. But going back to your point and what Jake and I talked about last week, what if now not only is he revitalized emotionally as a 26-year-old going to a new location with a roster that and a community and a franchise that's going to fall in love with him, what if they actually put pieces around him designed to complement what he does?
Yeah, it's a big 3. There are some nights where he is going to be the focal point of the Jazz's offensive attack. There are going to be nights where Key is hot, so you let him take, 20, 25 shots. There are going to be other nights where Lowry's hot, and you feed him the ball and do what he's got to do. So that's the nice piece about, having all this talent. And ideally, this is going to be quite the offensive juggernaut for Will Hardy.
And one of the interesting things when you're building a basketball team that's very difficult and where it's different than football, different than baseball, et cetera, is that you have to find guys that fill their right position on the team. And I don't mean guard, forward, center. I mean, are you the best player on the team? And then are you the second best player on the team? And are you the third? And the hard part about drafting guys to find those spots is, do you know how long it's going to take for Ace to actually become a better player than Lowry Markkanen? Like, it's going to take 3 years at minimum. And whoever the Jazz draft this year, assuming they hold on to their pick, it's going to take 3 years at minimum. Okay, Lowry's contract is up by that point. You're actually not giving yourself a window for that to come to fruition. When you trade for a player, he steps in immediately, ready to go as a proven veteran, and he says, okay, now I'm the best player on the floor, and Lowry gets bumped down to what has probably always been his rightful spot, which is the second or third best player on a good team. He's probably not the number 1 player on a good team. And now Keontae doesn't have to be the second best player. He can be the third best player. Fitting those pieces in the right order unlocks everything, because now, as you're saying, sometimes it's my night. But Lowry used to have to do it 50 nights a year. What if he only has to do it 30? And what if Keontae, instead of having to do it 30, only has to do it 15? And then Ace Bailey has to do it 5. And once those pieces all start to fit in, if Jaren can be that player, that's when you start winning a lot of games. So that's what I'm watching for the Utah Jazz. They are back in action tomorrow against a very lousy Sacramento Kings team who has lost a franchise record 13 straight games. What's next?
Number 3, Team USA Hockey. The men's team was practicing yesterday. It sounds like Clayton Keller might be on the outside of the rotation through the first couple practices. Our very own Sam Farnsworth doing the dirty work in Milan. He got the opportunity to speak to Clayton Keller.
How's the jet lag, I guess? Is the adjustment a tough process? Or?
I think the first day is honestly pretty easy because you sleep a little bit on the flight, and then you're kind of so amped up to be here, and went through the whole experience. So I'm sure after this I'll be in bed pretty early tonight. Yeah.
And then how does it feel to get out there, on the ice with these guys finally? I know it's just the first of kind of building that cohesion, but to just get out there, have the USA on your chest.
Yeah, it's a super special feeling. I have so many things to be thankful for, to people that have sacrificed to get me here today. So it's a surreal feeling, and something that I don't take for granted.
What are some of the challenges of building that cohesion and chemistry in such a short amount of time to put together into a tournament?
Yeah, I think we're a really close group of guys. Like a lot of these guys I played with at the Worlds 6-7 years ago, and guys that obviously you play against in the league, and it's great to see them and share stories from back in the day, and it just feels like we're super close already from day one.
Elliot Friedman, who is kind of the big NHL, he's kind of the Shefty of the NHL, or the Sham Sharania of the NHL, did have a breakdown of what he had seen so far at USA practice, and there's depth charts, and it looked like Clayton Keller was, at this point, the odd man out. A lot of injuries, rosters aren't working, or some of these lines aren't working particularly well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Keller make a jump into that rotation. We will talk to Cole Bagley about that coming up here at 11:30 and what he expects to see from Team USA, plus what he's seen from the women already who've played a couple of games and have been dominant so far. Stick around. More Jake and Ben coming up next.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to AmericaFirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility, terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. BYU's at Baylor tonight, 5 o'clock. Listen on 102.7 FM. At Fresno State's at Utah State, the game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are back in action tomorrow when they host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here and introduce your company's brand to thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Celebrate the new year by treating yourself to the best meal you've ever had. Ruth's Chris, with award-winning service, sizzling steaks, and proteins. Signature wraps, salads, sides, and dessert. Make early Valentine's reservations today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Tuesday. It means it's time for a Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Christian, hit it.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Tuesday, Jazz Ticket Tuesday, caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. Wins a pair of tickets to see the Utah Jazz take on the Portland Trail Blazers this Thursday, February 12th at Delta Center, 7 p.m., the last game before the All-Star break. I wonder if it's going to be the last time we see this Jazz roster in full. Maybe no Keontae George, but we will see how much after the All-Star break this team is together. Remember, they do not have to play players at home for the player participation policy. So good chance to go see them before it gets too late in the season. 801-575-ZONE, be the 12th caller through. Also want to remind you about our Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring those who impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contests. You can listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. A quick little bit of NBA news. Steph Curry is out of the All-Star game this weekend. He's been dealing with a knee injury. And yesterday, Steve Kerr announced that he was not going to be playing in these final two games before the break or in the All-Star game. And some had thought maybe Lauri Markkanen would get a chance to step in and get that replacement, that injury replacement. Brandon Ingram has been named the All-Star replacement for Steph Curry by Adam Silver, the NBA's commissioner. I do not think the Jazz are going to have any representation in the All-Star game outside of two players playing in the Rising Stars Challenge. Not any of the actual rookies on the Jazz, but a couple on the G League All-Star team. All right, last night, big win in Big 12 basketball. Arizona suffered its first loss, falling to Kansas. Again, I know some BYU fans were frustrated by BYU's loss to Kansas. A reminder of how good Kansas can be, because Kansas also did this without Darren Peterson, the projected number 1 overall pick in this year's draft. Weird late scratch from Darren Peterson, who said he was dealing with flu-like symptoms. He said he tried to go warm up and then decided he could not play, but apparently was not feeling this way earlier in the day. During their walkthrough, didn't seem to have any instances of flu or any hint that he would be missing the game. But according to ESPN, he said, I went into the training room. He's in there, and I said, or this is from Bill Self's perspective. He said, I went to the training room. He's in there, and I said, can you? And he said, Coach, I don't think I can. And so Self said, to be honest with you, I would probably rather him not play if he couldn't contribute, just because we would spend 20 minutes trying to get him shots or whatever. If he doesn't feel it, then I would much rather do it the way it happened. So he tried, but he just couldn't get there. This Darren Peterson stuff is weird. Whether it's ankle, cramps, flu-like symptoms, he's not out there. He's not pushing through whatever it is to get out there. And look, cramps are debilitating. The flu is bad if you're dealing with the flu and you're vomiting. Your ankle, whatever it is, I get. Those are all very serious. when you're making the type of money these college players are now, and winning just does not matter that much to some of these guys. And I'm not trying to say Darren Peterson doesn't care about winning, but his number one overall goal right now is to get to the NBA, and it should be his number one overall goal to get to the NBA and be the top pick. If he doesn't care, he doesn't need to play. And that's going to be a hard part about college basketball that we're going to see going forward, especially for some of these top recruits.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. You talked to Kevin Sweeney yesterday, a college basketball writer, and you asked him, are NBA teams starting to be kind of wary of this? Because it is a pattern. And he didn't seem like NBA teams care, or at least they don't care right now, right, is what basically Kevin was saying. So that does kind of signal like, maybe they kind of realize what you're hinting at is, Darren could just say, no matter what, I'm going to be the number one overall pick, so I don't have to be out there grinding every single night throughout the regular season, and I'll show up for the tournament, and I'll do good things in March. But until then, I can kind of just do whatever I want. So I don't know. If these were quote-unquote real injuries, I suspect that teams would start to be scared off by that, but it doesn't sound like that's the case.
If the draft were today, he'd be the number one overall pick. I firmly believe that. I think he's been better on the floor than any of the other super freshmen, including Michael Brown last night, who had 45. I mean, they've had 5 freshmen that have 40-point games this year, including A.J. DeBonsa. But I wonder if he knows that he's going to be the number one overall pick, and now at this point he says, the only thing I can do is hurt that or hurt myself, and there's really no reason to go out there and drive around this Ferrari of a vehicle that I am personally and risk wrecking it when I know I've done enough to be the number one overall pick. And again, college basketball is going to be worse for this. The leading headline at ESPN being Darren Peterson lists Kansas beats Arizona, and this being the takeaway, not that Kansas just had a great win over the previously unbeaten Arizona team in a great Big 12 matchup. It's that it's about Darren Peterson not playing. And that's a flaw. And it's because this is all about the NBA. It's because college basketball as a product has really diminished in the last 2 decades. But I hate this. And you know what I want to do is tip my cap to A.J. DeBonsa, who does go out there and play, who does seem very bought into what BYU is doing.
He plays hard.
He plays hard. I worried about this exact situation, which is what happens if BYU doesn't look like a contender and he decides, okay, my next stop is the NBA. I'm going to be a top 2 pick, top 3 pick at worst. That's all I'm focused on. I'm going to miss games if I want to miss games because the most important thing is I stay healthy. Credit him that even when things have gotten bad at BYU, he seems to be playing better and better and better, including his last game where he was the best player on the floor, even though BYU lost. So credit A.J. DeBonsa for that. I think that's always been a very bright green flag for him.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we've seen this with the potential number one overall pick, right? We saw it with Zion when he got hurt. We saw it with Cooper Flagg even, and there were questions with those guys. I mean, Zion, at this point now, he wasn't even making close to what Darren Peterson is.
No, he's getting paid under the table.
Right? So it's like there are always going to be the question of should the number one overall pick risk injury or should they shut it down or whatever. But you're right. It's sickening to a point when now you know, or at least have somewhat of an idea of what these kids are making to go out and do this. And it's crazy, man. And it's always going to be a question.
And, I remember the NBA draft combine. Kyle Kuzma had to go to the combine and actually play in the games. He had not locked up that he was going to be a first-round pick. So he goes to the combine. He plays exceptionally well. I think, if I remember correctly, it's the first half of the first game. He played so well. He was the best player on the court. He and his agent shut it down. They said, look, you clearly belong. We don't need to go out there and have a bad second half, much less a bad second game. So you're going to be off the floor and you're not going to play anymore. And he did end up getting drafted number 1 overall. You do have to start to wonder if Darren Peterson's taking that same approach. Like, I've showed enough. This is just an audition for my next job. This is not the job I want. Anyways, going to be worth watching with Kansas, but a very difficult team to play with or without Darren Peterson. Coming up next, we are going to talk big picture NBA. We're going to be joined by Yaron Weitzman, who covers the league. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're like me and have a loose, to put it lightly, understanding of the complicated financial world, you need to listen up, because if you are like me, you need a team of very smart people who've been there, done that, have experience on your side to help you best make decisions for the financial well-being in the short and long term of you and, of course, your family. Do you want to retire? When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? Do you want to help your kids with college? Do you want to leave your kids something after you die? Well, Trajan can help you with all these decisions, big and small. Give them a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them, go through the process. I've done it. They're very nice, and they're very good at explaining it so that you will understand. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Kinetico uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. Softwaterutah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Ben Anderson rolling solo today. Let's welcome in our next guest. He covers the NBA as a league. He's also the author of Tanking to the Top and a Hollywood Ending the Dreams and Drama of the LeBron Lakers. It's Yaron Weitzman. What's going on, Yaron?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing terrific. I do want to talk some big picture NBA. We've been very focused on the Jazz here locally, obviously, and it's been an exciting week with the addition of Jaren Jackson Jr., but big picture in the NBA, I thought there was actually some interesting news that was right up your alley last night that maybe not everybody saw, but when asked after the Lakers fell to the Oklahoma City Thunder, kind of what they thought happened, LeBron said, well, you're comparing us to a championship team. He says, and we're clearly not a championship team. And I do think that's kind of an interesting, not resignation from LeBron, but, you know, admittance that this Lakers team is not going to get to the top again with he and Luka, and clearly the Lakers are going to move towards Luka. That's the right decision at this point. But how do you think that changes the next 25, 30 games for the Lakers and then the playoffs?
I mean, how it changes, I don't know. Like, they're going to keep trying to win games. You know, most teams, unlike half the NBA, which I guess we'll talk about at some point, but they'll keep trying to win games. I did find it pretty interesting, hilarious, and just I think LeBron enjoys sort of tweaking the front office a little bit. And he's aware, and I think I've talked about this when the book came out. Like, he's very aware. He has no problem with the idea of Luka being the guy. Like, LeBron is pretty self-aware, at least in terms of that stuff, and he knows that Luka's better than him now. I do think it probably frustrates him a little bit that the Lakers haven't gone all in to try to maximize his final year. And the stuff with LeBron, I always think, and I feel guilty of this too, like when we talk about him and sort of, you know, last year out of a has-been and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, all true. He's also still really good. So, yeah, he's not a top 5 player, but he's a top 25 player. And the Lakers have knowingly basically punted before the Luka trade. They punted 2 years of his prime, of his final years, I should say. And that was strange. I think LeBron's still annoyed about this. I do think it's sort of this Cold War that's been taking place between LeBron and the front office. And last night, those comments were just sort of one last, barb from him.
Yeah, I guess, is that what you said, one last? Do you think that's going to be the last, or do you think this is going to be the theme? I mean, again, there's what does he have to lose? They didn't trade him. He's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the summer. It seems like this marriage is about to end, and I don't think his career is going to end. And LeBron holds the biggest stake in the NBA. I mean, he is still the biggest power broker.
No, it's a good point, and it's the last one. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good question, and I do think he's sort of enjoying this aspect of being the candid old man a little bit, right? And I can say whatever I want, partly because of his stature, partly because he's 41. And like, why can't he admit what we all see is that the Lakers are not as good as the Thunder and not a legitimate championship contender as constructed? I also think that's part of it, right? Like, two things can be true. It's not LeBron saying that they're not going to try. It's just in being honest about where the season will likely end. And I kind of respect that.
Is there going to be a happy ending here? I mean, they're not going to win a title, but is the ending of the LeBron run in LA going to be comfortable? Is it going to be smooth? Is it going to be, a mutual departure?
It's a great question. What I will tell you is nobody knows. I mean, I'm sure somebody knows. You know what I mean? Like LeBron and whoever else knows. But people removed from that don't know. And Rich Paul, if he knows, doesn't talk about it with anybody. Like, if people aren't aware, it sort of seems like we're heading for a ending here, and the Lakers have been seemingly waiting for him to say, I'm done. I'm done for a while. I always joke, Rob Pelinka in his preseason press conference was asked about LeBron, and his quote was, we'd love to see LeBron finish his story here. And I always add, what he left out was, and we hope that story ends right now, right? Like, they're kind of done with it. The question becomes where are we going? And that's where it gets a little weird. Everyone knows teams, Cleveland, Lakers, that's probably it, honestly. Maybe Golden State, maybe. Like, that would be one if you want to do it. You can kind of see it. Other than that, though, it's hard to figure out where you go. And so the question to me becomes, like, does LeBron decide, you know what, I'll play on the mid-level or minimum, and I don't want to move my family if I'm not ready to retire yet. But the other aspect of this is the Lakers have new ownership, and none of us know how they plan on handling this situation or how they would handle this situation. So that's the other curveball here that I'm kind of unsure about.
All right, Yaron, you wrote a book called Tanking to the Top. It was about the Philadelphia 76ers and the quote-unquote process. But it's only grown worse in the NBA. Now, maybe not to the level that an individual team is doing what the 76ers did, but more teams are dabbling, and to the point where, honestly, there might be 14 teams, 12 teams in the NBA over these final 25 games of the season that are actively not all that interested in winning games. How serious do you think the NBA is about fixing this? How big of a problem do you think this actually is?
I think it's a huge problem, and I would say push back politely the idea that no teams are doing it as aggressively as the Sixers. Like, I was talking about it to somebody today. I don't know. We use the Jazz, for example. We've seen front offices tank. I don't know if we've seen coaching staff and star players on board to the extent that we're seeing this now, right? Like, where you have Will Hardy last night saying he wasn't going to put guys in. Like, that's new. The Nets, look at the Nets as an example, right? The Nets tank, but they sort of have to, Jordy Fernandez proof their roster to the idea that, like, he's going to try to win every game, so they have to give him a G League roster. Or someone like Lauri Markkanen seemingly willing to punt 3 years of his prime for some hope of a better future. So I think it's a huge problem, and it's starting off earlier now than we've ever seen. Like, we haven't even reached the All-Star break, and you can't find – if you can find one game every night featuring two teams trying to win, that feels like a win, right? So it's a huge problem. I think we're going to hear Adam Silver does a press conference at the All-Star weekend always. I think this is going to be a huge subject, and I think he's going to be hammered on it pretty aggressively. And I do think it's something the NBA needs to address.
Is it fixable?
It's a great question. So the sport, basketball by the nature of the sport, is it lends itself to tanking. There's no other equivalent of where one player can have such an impact on the team. It's almost like, I guess quarterback would be the greatest comparison we could think of, but they play half the game, and it's 11-on-11. So it's fixable. I don't know if you'll ever fix it completely. I always feel like, it's a bit of a cop-out, but I always say, it's not my job to fix it. Like, they have people in the league office whose jobs these are to literally think of ideas and ways around this. I don't think you'll ever completely get rid of it, but there are things you can do. A good example is this, right? One of the fixes, not for tanking, but one of the measures the league put in recently to help address the lack of players suiting up was this idea that, like, for national championship games, right, the player participation policy, right? So if a team is on national TV and a star doesn't play, they get fined. So we've seen this happen with Cleveland and other teams. If you think about it, though, that does nothing to address tanking, because teams like the Jazz and Wizards, the Bulls, whatever, these teams are not on national TV, right? The Nets. So you're absolving them from that policy. And basically, it becomes more hypocritical because you're punishing the teams who are trying to win, who rest a guy, as opposed to and ignoring what's going on in the bottom third or now half of the league. So is it fixable? Like, not completely, but I think there's a vast middle ground that we've gone too far to one extreme.
I have tanking exhaustion 360 degrees. I mean, it's tired of watching the Jazz doing it. It's tired of trying to explain why. Because right now, the truth is the strategy and the rules of the NBA reward it. So what am I getting mad at the Jazz for? They're doing what the league says they should be doing. I mean, like you said, you get the one player, it changes everything. So why would they not do that? On a big picture, You zoom out far enough, it is the right move towards winning, even if it means taking some losses here. So I'm a little exhausted talking about it and how to fix it, et cetera. So what do those other 14 teams do over these final 25 games of the season, or 16 teams that are trying to make the playoffs? What is the biggest storyline, you think, after the All-Star break in the NBA outside of tanking?
I mean, there's a couple. The Knicks, just there's a lot of pressure there. They fired Thibodeau. It basically means like championship or bust, which is a hard bar to clear. And they have a lot of high-priced veterans, and they have an owner who is famously reactionary. So you talk about a big market team with lots of pressure. That's one certainly that I'd be paying attention to. I'm also Tatum, whether he comes back and what the impact would be on the Celtics. That's another big one for me. I'm also curious to see I think the Western Conference playoff battles can be really fun if we have those teams healthy. Like, I think we can get a really, really awesome second round of playoffs and on. If you have teams like the Thunder and Spurs and Nuggets and Rockets and Lakers and all these other teams sort of battling it out. So to me, those are some of the major ones for sure. And then obviously we have to all wait, and then we'll be on Giannis watch. And again, was it 3 months from now, 4 months now? We'll start all over again.
Yeah, speaking of exhausting stories. Yeah, can't wait for that one.
Exactly.
The East, we focus on the West, and the East is a little bit of a running joke, hence the Jazz beating the Miami Heat, who are going to easily make the playoffs, and the Jazz are trying to lose a game, and the Heat can't get a victory. And the same could be said of Orlando, and the Jazz have beaten Cleveland already, and they've beaten Boston already this year. Like, it's not a banner year for the Eastern Conference. With that said, you look forward, and there might not be a more fun story right now in the NBA than the Charlotte Hornets, minus the brawl they got into last night. Yeah. We might be steamrolling towards a James Harden-led Cleveland Cavaliers team facing off against Daryl Morey and the Philadelphia 76ers in the first round. Like, that's going to be an awesome series. Jason Tatum is apparently back with the Celtics G League team. The Pistons are one of the most fun teams in the NBA. The Eastern Conference actually might kind of have a cool playoff series this year.
No, I should have built it. I completely agree. I think in general, I think the playoffs are going to be a lot of fun. I think the NBA cannot wait for the playoffs to start, right? So you can focus on the product. And that, again, not to go back to tanking, but kind of relates to it. That one, like there are some really interesting, fun storylines happening in the league now. A lot of young players in the rise who we're going to see if they have their playoff moments, whether it's Victor or Kate Cunningham, guys like that. The Hornets are a ton of fun. I was excited to put that Pistons-Hornets game on last night. I live in New York at 7 o'clock. Like, I joke to the 7 o'clock tip-off, I guess 5 o'clock your time, right? That's in a bit usually. It's usually Hornets, Wizards, Heat, who am I forgetting? All these junky Eastern Conference teams, right? And
a lot of Brooklyn games.
Yeah, Brooklyn. Yeah, so to have a Hornets game at 7, and I was genuinely excited. And then you put it on and you saw the excitement. I don't know if anyone watched it, but if you watched the first half, I mean, even into the brawl, clearly, the excitement that fans had for that game, that was matched by the players very clearly. Everyone was into that, and it was a ton of fun. So I do think the playoffs are going to be a blast. I certainly agree, and I think it's going to be a cool, or we have, I don't want to say changing the guard, but either we're having a budding dynasty with a Thunder, or we're going to have somebody new emerge, and I think that's a lot of fun when we see that happen.
It does feel like the West, a lot of the focus right now is on 3 teams, obviously the reigning champion Thunder. The Spurs have seemingly had their number this season, some of them without Shea. One of them, the NBA is actually looking at the Thunder to see if they were not tanking, but resting too many guys in a big game. They're being investigated today. And then, of course, the Nuggets, who have been revolutionary minus last night's loss and still seem very competitive. Let me ask, is there a team outside of those 3 that you think could upset the apple cart and could actually come out of the West?
Come out of the West? I mean, Houston's offense has looked like garbage recently. I don't buy it. I think in the playoffs that's going to be hard. Their entire offense seems to be either Kevin Durant hit a contested jumper or Steven Adams go get the offensive rebounds. And Steven Adams is out now, so that's a problem. Minnesota, I don't see it. I know some other people I think other people are higher than me. To me, I just don't see the talent is there, and they're a little funky, and not having a point guard is not great. Anthony Edwards, though, is one of these guys who, he can be the best player in a 7-game series, no matter who they're playing, right? That's in the cards. So that's a possibility. But to me, it's one of the other 3 those would be one of those 3. I'd be stunned if one of those 3 doesn't emerge and represent the West in the finals.
You can find him on Twitter at Yaron Weitzman. You can read his books, Tanking to the Top, about the Philadelphia 76ers, and A Hollywood Ending, the dreams and drama of the LeBron Lakers. Yaron, great stuff. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having me.
There he is, Yaron Weitzman. You can also find him online, yaronweitzman.com. Good stuff there. Interesting run here. Again, the tanking's a major issue. The Jazz are going to suffer through it for the next 30 games. They are going to get out of this mess, and then the NBA is going to seriously try to address it, and I think it's going to be another part of Danny Ainge's legacy. As much as I don't blame Danny Ainge for what the Jazz are doing, I do think the NBA, for some reason, is going to blame Danny for tanking and making aggressive steps. At least the narrative is going to be that this was a Danny-led thing, and the Jazz are going to quickly skate out of the tanking racing right as the league starts to be more aggressive about enforcing some of their policies. Hey, coming up on Thursday, you can join JJ and Alex at the RV show from 3 to 6 at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. It's your opportunity to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams, but they have way more than just RVs, camping equipment. Maybe you want to rough it. Maybe you just like your traditional tent. They have things for you as well. Go check out the RV show this Thursday, 3 to 6 at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. Cole Bagley joins us in studio. Coming up next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joe Mullinax, who does the Locked On Grizzlies podcast.
When Jaren has been at his best in his career, he has been able to play next to true centers. You have Walker Kessler, who can be that guy like Zach Edey was, and like Jonas Valanciunas, and like Steven Adams was. Jaren thrives where he's able to be a more perimeter-based big. He's one of the best isolation scorers in the entire NBA. He hits the three at a pretty solid clip. The rebounding thing, if you want your 6'11", 245-pound guy to rebound, that's going to make you mad. If you have a front court that could potentially be the biggest front court in the NBA next season, I don't know how much that matters, and that might be part of the Jazz's logic. They're interested in Jaren, the player, for what he is, not what he isn't.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Lowry Markkinen on Bryce Sensabaugh's game-winning 3 last night.
Yeah, something in that Florida playing here, like last year too. Like I guess he likes to play here, but he's a tough shot maker, and just having that scorer's mentality down the stretch and brought us home tonight.
Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Health and University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G tomorrow. The Minky Couture store in Layton from noon to 3. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Go join Scotty at Minky Couture. You can also use the promo code ZONE50 in store. Get 50% off and online, minkycouture.com. It is Tuesday at 11:30. That means we love to talk to one of our favorite guests. Lucky to have Mr. Cole Bagley in studio as we talk Olympics and NHL and the U.S. men's and women's hockey team. What's going on, Cole?
Yeah, it's a great time for hockey. I'm supposed to be on a break, but not
there's
really.
No such thing. No, you're a sports writer. No such thing. I don't know what to tell you.
Christian, was that Wooly Bully coming out of break?
Yeah.
Did you do that on purpose?
Uh-huh.
That's a good touch.
Yeah, that's my job.
Christian knows what he's doing. All right, well, let's talk big picture Mammoth before we get into the Olympics, if that's all right.
Sure.
Nice close to the first half of the season before this Olympic break. Kind of came off the rails. The Carolina loss was really painful. I thought bouncing back and getting their last 2 victories here at home was maybe the best sign of growth we've seen from this team in the 2 years where they ride these waves high and low way too dramatically. So to have maybe their biggest piece of adversity that they faced, like closing that road trip so poorly, to bounce back and win 2 games, I thought was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a game that in their inaugural season they completely come off the rails, right? They lose in that fashion. It stings for far too long, and they fail then to, win a get-right game against Vancouver and then probably lose to Detroit. But instead, they like you said, I think the maturity that we're seeing is that they're allowing those types of games to become battle scars and sting just enough to the point where, yeah, they know that they messed up. They understand that cannot happen again, and then they correct themselves. They immediately correct themselves and get back on track. That's what playoff teams do, not only in the NHL, but in the NBA and every league, right? Like, you have a bad loss, you immediately have to rebound and come back stronger, and that's what they did. They took advantage of the worst team in the National Hockey League, not just won by like a goal or two. Like, they let the Canucks have it. I think they won 6-2 in that game, and then to come in against Detroit and sweep Detroit. They beat them in Detroit, and then they beat them here at Delta Center in really impressive fashion. And the biggest difference that I've noticed that allows the Mammoth to really get themselves right is coming out of the gate with energy. When they have a really good and strong first period, they win most of those games. I think they're 13-4-1 when leading after the first period. So, and that's not rocket science. That's not like, oh wow, that's something unique to this. No, everybody. Usually, if you're leading in the first period, you're going to end up likely winning the hockey game. But for Utah, it's taken a lot of maturity to get to that point.
First 42 games of the season, Mikhail Sergachev was -11. His last 15 games, he's +12. I mean, that's a 23 goal difference or point difference with him on the floor, or on the ice, I should say. Between the first 42 and the last 15, it does feel like you're feeling him finally, where he seemed like a pretty big negative after being one of the best players on the team last year.
Yeah, him and Dursey were struggling for a while. Like, they were one of the worst defensive pairings in the National Hockey League in terms of plus-minus. And, I had inquired about this, kind of asking some people, hey, what's going on with 98? And not that they made excuses for it, but they kind of looked at it in terms of, all right, this guy, since day one, since he put on a Utah sweater, has led us in minutes, playing a ridiculous amount, 25, 26, sometimes 27 minutes a game. That's almost half the hockey game, and that's not usually normal. I mean, your top guys are usually skating 23, 24, maybe 25. So to be pushing 30, that's a pretty heavy amount of minutes to have to bear. And then he still had a number of goals, a number of assists and points, and so he was contributing. But kind of what they pointed out to me was, look, this guy has carried so much for us. He's been the defensive anchor, and so we can't really, not that they're looking the other way, but they really couldn't blame him for maybe not necessarily playing tired, but not necessarily having the best numbers.
Yeah.
And he's turned it around, and I think the biggest thing for him is he's playing with passion again. And I think for Sergachev, the fact that this team is playing so well, the fact that I think they've won 12 or 13 of their last 16 games, that's a big deal. He likes to win. And I think when the team is playing well, when they're winning games, that's when you're going to see Sergachev at his best. Not that he's not going to contribute when the team is losing, but he has grown up in the NHL on a team that the standard was winning.
Right.
And not just winning regular season games, but he won several cups. The Tampa Bay Lightning are always dark horse contenders at a minimum, and for 4 or 5 years they were not necessarily favorites every year, but a team that could win it. So yeah, it's been a big turnaround, and I think a lot of it has to do with the vibes are good right now. They're winning hockey games, and everybody, from the forwards to the defensemen to the goaltenders, everybody has confidence and is playing well.
I am familiar with plus-minus in the NBA. We were just talking about it with Sergachev and the flaws of it. For a while you looked at the plus-minus. It was like, well, Mike Conley leads the NBA. It's like, well, he's on the floor with Rudy Gobert the whole time. Rudy Gobert is low-key one of the best players in the league. Right. Like, the Jazz were really dominant with Rudy out there. When it comes to the NHL, you look and the top 10, it's basically exclusively players from Colorado or Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, John Marino's sitting there at number 3. And like, if you were to ask even like pretty well-respected or like in-the-know Mammoth fans to name 10 players, like I don't know if John Marino makes the list.
Probably not.
So What's the deal? Well, and how much do you buy into plus minus? How much do you think when you're looking at a player's quality, how much do you buy into that?
Yeah, it's another kind of misleading stat a little bit, and not in the same manner as it is in the NBA, but in a little bit of a different manner because, your best players a lot of the times are going to be stacked against the other best players in the NHL, right? And when you're playing teams that can just light it up, especially for a team like Utah who plays in the Central Division against the 3 best teams in the NHL, and you're facing them more than everybody else, those numbers are going to be a little bit skewed. But, I had an opportunity to sit down with John this last week before they went on break to sit down with Schmidt, his line partner. And
because he's like top 15. Nate Schmidt's right up there as well.
Those two just quietly kind of go about their business. They're just so solid. They play a very simple game. They don't try to do anything crazy, and they're very opportunistic in their approach. So Utah likes to play a scheme where the defensemen pinch, and we've seen that quite a few times, right? Like, a puck will get played into the zone, and a defenseman will have or the defenseman will bring it into the zone. They'll have an opportunity to pinch up high, and a forward is supposed to drop back. Sometimes that has cost Utah. We've seen it with Sean Dursley. We've seen it with Sergachev. We've seen it with a handful of other defensemen. It has not cost John Marino or Nate Schmidt because they only do it when it is going to be the most effective. And a lot of times they've ended up scoring. Marino had an assist. I think it was against it was either Vancouver or Detroit where he pinched. He carried the puck into the slot, and he waited for Nick Schmaltz on the back door and just threaded one of the most beautiful passes I've seen this season right to Schmaltz. So, Marino is just he just plays a simple game, and he's not loud. He's got kind of he's got a pretty quiet personality. He just plays his game. And it's funny because on the other end, Nate Schmidt is one of the loudest people I've ever met, but in a good way.
Yeah.
He is, I think a PR team's dream. Like he is going to pump everybody's tires and make everybody laugh. But they're smart defensemen. And that's one of the things that Coach Torney talked to me about is that, John has just a really, really high hockey IQ. And for a defenseman, that's significant. Because it helps them to be even more effective, not only defensively, but offensively as well. All
right, last dorky stat number, and then we'll talk kind of some big picture stuff. But you look at the wild card race right now, and you look at goal differential. It's pretty stark. It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
While, the Mammoth are playing very well, 7-3-0 in their last 10, and the Anaheim Ducks are right behind them, 8-2-0. The goal differential on the season, the Mammoth are plus 26.
It's crazy.
Now, that's crazy because everybody else behind them, who's not currently in the top 6, meaning the top 3 of the Central or top 3 of the Pacific Division, everybody not just has a negative goal differential, but a 10 or larger negative goal differential. So for the Mammoth to be plus 26, what does that tell you? Are they just blowing out teams when they win? Are they actually way better than Anaheim and the Kings and Nashville? Or is there something else strange going on?
Yeah, another kind of conversation that I had with some of the front office people about 5-6 weeks ago is I asked them about that. And they're like, look, we're confident in our ability to start, not necessarily turn things around, but to start trending towards a playoff push and a playoff spot because so many of the underlying numbers, like goal differential, are in the green. But I think that the reason that they haven't done better is a lot of their losses have been 1-goal losses. And then in a lot of other situations, they've beaten a lot of teams by several goals. So when they're winning, it's not just by 1 or 2, it's by several. And then when they're losing, so many games for Utah have been decided by 1 goal or maybe 2 if an empty netter ends up going in. But this is a team, and I know that we've talked about a lot of growth, a lot of maturity. But I think they finally figured out their depth issue.
Yeah.
They're getting incredible scoring from the top line. Nick Schmaltz is having the best season of his career. Keller is playing incredibly well. Lawson Krause is having the second or third best season of his career. Yeah. And then, you go down from there and you're getting
Carcone.
Yes.
Way to go, Karks.
Yeah, you're getting
Way to get back in the game.
You're getting Kyle Yamamoto has been phenomenal over the last, couple of weeks. And the significant thing, they're only gonna get better after the Olympics. You got Logan Cooley coming back. You got Alexander Kerfoot coming back. And they've got the opportunity to, if they want, make some trades that lift their team. So, there's a lot of underlying numbers in the green, and I think that's why we've started to see this team figure it out, win as many games as they have, and push really, really hard.
Well, clearly, we cover we cover different teams, but they're owned by the same person, and that person is willing to be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ryan will greenlight things for his teams if he thinks he trusts his front offices, but if they say it's time to go, they will go, and Jazz make a huge trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. Do you think there will be motivation to make trades, or do you think this team's playing well enough that they will ride it through the rest of the season?
Bill's mindset around trades, as long as he's been in charge, is they're always looking.
Mm-hmm.
They're never really sitting back going, "Nope, we're good," or "Nope, we shouldn't." It's more of, all right, let's stick our nose in there and let's see who's available. So I do think that they will be looking around, and Utah is now getting to the point in their rebuild, kind of like what we just saw with the Jazz, right? You have so many assets, you can't use all of them. And so you have to make those assets work for you in a way that's going to make your team better. That's not always, looking to the draft. That's, they coupled a bunch of picks and some young players, and they got, Triple J, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's coming in. Utah now has the opportunity to start doing that a little bit more. They did that when they acquired Mikhail Sergachev.
Mm-hmm.
They did that a little bit when they acquired JJ Peterka. But yeah, there's an opportunity if the right player is available. Now, one thing to remember, though, is Utah is not necessarily looking for a rental type player.
Right.
They're not looking for a guy that's on an expiring contract or maybe has a year after this left.
They want foundational pieces.
Exactly. They want guys that are going to help them long term. Now that, in my mind, that's why they made the Peterka deal, right? A 23-year-old who can come in and really grow with their young guys. Sergachev, similar thing. A guy that's starting to kind of come into the prime of his career, but he's not too old. He was 26 when they acquired him. So I think that's why. I mean, there were reports that Utah was interested in Panarin, the 34-year-old who just got traded to L.A. But I think the important thing for Utah is they don't want to get attached to guys who are either rentals or who don't really match the timeline. Now, that doesn't mean that things can't change. And I wouldn't be shocked if, maybe Utah jumps into the Nazem Kadri stakes with Calgary. But, yeah, it has to make sense, and it has to match what they're trying to accomplish. So we'll see what gets done. But, yes, I do expect for them to maybe start looking and see if they can't make a deal. And if not, it's fine. They're playing really good hockey.
Both teams satisfied with the Josh Doan Peterka trade?
Oh, yeah.
Doan's playing out of his mind.
He is.
He's playing awesome.
I know.
He's kind of like a legend with the team. I mean, because of who his dad is. He's he's turned into a really good player.
I think that was a pretty even trade. And a lot of Buffalo fans will be like, well, we even got Michael Kessering. I'm like, he's just not that good of a player.
Does he have a point this year? I don't know if he does.
He's like, his ceiling is like a second pairing at best.
Yeah.
He's just okay.
Yeah.
But Doan.
Nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Like Kessler.
What's funny? He's the only player on the inaugural team that blocked me on social media. I don't know why.
Well, that happens too. Yeah.
But
maybe he wasn't that nice of a guy. Yeah.
He was always cordial.
Yeah, he's nice.
And I pumped his tires a lot. Anyways, Josh Doan, I'm not surprised that this happened. An expanded role, a team that was grasping at straws, trying to find somebody to step up. Doan is traded from the team that drafted him. The legacy had kind of removed itself because, they weren't in Arizona anymore. They were in Utah. But yeah, it's been pretty even. Josh has proved that, he just got a big contract.
Right.
He's proved that he can be a guy for that team. And I think it's great for them because they've got two young, really, really good players in Tage Thompson and Josh Doan that can potentially lead them into the playoffs this year. And yeah, we'll see. But I think he's got a big chip on his shoulder. I think he looked at that, and a lot of people said, man, this is a home run for Utah. What is Buffalo doing? And I think he internalized that and went, I'll show you guys.
Yeah.
And Peterka's been good. He hasn't been great. He's been good.
And, we'll see. Team's got to get to the playoffs before we probably start judging these teams too harshly. All right, let's talk Olympic hockey quickly. It does look like, at least in these early practices, we saw Friedman report that maybe Clayton Keller's not going to be in the opening night rotation. But what does that mean, and what's the likelihood he could break in?
Yeah, it's we talked about this a week or two ago. This is not unexpected. And my assumption is that Keller was one of the last few guys selected, which is okay. Like, this is a really good USA team. This is probably the best American team to ever go to the Olympics with, the Kachucks and Eichel and Hughes brothers, Austin Matthews, like the list goes on and on of how good this team is. And so for Keller to even make the team is a huge accomplishment. But I think the brand and the style of hockey that the United States is looking to play is kind of that bully style, with the size that they have. But then as well, they can break you down. And the United States definitely has the best defensive grouping at the Olympics and the best goaltender trio at the Olympics. So for Keller, I think the thing that he needs to do is just take advantage of being around all this good talent. If they call upon his name, which I could see, maybe he plays one.
It's a pretty physical sport. Guys get hurt.
Yeah, it is.
Step up.
That's not his style, right?
Yeah.
He's more of a finesse type guy. He's very technically skilled, but he's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the smallest guys on the team, if not the smallest. So for him, just take advantage of being around this incredible talent. Enjoy being an Olympian. If they call on your number because they want to get you a game or two in the preliminary round, that wouldn't shock me. Or injuries happen all the time. So, we'll see how it turns out. And, there's a couple guys in that bottom six that I'm not crazy about.
Mm-hmm.
Like a guy like JT Miller. Maybe he doesn't perform well, and they go, you know what, we're going to give Keller a shot. So we'll see how it goes. But it's still very, very exciting for the Mammoth to not only have Keller, but, 4 total players at the Olympics.
Women have dominated the first 2 games.
They have. They've played really well.
Is there anyone going to give them a challenge? Are they going to run into stiffer competition?
Well, they're playing Canada today.
Okay.
That's 2 juggernauts.
Yeah.
Like if you haven't watched any of the women's Olympic hockey at this point, turn it on today.
Yeah.
I think it starts in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So watch that game.
They going to be selling Clayton Keller Team USA jerseys over at the team store?
No.
Can't do it or won't do it?
Nike controls the allotments.
Yeah. Fanatics.
And it's a Fanatics run team store. And what I've heard is they will not be selling any Olympic jerseys.
Huh. So you have to find those elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hot item.
Well, they've been sold out on Fanatics for a long time. Some other like Dick's Sporting Goods had some, but they're gone. I don't know. It's a tough item to try to get.
If there's money to be made, people will find a way to put it in front of you.
They will. Or DHgate.
Yeah, whatever. What do you want me to do, Christian? Jazz tickets. It is Tuesday. We want to make sure you get hooked up with Jazz tickets. Hit the sounder for me there.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the 3. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz Ticket Tuesday, caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE. Wins a pair of tickets to see the Jazz take on the Portland Trailblazers coming up on Thursday, the final home game before the All-Star break. It's Thursday, February 12th at Delta Center at 7 p.m. Cole's visit with us is brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Cole, thanks for coming in and geeking out on some hockey with me.
Yeah, anytime.
Cole Bagley, your Utah Mammoth insider at KSLSports.com. We'll wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially Canton George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA. Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. BYU's at Baylor tonight, 5 o'clock. Listen on 102.7 FM. At Fresno State's at Utah State. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are back in action tomorrow when they host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here and introduce your company's brand to thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You've heard me talk now for years about the Connecticut soft water system that we have in our home. As we head into the colder weather, if you're dealing with dry and itchy skin, do you notice your skin is cracking? It's uncomfortable and the lotion doesn't seem to give you the relief you need? Hard water may be a hidden contributor to that pain and discomfort of dry, itchy skin. I've got Monty here from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer and an expert in overcoming challenges with hard water here in Utah.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. When you shower in hard water, the minerals don't rinse away completely, forming a film on your skin, leaving you feeling tight, dry, and constantly itching.
So the hard water minerals are essentially leaving a sticky residue on my body and even in my hair?
Exactly. Connecticut removes the minerals before they touch your skin, leaving you feeling silky, smooth, and comfortable.
Do what I did and stop buying expensive lotions and start treating the source of the problem. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th to the 15th.
Hundreds of new RVs. Buy and save at the show. Register to win an Alaskan fishing trip with RW Fishing.
Come on in, the great outdoors is waiting.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tomorrow, Win Ticket Wednesday. Your chance to go check out Brian Regan at Delta Center. Saturday, February 14th, the Valentine's night date. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com or listen all day tomorrow for your chance to win tickets to Brian Regan at Delta Center coming up on Saturday. Also, I want to tell you about My Hearing Centers. Join Scotty today from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 7th East. Go see Scotty. Rolling solo today. We have our first very bizarre, well, not our first, that's a lie. Our first very strange Olympic moment. Coming courtesy, I can't find this guy's name. Norwegian biathlete. He won the bronze medal. Biathlete, skiing, shooting guns. Right? That's biathlete. I'm just going to read you from this story. It's been translated. So don't shoot the messenger. No pun intended. In the interview with NRK, that's the company, or the outlet, says he first started by thanking everyone who has helped him on the path to his first individual Olympic medal. And then, unprompted, he makes an admission. He says, this is a quote. There's someone I wanted to share it with who might not be watching today. 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the most beautiful and kindest person in the world. 3 months ago, I made my biggest mistake and cheated on her. And I told her about it a week ago. It's been the worst week of my life, he says tearfully in the interview. He said, I told her a week ago, and then it ended. Of course, I'm not ready to give up. I hope that committing social suicide might show how much I love her. I'm taking the consequences for what I've done. I regret it with all my heart, he says before continuing. Maybe I'm just stupid. I'm a member of the sorority, but I do stupid things. His name is Holm Laugreed. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Says he regretted it since the day he cheated, and then he realized that this woman is the love of his life, and he can't live his whole life keeping it a secret from her. The only way to the goal is to tell everything and put everything on the table and hope she can still love him. Romantic.
Shouldn't have cheated.
First of all, there's a really easy way to avoid all of this. You don't have to commit social suicide. You're about to hit the peak of your life, and she would have loved to have been there with you. You did...
So you're saying the mistake was telling her before he went to the Olympics? He should have waited till after?
I don't know how you handle that. I don't know what the best way to do it. Yeah, do you win the gold and then, or the bronze, and then say, actually, I've got some bad news? Or is it better to tell her before? I can't believe he could stay focused.
Maybe he would have won gold if it wasn't for this on the back of his mind.
Correct. Maybe what he should say is, I sacrificed a gold medal for you. That's how much I love you. Other than the cheating stuff. So anyways, shout out to the biathlete, Holm Laugreed. And his former love of his life girlfriend. 6 months, pretty quick to be saying the love of your life, though, no?
Yeah, that's like, you hear that, with like teenagers.
Especially like you fell in love with her and you cheated on her 3 months after you. So the timeline is he meets her 6 months ago. 3 months later, he cheats on her. 3 months after that, he wins the bronze medal and realizes he's made a mistake. I don't know, man. I've not ever had that. I've had some weird interviews in my life. That's not one of them. I don't know how to cover that. Shout out to Holm.
Yeah, what is the reporter? They're like, oh, man, I'm sorry. That sucks. You got this.
Now we got the gold medal winner coming up next. How's your love life? What's your girlfriend like? Well, Hans is coming up, or Hans and Scotty. Just Scotty, I guess now. Apologize. Hey, or Scotty's done that a few times already as well. Scotty, coming up next, live from My Hearing Centers. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Wednesday on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, Wednesday at 10.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new slide recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com. Or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, let's get it. Hands. How about that? That's another one we got to put in the old jar, huh? Yeah, there's a hands jar.
Just set
anytime
that money
we
aside,
mention
please.
it. What's that?
Just set that money aside for me.
I know. We'll have a big party here pretty soon. But yeah, we've got the hands jar. Every time we mention the name, we got to put $1 in the jar. Instead of the swear jar, we have the hands jar. But we have got a busy show. Brock Huard is going to join us from Seattle coming up here in just a moment. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. And also, Frank Schwab will join us from Yahoo Sports, and some guy named Patrick Kinahan will also join us coming up at 2:05. All right, there's so much to break down. We got so much to talk about. First off, recapping the Super Bowl as it finally is now in the rearview mirror. And again, Brock Huard will help us with that coming up here in just a moment. But it is a bittersweet moment, as we talked about yesterday. The NFL season's officially done. College football has been done for a minute. And now we just have to gear up and get ready for the long off season and watch baseball. And nobody wants that. Hey, you have your Mammoth. And as soon as the Olympics are over in the next 4.5 weeks, then we'll have some Mammoth hockey back. I'm just, the Olympics are something that I know that I should be into and I will watch. I just have a hard time really breaking down curling. And I'll sit there and I'll watch it and I'll have a great time and enjoy it. But when it comes around and trying to do something and really trying to get fired up about what's popping on TV and getting ready for another big curling event or another big figure skating event, I just have a hard time. I know. It's just not quite what you would hope it to be. Now, we'll have hockey, and ultimately, if we can get ourselves a United States versus Canada gold medal game, then everything's worth it. Absolutely everything is completely worth it. So that's what you're hoping for. I have a sneaking suspicion we'll probably see that, and if that does indeed go down, then, hey, I'm on. Let's go. But the problem I have with the Olympics is the Mammoth were cooking. Mammoth were playing such great hockey, and then they got to go on a break for 3.5 weeks. And, I'm ready to get them back on the ice here in Delta Center. Joining us now, one of our favorites, it is Brock Huard, joining us from a very happy Seattle. How you doing, Brock?
Oh, Scotty, too hotty. We are just spoiled. We are just spoiled in the Pacific Northwest. Let me just say that, all right? I'm like a trust fund baby that knows how good I have it, all right? The Mariners on the precipice of the World Series, the Seahawks lifting the Lombardi. Like, man, we got it good right now in the Pacific Northwest.
All right, so, yeah, you feel like you were born on second base when you do radio in Seattle right
more
now.
More like third base. Yeah, more like third.
Yeah.
Maybe halfway home. Yes.
What was your confidence level going into that Super Bowl? Because, frankly, I really felt like they were going to win that game and win it big.
Yeah, it was pretty high, honestly. Not as high as Salk. We were on Media Row last week, and anybody and everybody that came on was like, well, you're going to get blasted. Like, they're going to blow them out. It's going to not even be close. Like, this is stupid. Like, why do you even think it's going to be a game? Like, you're not near, like, I'm like, Salk, take it down a notch. This is the Super Bowl, and it's only a 4-point spread. Like, come on, man. And I even asked Mike, I said, were you ever nervous? He's like, yeah, a little bit before kick. I was thinking about this is Salk a little bit. I was a little over the top with my confidence, but then once the game started, honestly, from the first play, which was outside zone, they gained 10 yards. They score on the first drive. They were undefeated this year when they scored first. Like, yeah, they're the better team. And then watching that front absolutely detonate and decimate anything New England tried to do. Yeah, it was pretty cool to put that stamp of defensive approval on that game and leave that mark and leave poor Drake May in tears.
I'm really fired up to break this down because I want to get the quarterback perspective on this, because New England was getting a pretty good pass rush on Sam Darnold, and but yet you could see the experience and nothing seemed to rattle him even when he got pressure. On the flip side, Drake May, he looked like a second-year player playing in a Super Bowl, for crying out loud. And it's not to say he's not going to be a great quarterback down the line, but he showed a high level of inexperience in that game.
Yeah, I think the difference, and I'll give like a little Utah background on this, is what New England was doing was what Morgan Scalley loves to do, and that's bring a lot of people and bring pressure and play cover zero and just play man and be hyper-aggressive. And when you're playing against that scheme as a quarterback like Sam was, you know they're going to win some of them, right? They're gonna hit me. I got to get the ball out earlier. Like, you're going to win. You got more chess pieces at the line of scrimmage than I do blockers. And you know what? I just eventually have got to be patient, because eventually we're going to get explosive runs. Eventually we're going to get the right call at the right time to throw the touchdown on the little scissors concept to the tight end. Like, it's a boom or bust. On the flip side, it was like the Buccaneers defense with Monty Kiffin the last time a defense was really this dominant Super Bowl. Like, no, we just rushed 4. Or the New York Giants NASCAR package. Like, nope, we just rushed 4. And when your 4 beat the other 5, as Collinsworth said, there's no more demoralizing a feeling. And as a QB, you're like, this really sucks. Like, I got nowhere to go. They got 7 guys for my 4, in coverage, and I got nowhere to go. And then these 4 are hitting me, harassing me, knocking me down, beating me up, just making my life miserable. So, yes, it was a young quarterback, but I think even more than that, Scotty, it was a scheme that suffocates you when you only rush 4 and you can't block them. See also Tampa, see also the Giants, see also Philadelphia last year. Like, that is the kryptonite for any offense, no matter how talented they are.
How much do you put on Josh McDaniel for not being able to scheme around some deficiencies you had in that game on the offensive line?
Yeah, it's just like the most basic arithmetic. If you can't block 4, I don't care who you are. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, come on, Andy Reid. Like, you're Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Come on, get the answers. Like, no, we can't block Philly. Like, we can't, come on, Tom Brady. Come on, Joshy Boy and Tom Brady. You got Randy Moss. Block it. No, we can't block their 4. Like, I mean, I have a hard time kind of criticizing, especially with Drake May being a really, I know he's a second-year player, but just wash away the dysfunction of last year. And in many ways, he was like a rookie player this year. So if Brady and Mahomes and those guys couldn't solve that arithmetic, there was no way. There was no way that Drake and Josh McDaniels in this version were going to get it done.
Brock Huard, kind enough to join us, putting the finishing touches on the Super Bowl. If you had to look at the Legion of Doom versus that defense you saw in the Super Bowl, who are you taking?
Ooh, different. Yeah, kind of different cast of characters. I would say this one is deeper, and you saw that, unfortunately, in the 2014 loss, Scotty, when they lost Cliff Averill to the concussion. I would contend if they would not have lost Jeremy Lane and Cliff Averill, they would have won back-to-back Super Bowls. It wouldn't have come down to a couple plays at the goal line at the end. They had a two-possession lead. They would have finished that game, and they'd have been 2-time champs. And who knows? Maybe it would have been a third one after that. But that defense, once they lost to Averill and once they lost their nickel Jeremy Lane early, like, you could see they didn't have the depth. This defense, you could have lost Kobe Bryant and Ty Okada would have come in. You could have lost another corner and another corner comes in. You could rush 8 different guys. You could have lost Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight comes in. Like, this defense was deeper and I think more well-versed. But that one, especially the front line of it in 13, that group, and they held, like, go look at the scoring differential. Like, this crew was number 1 in scoring defense. I think it's 17 points a game. Do you realize that 2013 team held teams to 11 points a game? Not in 1960 or 70 or 80. Like, that was just a dozen years ago. So that team was more dominant. This team was deeper. And overall, or those defenses, and overall, this team 1 through 70 was deeper. This is the greatest Seahawks team in franchise history. And I will stand on the rock and the mountaintop and scream it. Every stat tells you that. The scoring differential tells you that. The DVOA tells you that. Your eyes tell you that. 1 through 70, this team, there was a reason they won 17 games. They were deeper. They were better equipped. They could win in so many different ways and ultimately stomped out the Patriots.
Well, and when you talk about 1 through 70, one thing I love about how the Seahawks have built this team is there's some coaches and some general managers, and I complain about this in the collegiate level too, that coaches don't spend a lot of time recruiting or offering scholarship to special teams players, your kickers and your punters. Seattle's gone all in on special teams. They pay those guys well, and frankly, that punter was as responsible as anybody for that win, simply making Seattle start inside the 5 and the 10-yard line, drive after drive, which led to a field position battle and led to field goals being kicked and that lead.
No question, and it is the highest paid special teams group in the league because of Jason Myers and because of Michael Dixon getting paid top of market. But in the scheme of things, they're almost a rounding error or a decimal point when it comes to what those dollars and cents are. At $4 million a year for the highest paid punter, do you make a difference? Yes. And we just finished with Mike McDonald in our final show of the year an hour ago, and he was like, you understand that punt returner was like the best in the league and one of the best in NFL history when it comes to yards per return. He was that dynamic. And the fact that, Dixon kicked it away, the fact there was so much hang time, the fact they covered the way they did, because they did have to punt a fair amount. New England's defense is really good. New England's defense gave up 8 points a game in the 3 playoff games and embarrassed Herbert and embarrassed Stroud, right, and obviously got after Stidham. That's a really, really, really good defense. That's a championship-worthy defense, but it wasn't a championship-worthy offense, and then was neutralized even in the special teams phase by a group that was the best in the league.
Did you get a sense pretty quickly that Mike McDonald was going to be what he's turned out to be?
Yes and no. I would say once he made the move off of Ryan Grubb, and he and John Schneider were decisive in that way, and once Kubiak and his crew came in, and then once Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold pivot, like, this is going to be fun to watch. Scotty, I've kind of tried to put this in perspective, right? 12 years ago, they win the first one, the first ever in our market, and I was trying to figure out why, that one felt so much, I don't know, bigger, but it was just meaningful, because it took 4 years to incubate. 7-9, Russell Wilson divisional round, 13 win, boom, you win it. This one was almost a 1 year. I kind of said it's almost like a inheritance. Here you go. You just take it. You didn't really earn it. It's a gift, and you just really enjoy it. And even over the course of this year, Scotty, there were numerous times. So it was hey man, are the fans in? Do they see what we're watching? And it really wasn't until that Thursday night win over the Rams that everyone was finally oh, okay, this is real. And this is a chance to be really special. And then they curb stomped the Niners in the finale, okay, yeah. So it's kind of been this 4-week, 5-week madhouse sprint to lift this trophy that, oh my gosh, this is real. And these guys really got it done. So, yeah, it's a different vibe and a different feeling. And to say that anybody believed going into this year, Mike McDonald, they're poised to do it. Yep, look at the power rankings. They were in the 20s. They were 60-1 odds. This wasn't supposed to happen. But, man, was the buy-in real. Man, do they love each other. And, man, did they absolutely put their stamp on it Sunday.
So usually Las Vegas and the Raiders are where quality coaches go to die. Why do you think, and if you do think Clint Kubiak, why do you think he'll be different there?
Yeah, I think the only way that works there, and this will be really interesting to watch this week and into next, is, when he came to Seattle, and they were able to do that this year because he brought John Benton and he brought Janoko and he brought other people with him, right? Because the New Orleans staff had been fired, so he could bring people with him. This will be a little different animal, and I think it'll be worth watching. And I know Lloyd's deeply interested in this on the other side of the glass. This will be really interesting to see how much he can poach and how much Seattle says, sorry. Mike McDonald, when he left Baltimore and came to Seattle, Scotty, he brought almost nobody with him because John Harbaugh, I think, was pretty clear, sorry, yep, you're not taking him. He's under contract. Sorry. Unless you elevate somebody into the play caller, you're not taking them. So this will be kind of an interesting little negotiation. I think Clint is deeply respected. I think he and Mike love each other. I think it will be professional. But that will be, if I'm a Raiders fan, how many people can he bring with him from Seattle, and in particular at the line of scrimmage, because he needs those resources around him to have success.
Do you think Seattle promotes from within there, or do they go outside?
Yeah, I would lean that way. This will be for Jackson Smith and Jigba, his fourth coordinator in 4 years. That's not a good thing typically. So Mike made it pretty clear today with us that continuity will matter. I would think they try to keep as many people together on the staff and elevate from within as much as they possibly can, unless they're overwhelmed. And you know what? Unlike a lot of other teams that just do what, the book says to do, Seattle doesn't do that. It's why they moved on from Russ, why they moved on from Gino, why they moved on from DK, why John Schneider was patient and hired Mike McDonald when everybody interviewed him and loved him, but we're like, well, we need to hire an offensive guy because that's what you do. They're not always by the book. So if they get overwhelmed, and they will do their homework by somebody outside, they could make that move. But I think they would love to have the continuity of someone in-house.
Well, we appreciate your time as always. Hopefully Kyle's got you a good spot reserved so you can be outside and call a parade because you guys earned it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10 a.m. I mean, Bump and Stacy, we get Boyle, we get McDonald, and we're on Radio Row, with Daniel Jeremiah every week. So we're going to be good teammates, and we're going to let Bump and Stacy do the whole 4-hour parade at 10 to 2. How about that?
That's awfully kind of you. That's very kind of you.
At some point, Scott, I need a nap. Like, this has been unbelievable.
I bet.
But first world problems, I kind of need a nap.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to hit you up a little later. I got a couple things to run past you, but we appreciate you as always. Thanks for joining us.
Always fun, brother. Be well.
You got it. Brock Heward, one of our favorites right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, anchoring a monster of a show there in Seattle. Brock and Sock do a tremendous job, and big fans of what they've built there. And, we've always talked about when we look at Bonneville, in which we're a part of, they've got all these rankings. And it's like Lloyd, I don't know, it's kind of like a used car lot where you walk in and you see the whiteboard and you see, like, this sales guy is selling this much, this guy's doing this much. And so they like to pit the stations and the shows against each other. So we will always see Brock and Sock on like downloads and streams. They're like ridiculous numbers. Like, I think they've got a cell farm in like Taiwan that has they're just streaming things nonstop there.
Yeah, I think you're right. They have to have some sort of cell farm.
I don't know how they're doing it, but they're pulling it off, and good for them. We respect them. And then you got Mark Schlereth and his show number 2 in the company, and then we're at number 3. Now we might be able to get Schlereth. That's who I'm aiming for. Like, we're coming for Schlereth. Stink, we're going to get you. Sock and Brock, that might be a little too much. I think it's important that you understand who you are and where you are, and take those little victories. Schlereth, yeah, we're getting you.
Not always easy to beat trust fund babies.
No. And you know what? Good for him for admitting it, too, because there's a lot of trust fund babies out there like, I worked for everything. No, you didn't. Stop it. No, you didn't. Everything was handed to you. Knock it off. But he's like, yeah, you know what? We walk into here, and we've got the Mariners that were cooking last year. We've got the Seahawks who are winning Super Bowls. Yeah, life's pretty good. And, frankly, we didn't have time to talk about it, but after what Adam Silver said the other day, there's a good, or I believe yesterday, there's a good chance the NBA is coming back to Seattle here in the next couple of years. So whether it's a expansion team or whether somebody moves there, Seattle's getting an NBA team. In 2 to 3 years, Seattle will have an NBA team. Las Vegas will have an NBA team. It's just a matter of somebody moves there or if they just give them an expansion team. Either way, it's going to happen. So then they really hit the trifecta with the NFL and the Sonics coming back to town. It's good to live in Seattle right now, outside of living in Seattle where it rains, 300 days out of the year. All right, we are live here at my hearing center, and one of our favorite dudes on the planet, Matt's kind enough to hang out with us. How are you doing, by the way? Everything good? It's been a minute.
Yeah, we're doing excellent, man. Thanks for asking.
Well,
Olympics are going.
Olympics. All right, so what's your Olympic sport of choice? Like, if you're dialing up on
it's hockey.
Night, okay, all right, number 2. It's hockey for all of us.
Any downhill ski or snowboard event. Yeah.
All right.
Any of them.
I'm a big fan of this drone footage because I think you actually see
it's
what
fun,
these people
huh?
are putting themselves through.
Yeah, the exertion, right? I was watching last night with my daughter. We were watching some of the snowboard and the freestyle with the skiing as well, and it's impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy what those people
do. Like, I wouldn't even dare go off the jump, let alone twist my body and contort my body around.
I mean, I would. I would sit there and I would snowplow my way down there going like 5 miles an hour because I would be scared to death.
Oh, when they're landing, they're over 30 miles an hour, and when they miss on those big jumps,
Yeah. Hearing details on the Lindsey Vonn crash and what
That's too bad.
Oof, that was ugly. All right, let's talk
she
about
was going
hearing.
like 80 miles an hour.
I know.
Wasn't she? That's crazy.
I know. All right, so there's so many people out there that need the services of My Hearing Center, but whether you're too prideful, whatever the case might be, you hear Matt talk about it, you hear me talk about it. Heck, I'm still in my 40s, and I use hearing aids because I've done a lot of damage to my ears throughout the year. I'm okay to admit it. I'm okay if I'm at church or if I'm at a concert, I'm at a game, and somebody's like, hey, you got something? Well, first off, it takes forever for people to recognize it because they're so small. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Matt and My Hearing Center got me squared away because I can't hear very well in individual conversations in those kind of settings.
Yeah, and that's the reality. I was just talking to a client. He said his father and his 5 uncles, all over the age of 80, all need hearing aids. And before they got hearing aids, they'd go to family events and they would just look at each other. And since they kind of all did it together, right? All got hearing aids together. And now they're engaging and they're having fun. And he's like, I recognize this is part of my life too because it's my family. And I sometimes, often, hearing loss is hereditary, and so he came to get his hearing checked. Sure enough, he needs hearing aids as well. He's like, and I'm going to do it because I want to be able to talk to my uncles. I want to talk to my cousins. I want to talk to my wife. He knew what he wanted before we even got to really chat. And that's what's incredible about hearing aids is that it really is the opportunity for you to hear and reconnect with individuals. It's not just because something that has to sit on the back of your ear that makes you look older.
And the great thing about these two, if you're worried about the vanity of the whole thing, they're really next to invisible.
That's right. Yeah, we got different styles. We've got a new product that's just being released. Actually, it's the smallest instant fit in the ear hearing aid. If you want to come and try it out, please do. It has that BCT technology, the IX chip. It's the fastest chip on the market, dual processor technology, being able to turn down background noise and increase speech seamlessly. You're able to go into those situations where you are, you mentioned church or, larger areas where there's a lot of background noise. All that background noise gets turned down. You hear the speech clearly, concisely. Multiple people speaking at the same time, be able to distinguish those. You got to experience it for yourself. That's why I'm inviting people to come in right now. Take a free hearing evaluation. If you qualify, basically if you have hearing loss, you'll be able to try the latest technology risk-free for 30 days. And at the end of the 30 days, we'll give you a gift card as a thank you as well.
The one thing that, to me, it was a lot like when you put glasses on and, you're at the doctor's office, they're like, number 1, number 2. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden it hits that one and everything becomes clear. Yeah. It's not like all of a sudden you see something new. It just sharpens everything. And the hearing aid, when I put mine in, it's not like I hear this crazy volume just goes through the roof or anything like that. It just sharpens everything.
Yeah. I think hearing loss is a misnomer. It should be understanding loss because you still can hear. You just can't make out those consonant and vowel sounds. What are people exactly saying? And that sharpens. The hearing aids are going to sharpen those tones, and you're going to be able to hear and understand things that you're not currently understanding.
It's like, the teacher on Peanuts. You can hear the wah, 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 wah. Right. You're not exactly sure what they're saying. 801-438-7058. Call right now. 30-day risk-free trial with these hearing aids. And plus, you know what? You can get the testing. You can find all of that for free. The no-cost hearing evaluation. They'll spend some time with you. Make sure to find out exactly where your hearing loss is, what they can do to treat it, and then you can choose from there how you want to proceed. 801-438-7058. My Hearing Centers right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire 4th is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. This is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz fooled around and got a win last night, knocking off the Miami Heat in Miami. Yusuf Nurkic and the team starting to figure out how to play some defense.
The fact we're buying in and trusting each other. I think coach put us in a great spot defensively and offensively, but obviously we have to execute. But that length and the help when you have an ex-defensive player of the year. So, obviously he have to get back to the, playing big minutes and everything. But I guess good example of what we can do.
It's your Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on back, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard with you. Hope you're having a great one. It's a Tuesday, and that means we got Jazz tickets to give away. Let's do it.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, you know the drill. Call number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and you'll win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz take on the Portland Trailblazers on February 12th, coming up at the Delta Center. That game will tip off at 7 o'clock. If you want those tickets, be calling number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. All right, so the Jazz pick up a W on the road last night, knocking off the Miami Heat 115-111. Jazz had a big second quarter and then started to give the lead back a bit, ultimately holding on, getting the victory. And again, in the fourth quarter, no Jaren Jackson, no Lauri Markkanen. Lloyd, I don't know if you got the quote or not. I should have sent this over to you earlier, but somebody asked Will Hardy after the game, was there any thought whatsoever of putting Jaren Jackson back into the game in the fourth quarter? And he gave a very lengthy, detailed answer as to why. Here it is.
How close were you to putting Jaren Lauri back in the game?
I wasn't.
That's it. How close were you to putting him back in the game? I wasn't. Next question. Smart man, because you had Jaren Jackson playing 24 minutes, Lauri Markkanen in 24 minutes. So what do you prefer? And, Lloyd, I want to get your opinion on this, too, because we talked about this yesterday. So what do you prefer as a Jazz fan? Would you – look, we all want losses, right? And last night the Jazz got a win. But we need this team. If you're a Jazz fan, you desperately need them to hold on to that first-round pick. You do not want that to be conveyed to Oklahoma City. The last thing Oklahoma City needs is another high first-round draft pick. So if you're the Jazz, you need to hold on to that first spot. Remember, it's protected 1 through 8. So that's where the Jazz need to land in the lottery. It's not about where you end at the regular season, like, okay, we had the 4th worst record, that's where we're going to be slotted. No, it's after the lottery balls are settled. That's where the Jazz will find out whether or not they're picking in that top 8 or not. So you need to lose as many games as you possibly can. So there's a number of ways you can do that. Number one, you can just sit out everybody and just give a complete middle finger to the fan bases and the NBA and play the Greg Popovich route and say, nah, we're not going to play anybody. And we'll make up reasons as to why. We'll play whatever silly game the NBA wants us to play and make up excuses and fake injuries as to why our guys aren't going. Or you can do what the Jazz have done and what Will Hardy has done. We just traded for a new shiny Maserati in Jaren Jackson Jr., and you as a fan base want to see what he can do. I as a coach want to see how he interacts with our guys and how they play on the court together as we rebuild this thing going into next season. So, yes, Jaren Jackson plays 24 minutes. Lauri Markkanen plays 24 minutes. Yusuf Nurkic plays 24 minutes. And in the fourth quarter, nothing. Jaren Jackson was on the court for 24 minutes last night. The Jazz were plus 15 when he was on the court. Here's your other and I know plus minus can be a little misleading sometimes. Lauri Markkanen in his 24 minutes was -6. Yusuf Nurkic -3. Isaiah Collier in his 34 minutes, even 0. But when Jaren Jackson Jr. in his 24 minutes was plus 15. He ends up with 22 points on the night. He pulls down 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. You're seeing the next key figure in Utah Jazz history on display, and you get to experience it. Now, in a perfect world, you're going to see exactly what happened in that game against Orlando. Jaren Jackson plays well. Lauri Markkanen plays well. You shut him down in the fourth quarter, and you end up losing that game. That was perfect. But all of a sudden, you got people around the NBA coming after the Jazz and saying, how dare you? You're ripping up the sanctity of the game. So you would rather the Jazz would not have caught the amount of heat they did had they just not played anybody. But yet they played them for a part of the game and shut them down in the fourth quarter. That apparently is worse than not playing them at all. I'd argue it goes the other way. If I'm an NBA fan and I want to see how Jaren Jackson plays with Lauri Markkanen out on the court and how Ace Bailey is now initiating good parts of the offense, he ends up with 2 assists but 8 rebounds last night, scores 16 points, and how your future superstar Ace Bailey works with Jaren Jackson and Lauri Markkanen on the court together, well, then guess what? You get some opportunities to see that. You get an opportunity as a coaching staff to develop that. And ultimately, you did get a win last night. You wish you hadn't. Bryce Sensabaugh hits the big bucket down the stretch to give the Jazz the win. But I think the Jazz are handling this the right way. I prefer this route. Now, if they keep winning games, you may need to take a longer look at it. And I anticipate over the next few weeks, you're going to see those minutes really start to decline. Whereas Jaren Jackson, maybe for home games, plays 24 minutes, and then all of a sudden some tendonitis flares up that nobody had heard of before. And
well,
he misses
air travel causes things to inflame.
It does. Fact. It does, yeah. I mean, look, I spent a lot of time last week on a plane. You know what? Came back, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm feeling it. You know,
knees were probably a little swollen.
Knees were a little banged up. Yesterday when it started raining, I could tell. I'm like, yep, been on a plane too long. Yeah, look, you got to shut it down. You got to make sure that you are taking care of your guys. But more importantly, you're losing games. So, I don't know, Lloyd. Would you rather they just not play altogether?
No, I want to see. I think I'm with you. I think they're handling it right. And this witch hunt for the Utah Jazz right now, it's like, shut up. Like, this has been going on forever, and everybody goes about it a different way. They're sitting players. So you'd rather people go to these games and not see these players, see the great players. We know what they're doing. Everybody knows what everybody's doing. We know that people are tanking. If they want to change it, then they need to change the rules. They need to figure out something else if that's what they really want to do. But this has been going on forever. So shut up about it.
Spot on. Calm it down, people. And you know what? I don't want any negative news going towards the Utah Jazz going into the lottery because we all know the lottery's got a little bit of a sketchy history. I want the Jazz just to lay low, and I just want them to go in with maybe the third or fourth worst record in the league. I don't want them to have the worst record in the league because we saw how that worked out last year. I just want them to fly under the radar, and then all of a sudden, hey, look, when LeBron James was in the draft, he went to Cleveland. Where's he from? Cleveland, Akron, but, same thing. If you have a guy who is a top 3 pick and considered one of the best in what a lot of people think could be a generational draft in A.J. DeBonsa, he played high school ball in Utah. He plays college ball in Utah. Come on. And you screwed over the Jazz last year so you could put Cooper Flagg in Dallas. You owe us one. So I don't want any negative news going against the Jazz. Like, I want just...
Let's just say it. Jazz have been getting hosed forever. They have been getting hosed.
Yeah. And, in fact, I want to produce a T-shirt that has, like, the Jazz logo being screwed over by the league since 1978. Something like that.
You wonder why Jazz fans have, like, a little bit of a complex? Because they have been. Yeah. There's a reason they have a complex because they've been getting screwed for... Since, what was the year again, Scotty? What was it on the T-shirt?
I just guessed 78. Okay. I can't remember exactly when Larry Miller bought the team, but roughly
right around there. Yeah, I get your point. Yes, they have been getting hosed since then.
So come on, NBA, Adam Silver, you owe us one.
Do the right thing.
You owe us one. And look, our guys are trying to do the right thing. They're showcasing the best talent in the NBA. They're showcasing their best players. By the way, Larry Miller bought the team in '85. So
wow,
there you go. So being screwed over by the league since 1985. But, yeah, look, you owe us one. The Jazz deserve one. You throw A.J. DeBonsa on this team next year, and you let him grow, you let him develop, and you add a little 3-and-D, as we talked about with Ben Anderson yesterday. This is a playoff team next year. This is a 4 or 5 seed in the playoffs, no doubt whatsoever.
I love and what I love most about this is, Jazz fans have been in the dumps for now 3 years. Like they have been. This is giving them a little bit of excitement, which they deserve. They haven't had anything to cheer for. I mean, you heard Locke after this happened. It's like the ding dong, the witch is dead. Like no more tanking. Like it's done. Like it's now the future is starting to build.
what you're going to see right now, we are going to look back 2-3 years from now when we're doing this show and we're talking about the Jazz as the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed going into the playoffs. You're going to look back to last week and say that was the moment that the misery ended. That moment when the Jazz pulled the trigger for Jaren Jackson Jr., that's when it ended. Now, I don't know what the future looks like. I don't know how this team's going to come together, but you have a 26-year-old that still has 4 years left on his contract. You don't have to worry about him. You're going to draft a guy in the top 3 or 4 of the NBA draft out of this year's draft. You've got Ace Bailey. You've got a superstar in Keontae George. And, now the question is, Walker Kessler, can you bring him back? Are you willing to match whatever contract he gets in restricted free agency? And then you look at Lauri Markkanen and his contract status after these next couple of years. You have a window here to take advantage of it, and the Jazz, with Keontae George playing as well as he is, have hit on it in a big way. You just can't rock the boat. No winning games. And look, if you win games like you did last night, then yes, you do need to shut down Jaren Jackson. Because you got your pivotal piece. You got the thing that ends all the misery. Now you just got to build on it, and it all comes through the draft. All right, what you may have missed coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Wow. Hey, guess what? Our guy Brant already designed the shirt. Oh, well, that's all right. You know what? Send that over. We're going to, we're going to get that printed, and I'm sure Nate will give us a huge budget to print these out.
Hey, now's the time to ask, by the way.
Out of games.
I think now is the time to ask. Because I think Nate's getting loose.
Oh, yeah, let's not say that out loud because
he's in a meeting
Nate
right now. I think he's in a meeting. I think so. I don't think he's listening.
All right.
If we get a text here, we'll know better.
All right, Brant just sent you the shirt. Give me your thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Well done.
That is well done.
I think we got something. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Again, what you may miss coming up next.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We spend a lot of time talking about how you can better yourself, better your situation. And right now, look, we're at My Hearing Center. You can call 801-438-7058. Get yourself hooked up with some hearing aids. But let's get you hooked up with some career help. If you feel like you've plateaued at your job and you can't get the promotion or you're not as marketable as you'd like, well, now's the time to invest in yourself with an executive MBA program from Utah State University. What they're going to do for you, and I love this, is they're going to customize it specifically for you and what you need. So let's say you're busy and you need to take 4 or 5 years to knock it out. They can do that. Let's say you want to just hammer it out in 1 year. You can do that as well. You can't start until summer semester. That's fine. Fall, spring, whenever you want to start, that's great. They'll waive the registration fee. And this is a program that's going to teach you the foundations of business, leadership principles, all those things you need to make yourself more marketable. Now you're like, well, geez, I can't make it up to Logan. Yeah, no worries. You can do it completely online. Or the great thing about Utah State, they've got so many satellite campuses up and down the Wasatch Front, from Vernal, St. George, Tooele, Kaysville, you name it. There's going to be a branch campus close to you. Look, we've knocked out all the excuses. There's no more excuses for you. Right now, get that executive MBA program from the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. 1, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And of course, also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, the best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture. Save 50% off using promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. All right, what you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And if you are missing it right now, I highly suggest you watch it. Matt and I, Brant, Paulette, we're all watching a little women's hockey. United States leading Canada 2-0 after the first period. All right, I want to be a little careful about this because when I started doing radio, now granted this was a long time ago, this was pre-Twitter, but we would do this thing, Ryan Hatch and I, when we'd be talking on the radio, we'd have this, the old sounder from, the old earmuffs, because some people would get really upset because they'd want to go home and watch the Olympics as if it were live and not have any spoilers as to what's going on. But in this day and age with Twitter and everything else that's available, your phones, you can watch things wherever you want. I mean, nobody cares about the spoilers anymore, right?
You know, that's funny. Me and Christian were literally just talking about this in the break. I'm like, I feel like, because there are people that want to go home and watch it. But with all the social media, it is impossible to avoid it. It's possible to avoid it. We're
No.
doing, not only that, but we're also doing a live radio show. Like, yeah, we update things, scores, whatever. That's like what we do. So
Matt and I, in fact, Matt, throw on that headset because we've got, he and I were talking. I actually enjoy watching women's hockey because it's just as physical and nasty as the men's. Now, it's not as fast, and I'll give you that.
Yeah, but you've got some extreme athletes on there really giving it all, and then they put each other against that wall just as hard as you'll see on a men's team. And right now, like I said, you got the U.S. and Canada. That's your two best teams in the Olympics.
So you're watching it here. You don't care about the spoilers. If you were sitting at your cubicle or in your office, your palatial office, I guess I should say.
I mean, at this point in time, I think it's on you, right?
Yeah, right?
Like, if you want to be disconnect yourself, do the best you can to avoid it. Don't turn on the radio unless it's Scotty.
Yes. Yeah. Please do that.
And then get home and watch it. I always feel like I would rather watch it live. So I'll put it on like we have it on right now and watch it live, even if it's kind of casually watching it.
Yeah.
I can't watch 24 hours of sports. I'm not that guy yet.
You know, it is fun being that guy.
Sure.
But, it does take a little wear and tear on you for sure.
For sure. I will say that lunchtime was early so we could watch the curling gold medal. I won't give any spoilers, but
so that's already in the books, huh?
It's in the books.
Oh boy.
Just the doubles.
Nice.
Yep.
All right. My Hearing Center. Call right now, 801-438-7058. You know, we joke about hearing loss a little bit about, guys looking at their wives and saying, I haven't heard you since 1975 or what, like there's a lot of people that will joke around, but people don't understand how that area of your brain that handles hearing, if it gets diminished, it can affect other areas of the brain, and memory is right next to it, which means that, you see sometimes this affect or accelerate Alzheimer's.
Yeah, it was Dr. Frank Lin and Johns Hopkins, a decade ago. Yeah. Johns Hopkins, I said it right first. He did a study just seeing, hey, what's the relationship between hearing loss and the brain? And what they found out, again, what you said, those cortexes are so close. If a person has hearing loss that remains untreated, they're substantially more likely to develop dementia, Alzheimer's, or other physiological conditions later in life than a person that has their hearing corrected early. And again, over the decade since that's been released, they found more and more association that by actually having it treated early in life, your hearing loss is treated early in life, you'll reduce your chances of developing dementia later in life by over 40%.
Is it a lot like you go to the gym and you exercise and you lift weights, builds a muscle up, and you don't, then it starts to atrophy a little bit.
Same thing happens to your brain. If you're using that hearing cortex, it stays healthy. If you stop using it, your brain decides they don't need it anymore. That starts pitching off the brain cells, and that's the actual visual image that we got. Is we'll see an image of a person that has a healthy brain, that has healthy hearing, and an image of an individual that has not taken care of their hearing, that maybe has Alzheimer's, and the visual difference because of the actual brain mass is noticeable. Like just with a naked eye, you can see there's a difference between those two brains. Obviously, this one's not functioning at the same level as a healthy brain, and so that's what we're trying to treat. In addition to the relationships we talked about earlier.
How often do you? Is it usually a spouse that will call you or a child that will call you?
Oh yeah. It's more of a spouse.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's the relationship because it hits home a little bit more, right? If you're living with a person day in, day out and you've become their hearing aid.
Yeah.
Right. Because your listeners know what I'm talking about. If you live with someone that has a hearing loss or you're that person with a hearing loss, you've turned that other person in your home into your hearing aid. Because if you can't hear, the first person you turn to is that person and says, what do they say? And now they're not just listening for themselves. They're also listening for you. And that's doubly taxing when you're trying to have conversations and extremely frustrating. I've seen it firsthand with patients in the office where that spouse is just so frustrated with how much work they have to do to keep the hearing and keep the conversation going in the home. They just need their significant other to kind of jump on board.
Well, and I'll admit, I put my wife in some bad situations because she'll say something, I'll be like, what? And then she says it again, I'm like, what was that? And then she's like, I said, I'm like, hey, you don't have to yell.
Yeah.
Hey, let's calm it down here a little bit. And that's not good for anybody.
No.
Because you think you're being attacked, and they're not. They're just trying to get their message across.
Yeah, and right next to that is the other guy that's he's the yes man now, right? You can't hear anything, so everything's a yes. Will you get that done? Yep. And then you don't get it done.
Like I asked you, I'm like, you never said
No, you never said anything, yeah.
Oh, that hits
That's hard,
real close, yeah.
Yeah, so we are inviting your listeners, if you have a hearing loss, if you don't have a hearing loss, you have a loved one with a hearing loss, call right now, schedule a free evaluation in any of our offices, Ogden all the way down to St. George. At the end of the evaluation, if they qualify, if they have a hearing loss, we're going to let them try the latest technology risk-free for 30 days and a gift card to give to them at the end of the 30 days as a thank you.
And the thing is, we talk about people like, that need this as if they're in their late 60s or 70s. Look, I'm in my late 40s, and I need them, but that's because of my work, and that's what I've done. I've had headsets on my entire life, and so it's done its damage. If you've been on a construction site or, you go to a bunch of concerts, whatever the case is, you can do some damage. Don't think that, I've got to wait until I'm 60. Get it taken care of now. Make sure your relationships are in a good place right now. 801-438-7058. Call for yourself. Call for a spouse. Call for a parent, whoever the case might be. 801-438-7058. It's My Hearing Center right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com. Your software pros.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Catch the excitement May 14th through 16th with the Epson Tour Copper Rock Championship. Golf's next-gen LPGA stars competing on a course as stunning as it is challenging. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Tickets and info at copperrockchampionship.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kicking off your 1 o'clock hour. You hear the music, you know what that means. Our good friend Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com, will join us. And we'll chat all things Utah Jazz with him, get his thoughts on the trade. Trade took place right after, or actually, no, did we talk to Kurt Heelan about the trade last week? I can't remember if it happened before or after our weekly conversation with Kurt. But either way, the Jazz have struck gold, and the long run of losing games has, hopefully it continues throughout the course of this year, but next year you can see the Jazz are all in on trying to turn this thing around. Kurt Heelan joins us. Kurt, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me in.
Always a pleasure to catch up with you. All right, so the Jazz are taking some heat for playing their guys but pulling them in the fourth quarter. It almost seems like they would take less heat if they just didn't play them at all.
Yeah, I guess it's funny. It brought up the weird. I find it like just I'm trying to think of a word I can use on the radio, but let's just call it organic fertilizer.
Okay, yeah.
Phrase that is ethical tanking. Like there's some ethical way to tank. Look, I don't think personally, I don't think the Jazz or frankly anyone is doing anything unethical. The job is to get the players you need to win. They are in position to get a high draft pick in a deep draft. You focus on that. And like you just said before I came on, next year is when everything flips. The culture flips, everything spins. And, some nights you're going to still win these games because I don't know what's going on in Miami. That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
But look, man, this is going to be the way of the NBA. I know the league is, tanking is going to be the big topic of the end of the season here because you've got about a third of the league now jockeying for position. But in a sport where a single elite player makes so much of a difference, let alone having a couple of them, then you got to do what you can do to get those players, right? Like you have to do whatever it takes to get those players, and the draft remains still the best way to land those kind of elite talents.
So the acquisition of Jaren Jackson and what he means to the Jazz, imagine him being on the court with Walker Kessler. Let's just say for the sake of argument, Walker Kessler, the Jazz match whatever he gets in restricted free agency. You have Keontae George and his development and where he's at. Ace Bailey playing the two. Larry Markkinen. What does that team look like in terms of wins and losses?
You're still in the ridiculously deep West, which will shake out a little next year, but still will have a bunch of teams at the top. But if you're talking, I would say you've got a shot at getting fifth or sixth, but probably sixth, and avoiding the play-in, and it might still be a 7 or 8 just because the 7 or 8s are still pretty good in the West. But somewhere between 5 and 8, 5 and 9 would be my first guess. I off the top of my head, because the team is beyond just having Kessler, Markkanen, and Jaren Jackson along the front line. Obviously, you've got George and Bailey looked good last night when he was asked to go get some buckets. He's starting to find his footing in the league. As this starts to come together and you draft whoever you draft and you develop these players, it just becomes like you're building something that's going to be good now and potentially very good down the line. They're going to win a lot of games next season. This is a more than 500 team. If I were guessing, I would say closer to mid-40s and up. Mid-40s maybe, though. Seems about fair.
I just think that there's so many people that are on cloud nine after that acquisition, because it's not just about the player, who's a phenomenal player, but it just signifies that the end is here. And I think that's where Jazz fans are just fired up, because it's like, okay, we don't really care who it was. It's just signifies that finally the ugliness could be coming to an end here.
And I think that there's something you can only bottom out like that for so long before your fans really do get understandably frustrated and not want to see this again. And I think that not only did they time this out about right, and 2 or 3 years, Houston did a 3-year plan. I think that's about the max you can go for these kind of things. But what Utah did with what the Angels did at the deadline was a perfect example of how to hit the accelerator and move out of this, as opposed I'm not blaming Washington for what they did, because they bought cheap, right? Like they went discount bargain shopping and got Trae Young and Anthony Davis for, frankly, pennies on the dollar. But those are, I don't know how much those guys, if everything goes perfect, those guys help you win a lot. But if there's any kind of injury, suddenly you're not there. And granted, they're trying to get somebody in this draft as well. They've got some nice young. Alex Sarr is a good young player. George is a good player. Kaishan George is a good player. So there's some talent there. But I love the way Utah hit the accelerator. We got to get out of this. This is how you do it. Now you go into next season with a legitimately good team.
You think in terms of what the Jazz gave up, do you feel like they came out on top on that trade? I know everybody wants to declare winners and losers for every trade, but do you think it was a solid the amount they gave up was worth the return?
Yeah, because I think you're going to get him in a position where he can thrive. He's been asked to do – Jaren Jackson Jr. has just been asked to carry enough of an offensive load, and he's capable of it, but enough of an offensive load because of the Ja Morant situation and everything. Look, he was their best offensive player and best defensive player. I was having this conversation with a scout earlier in the season. How many teams could you say their best offensive player is their best defensive player? And there's only a handful of the Giannis's, and I guess Kawhi Leonard would be that with the Clippers. And if I thought about it long enough, I'd probably come up with 1 or 2 more. But there's not a lot of those guys. You get a defender, you get an offensive player. Jaren can be that, and can be that for you guys. He is all defensive player of the year thing wasn't a fluke. He is capable of being that guy if he's playing next to Kessler, and so somebody else is helping clog the lane, and he's free to he can be more of a free safety and pick his spots.
This is I'm just asking you to speculate here. We won't hold you to it, but what do you think the market is for Walker Kessler right now in terms of not necessarily years, but amount per year?
That's a really good question. Because of the injuries, obviously goes down, and restricted free agency is a whole nother. It's a loser for the players and a winner for the teams. Both you saw it at the trade deadline, but you saw it last summer too with Kuminga and others. It's a rough place for players to be. And that said, low 20s.
Okay.
He's a starter level money kind of guy, I think. So 20, can you get him for 4 and maybe a little 490?
Yeah,
something like that.
I think the Jazz would do cartwheels if they were able to get that number for him.
Yeah, exactly. It might be higher. The thing is, certain young centers are in demand, and there's certain teams really looking for guys who can play that role, including one down the coast. So somebody could come in and try to poach him with a bigger number. Let's be blunt. If he's healthy, he'd look great in Boston. He'd look great in a lot of places. And it's possible somebody comes in with some cap space and tries to poach him.
It only takes one team to blow the whole thing up, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but we also saw, like I said, last summer, teams are really hesitant to do that right now. And this is going to be a fascinating offseason. Kessler is one of the examples of what I think is going to be one of the more interesting off seasons in terms of what guys get in a apron world where, man, 3 years ago, Jalen Duren is a no-question max guy in Detroit. He's an all-star now. He's your best. He's a big defender. Is he max? Do you really have to max him out? Do you give him the full 25%? Can you get him to take a little less? Let alone the Brandon Ingrams and Davis and Trae Youngs of the world, like older guys. It's going to be interesting to see what guys get because teams are so. I mean, there's only 7 teams into the tax this year. Teams are really backing off spending.
So your top 4 in the West right now, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, and Houston. Just because that's the top 4 doesn't mean that's necessarily the 4 best teams in the West. If you were to rank them right now as the likelihood of winning a championship, obviously Oklahoma City's number 1, Denver 2, but then what do you do with San Antonio and Houston there?
That's a really good point. I would probably still put San Antonio. Houston's lack of ball handling outside of KD, their crunch time offense, they miss Fred VanVleet so much. And now they don't have Steven Adams in there. I would put San Antonio 3rd, even though I think they're going to learn some hard playoff lessons with a young team and start to figure out what they need. I think Detroit's kind of in the same boat, right? The young team, let's see what happens. And they're in the East, so maybe they make it through. But if not, they learn what they need to go out and try to find exactly at the trade deadline. So I think I'd still rather be them right now than Houston, where Houston, if they get healthy again next season, you're back. But
yeah,
their problem is they went with Kevin Durant, and they're already all in, right? Like they are already all in, and then they didn't do anything at the trade deadline, which was kind of interesting.
So I've always said that I think Salt Lake City is a Jazz town, not necessarily an NBA town, meaning that I could walk down the street, pull somebody aside and say, hey, do you like the Jazz? They're like, oh, yeah, I'm a diehard fan. And I'd say, okay, who's the number 1 seed right now if the playoffs were to start in the Eastern Conference? And they'd be like, I don't know, Boston, maybe the Knicks.
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people really, truly understand that Detroit has a 5.5-game lead on the one spot in the East. Are you buying stock in the Pistons?
Also, the best fighters in the league. We saw that last night.
That was going to be my follow-up question, too, yes.
In this East, yes. I think that they are the team for the long term. I think they are a player away. In fact, I was one of, and I know Zach Lowe had put this out there, who thought, man, if I were them, I would have called about Lauri Markkanen. And maybe they did. Maybe it probably went nowhere. But that's exactly the kind of player they need. They need one more shot creator who's can space. They need shooting. They need something on the wing. They're still a little deficient in some places, and I just think when they get to the playoffs this year, I probably still trust New York more just because they're kind of gritty and tough and have been there, even with all the flaws on that roster. I trust them a little more right now. But Detroit's good. If I can hold that stock for a year or two, I'm absolutely in.
So, I do games for Utah State, so obviously I've got a soft spot for Sam Merrill. I called every play of his in college. So I keep a close eye on the Cavs because of that. The Harden thing just didn't make a lot of sense now that you see a little bit of sample size. Do you like that trade now?
I like it for them in the short term in this sense. They were getting nothing out of Darius Garland. And for his sake, I hope he gets healthy and gets back right. But you've got a 26-year-old two-time All-Star and you're just willing to bail. That concerns me about what they know or what they think's really going to happen long term. And they bring in a guy in James Harden who, look, he's gonna. Jarrett Allen is a big winner out of this when Evan Mobley gets healthy. They're bigs. Like, Harden's still a really good passer.
Yeah.
Really knows how to run the pick and roll. They're finding some comfort zones early on offense, and I think they're better with him. I think they're a bigger threat with him. That said, Donovan Mitchell has his own share of playoff blunders, and James Harden has a litany of them. And it just, I couldn't pick them to come out of the East just because they're going to get to the second round, and I don't know that I trust them. I can still pick on James Harden on defense, and can Jared Allen and Evan Mobley clean that up behind him enough to make it all work? So I like them, and in that East they've got a chance, but I don't know that do you trust them in the playoffs?
No, I do not. Not at all. And I'm still trying to wrap my brain around, you got two hungry mouths there in Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and I just don't know how that coexists.
Especially long-term under pressure, right? Like it's looked pretty good through the 2-game honeymoon, but what happens when they really do get into some serious games and get into the playoffs? And man, Mitchell wants to be that guy, and Harden wants to be that guy, and they play such radically different styles that I'm like meshing it in the playoffs is harder. It's a little easier during the regular season because one of their issues was that their offense dropped off when Mitchell was out, and now you can stagger those guys. And Harden will happily tell you he is the system. He is the system unto himself. So if he can make that work, it works during the regular season. We'll see how it works in the playoffs.
How many games are we going to see guys get missing because of this fight last night?
Beef Stew is going to get a handful. Silver's always been light on this stuff, but I think especially I'd say Stewart left the bench to jump in the middle of this, and he's been like, was it eight times? 4 times just for fights. He's been suspended, and like 8 suspensions overall. He's going to get, I think, at least 3 games, maybe 4 or 5, and then I think you're going to get 1 or 2 for everybody else. But there were legitimate punches thrown in that. Like it started out as, Duran kind of shoves Abate in the face, but it went into full blown, let's throw blows. Miles Bridges jumps into the mix. Yeah, that whole thing it's going to be interesting to see where they come down, because this is, it's not the Malice in the Palace, but it's as big a fight as we've seen in the league for a while. And I'm curious how hard they come down to stomp this, because Silver's always been a little soft, I think, on suspensions in his era, but I'm not sure it's going to happen this time. They should send a message.
I'm always surprised because when actually punches are thrown, because NBA guys are, let's be honest, they'll puff out the chest, but nobody actually really wants to throw a fist. And to see some actually get thrown was a bit surprising for sure. Hey, LeBron went after his team. They lost Oklahoma City. He says, hey, we're not a title team. That's a championship team. We're not a title team. Obviously, I think he's right. And I appreciate the self-acknowledgement on where your team's at right now. But how does that go over in that locker room?
I don't think that badly, because I think they recognize it. I think it's funny, just being out here in SoCal, Laker fans have come to a recognition a while ago that, hey, we're good. Like, we've got Luka, and especially when Reeves is healthy, they got Austin Reeves back. Like, we're good, but make the playoffs, win 2 games in the first round good. Like, not good. And, not the kind of good they want to be. And I don't think it's going to play too poorly with his teammates, because I don't think anybody sees that coming for them. And LeBron has reached the, I don't care what everybody thinks, phase of his career, so he can kind of get away with this. But that's another team that's going to be, they're going to shake things up in the offseason. And if you saw the story this week, and I'd heard this before, it's not just going to be, they're going to tweak the roster and try to get guys who are better fits with Luka. That is a thin front office in terms of how many players or people work in basketball operations. One of the thinnest scouting staffs in the league, which you wouldn't think with the Lakers. And I think that's one thing you're going to see Mark Walter do for whatever you think of what he did with the Dodgers. And he spent on the, not just buying free agents, spent on the infrastructure, spent on coaches. They have a really good farm system now. Like, I think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see him build the infrastructure around the Lakers. You can't buy players the same way, but them actually having a scouting department would be like, that'd be a nice step forward.
Well, and it's interesting because people think the Lakers and they think tons of money, and that's the case now. But people didn't really understand. Like the buses weren't they were cash poor. Now they made out like a bandit on the sale of the thing, but yeah, they had to run that thing pretty lean.
They did have to run it, and they sold pieces of it. But yeah, the team also had to turn a profit because that was the family business, right? Like, it's not a situation where we can, and granted, you can fix the numbers however you want to fix the numbers in a lot of these things and accounting on these, hey, well, you have to own the building too, but we can do that, you can fudge the numbers in some ways, but they had to make a profit. They had to pay for their bills. They couldn't do what a Steve Ballmer can do, which is, we lost $100 million this year. All right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right.
Like, what, like, or whatever, or $10 million or whatever. Like, they couldn't go down the same road. So no, their operations on some end were really good forward facing. They were really good with players, but, and treating them well. And look, they did spend on trying to keep the infrastructure, like in terms of like, hey, we've got all the latest sports medicine stuff, but they didn't have a lot of sports medicine people on the roster. They just spend on the other stuff. So yeah, now I think now you're going to start to see them spend like, if you're the richest team in the league, act like it. So
yeah.
Go ahead. Like, you might as well.
Kurt, always a pleasure. Thanks for your time as always. And let's do it again next week.
I look forward to it, my man. Take care.
You got it. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com. We're live here at My Hearing Center. Matt's with us again. I just want people to call 801-438-7058. The assessment, the testing, the evaluation, that's all free. And kind of walk us through what people experience through that.
So they're going to call in. I just identify whether or not this is a good candidate. They're a good candidate to come in. If you feel like you have a hearing loss, you're a good candidate. Pretty simple, right? If you tried hearing aids before, it didn't work. If you currently have hearing aids, you're a good candidate to come in. So it's kind of hard not to be. The only thing is we don't work with pediatrics. That's kind of the only caveat. Like if they're under age 18, we don't have the equipment to be able to help them out appropriately. We'll refer them out. When you come into the office, we're going to do a kind of a test that you probably did when you're in elementary school, middle school. That's the beep test. Pretty simple, standard. But then we do additional testings like auditory simulation. We do a word test. We now try to figure out how the brain is understanding the information that it's coming in. So you might be able to hear stuff but not understand it. Once we have that kind of base model, we'll do a familiar voice test, test the person that came with you. We test their voice against what you're hearing to show you the difference of what you are hearing, and then we'll do add a hearing aid on top of any hearing loss you have and show you right there the difference between being able to hear and understand and then how you're currently hearing. That's the wow moment, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt. And it wowed me for sure. And the great thing is you've got a bunch of different hearing aids available. You've got a bunch of different styles, different things that will be good in all different kinds of areas. And you can take them out for a test drive and for 30 days.
Yeah,
see how it works.
Yeah, risk-free. So you take them for 30 days. It is a medical-grade product, so we do have you take it, leave a deposit. Again, we just can't have them walking, sprouting legs and walking away on accident. You bring that back, the hearing aids back, we give you back the deposit. Simple as that.
It's that simple. Call right now, 801-438-7058. It's My Hearing Centers right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
People are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
American woman, stay away from me. American woman, mama, let me be. Don't come hanging round my door.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to catch up with one of our favorites, NFL sports betting writer for Yahoo Sports, Frank Schwab, joins us. Frank, how are you doing?
Doing good. How about you?
Good. So was the Super Bowl for you boring, or was it just very calculated in how, and you could see maybe the game within the game on what this coaching staff and these, especially these defenses, were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, look, I hate to say it was boring. It's still a Super Bowl. It's still fun to see, teams emerge and strategies and all that, but it wasn't exactly exciting. Like, it wasn't one of the best Super Bowls I've seen. Wasn't the worst either. So I respect it from just the defensive play calling of the Seahawks was so impressive. Mike Macdonald is just, when he was hired and people called him the defensive McVay, he kind of like, okay, come on, but he really is. Like, he's just brilliant on defense. And you could see it in this game. They knew where to attack. They knew how to attack. They had the Patriots just swimming. They could not protect whatsoever. So a lot of respect to what Seattle did all season. Like, we kept saying, oh, there's no great team, there's no great team, there's no great team. Well, you get to the end of it, and the Seahawks went 17-3, and their 3 losses were by 9 combined points. Pretty dominant. Not the typical elite quarterback, ton of offensive points, all that, but just a good, solid team that had a really, one of those defenses we'll look back on and say, yeah, the 2002 Buccaneers and the 2000 Ravens and the 2015 Broncos. They'll be in that conversation. They were that good all year.
Was Sam Darnold just the second coming of Trent Dilfer in that game, or do you feel like he deserves a little bit more credit than maybe he's getting?
Oh, a lot more credit. See, I hate this because people will be like, oh, look at he was terrible in the Super Bowl. One game before that, he threw for 346 yards and 3 touchdowns to beat the Rams. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? It's just, here's what it is. And this is the honest truth, and people out there need to look in the mirror because this is you, if you're still criticizing Sam Darnold. You don't want to admit you're wrong. You don't want to admit you're wrong about Sam Darnold. We dug in so hard on Sam Darnold being a bust that people do not want to admit they're wrong. And a guy who throws for 346 and 3 touchdowns and no interceptions in an NFC Championship game, you can therefore just turn it on again in the Super Bowl and say, "I'll see, Sam Darnold stinks. I told you." Like, no, he doesn't. He has played. Let me do the math real quick right here. He's played 38 games over the last 2 seasons. 35 or about 34, 35 of those have been excellent. At some point, is he Patrick Mahomes? Is he Joe Burrow? No, he's not. He's not that guy, but he's a perfectly good quarterback who deserves everything coming to him. Did he have a great Super Bowl? No, he didn't. But he that ring is going to fit pretty well on him because he's earned it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And the interesting thing, everybody's been going young and offensive coaches. Does what we've seen from the Seattle staff, do people now take a step back and say, no, maybe we need to look at more defensive coaches?
Yeah, and I think you're still going to always have teams that want offensive coaches. Because, look, the Titans are a good example of a team that's got a conundrum coming. They hired Robert Saleh, who I thought was a great hire. I really, in a vacuum, I thought Saleh, anybody gets a pass from me if you struggled with the Jets, because the Jets are a tire fire. They're just a terrible organization that nobody can succeed at. So he struggled with the Jets, but I think it makes him stronger as a head coach the second time around. Now, the problem is he hires Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator. If Brian Daboll has a great year developing Cam Ward, if Cam Ward becomes a MVP candidate like Drake May did in the second year, somebody hires Wade Daboll, and he'll go to another offensive coordinator. If that offensive coordinator does well, that offensive coordinator gets hired away. This is what happened with the Buccaneers for a few years, right, with Canales and Cohen. So I think teams want that continuity for the quarterback, so they're always going to be looking for the Ben Johnson type. But I do think, you got to open your mind and say, yeah, maybe there's not a million Ben Johnsons out there. Maybe we got to go find the next Mike Macdonald instead. And, you saw a lot of defensive coaches get hired this cycle, and I think the tide is shifting. There's still a lot of value in the guys who could slow down those great offenses. And, I think that other teams will open their mind and say, hey, if we can't get that, next brilliant offensive mind as a head coach, getting a brilliant defensive mind is not that bad.
Are you surprised that Vance Johnson didn't get a opportunity, or does that era as the head coach of the Broncos still working against him?
Yeah, I think it is. It was so unimpressive that you just wonder if Vance Joseph is one of those guys who just kind of profiles as a really good coordinator and not a great head coach. And I don't know who in this cycle he would have gotten a job over necessarily. You could argue maybe Mike LaFleur. Like, I wasn't jumping up and down for that hire. Like, it was fine. Like, yeah, I get it. The guy coached under McVay. You always want that. But so yeah, I think that he would have to have it. It's hard because he wasn't in a great situation when he got that job. I mean, the quarterback with the situation was just terrible. So, I mean, this is just the truth. Black head coaches have had trouble getting second chances. It has happened, but it's tougher. And you feel for Vance Joseph because he's probably sitting there saying, what could I have done better, really? Like, I was stuck with a really bad situation and a bad roster that first time in Denver. He's rehabilitated himself through a couple of great defenses with the Broncos here the last couple of years, and he can't get another shot. And I think that that's frustrating, not just for him, but for a lot of black coaches who look at look at them being shut out at 10 openings this year and say, what do we really need to do? Like, what can we do to make this situation better for us so we're not going 0 for 10? I know that's frustrating for everybody involved who wants to see that change.
By the way, apologies, Vance Joseph, not Vance Johnson, for the Three Amigo reference from back in the day.
Ricky Nattiel is going in next.
Mark Jackson's going to be a great head coach too, I'm sure. Yeah. Hey, when you look at, speaking of the Broncos, with Vance coming back next year as a defensive coordinator, a healthy Bo Nix, in your power rankings going into next year, how high would you put the Broncos?
Yeah, and I just published those. So I had the Broncos third, I believe, behind the Seahawks and Rams, who I think deserve those top two spots going into next year. And a big reason why is, I think probably people have heard this by now, the highest paid player on the Denver Broncos each of the last two seasons has been Russell Wilson. That comes off the books. And if we know anything about Sean Payton's history, Sean Payton teams spend in free agency. They get out the credit card. They don't care about future cap hits. They spend like they're, a 22-year-old on spring break. And it's just, I expect the Broncos to be really, really aggressive this offseason with Russell Wilson's number off the books. All of a sudden, could they go and sign a Breece Hall? Could they go and sign an Alec Pierce? If you get some offensive firepower with that offense, I think they just lack it a little bit. Like, R.J. Harvey wasn't what they wanted him to be, and J.K. Dobbins is fine, but he's always injured. The receivers are solid, but, Cortland Sutton's probably best as a number two, and I'm not sure there's another great option in that offense. If you can go spend, not like the Patriots did this past offseason, but spend a significant amount to add a couple pieces, which I definitely think they're going to do. I mean, last offseason they were aggressive. They got Ingram and Greenlaw and Huffanega. I mean, they're going to be even more aggressive this year with more money to spend. So I think the Broncos are going to be in great shape coming into next year. But I'll say this, I think the Chargers are really good too. Like, the AFC West is going to be really interesting. The Chargers get those offensive tackles back. And I think the Chargers have the sixth most cap space in the NFL, something crazy like that. So I think the AFC West is just going to be a beast next year. I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch.
How much, I mean, because he was up for, it seemed like, some head coaching jobs, but Mike McDaniel's the OC there.
Yeah, it helps tremendously. Like, I mean, I'll say this, if Jesse Minter would have come back somehow, which was never realistic because he's such a hot name in the coaching world, that if Minter would have come back, I probably would have picked the Chargers are ready to win next season's Super Bowl. Okay. I mean, to get McDaniel in there for the offense, I think it's a huge upgrade. I mean, he's going to have to, adapt and fit with what they have. But, I mean, Justin Herbert's such a good place to start with that. Their defense still has a lot of pieces. I wonder about the coordinator. We just don't have a lot of, he doesn't have a long NFL resume. I mean, he was one of the directional Michigan schools last year coaching defense. That doesn't mean he can't do it, but it's a risk. But if that defense plays anywhere near where it played this year, I think the Chargers, really good. McDaniel's a big part of that.
Is there any reason that you believe Clint Kubiak can change things in Vegas, or is it just another long list of coaches that are going to struggle there?
Yeah, man, it's tough. I mean, it's from the top down. It's just been a bad franchise, and it's been a bad franchise for most of the last 40 years, and that's not easy to turn around now. And the biggest, as anything, you're drafting a quarterback number one overall. He needs to hit. If Mendoza can carry on what he did in college to the pros, I mean, almost like Joe Burrow, like that type of guy who was just unbelievable in college and then just does it in the pros too, it changes the whole outlook of the franchise. Look, the Houston Texans 3 years ago were one of the worst franchises in the NFL. Maybe the worst. They were absolutely positively awful. They make a great head coach hire. C.J. Stroud, I know he's been up and down, but he was really good as a rookie. And everything changes. Your entire outlook changes. Same thing can happen with the Raiders. If Kubiak's the right guy, if Mendoza's the right guy, then it doesn't. The last 40 years doesn't matter. You can turn things around that quickly in the NFL. So I would bet against it just because the Raiders have been that bad. But there's hope. There's hope. And there's more hope than there is with a 74-year-old Pete Carroll and a 35-year-old Geno Smith. Let's put it that way.
In the scouts that you talk to and people around the league, are they mostly positive on Mendoza, or is it kind of a wait and see?
I think Mendoza's not viewed as like a Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May level guy. He a lot of that, I don't want to say system quarterback because at some point everybody's a system quarterback other than like 5 guys on the planet. So, but he seems more system-ish than the rest. But all the intangibles he brings to the table, people like that. He has enough. He doesn't have a howitzer of an arm like a Justin Herbert, but he's got enough of an arm. He does everything well enough. And at some point, when you go 16-0 at Indiana or 15-0 or whatever they win, that says a lot. And I think that just what he's put on film is pretty darn good. And I think definitely worth the Raiders taking the first pick. You gotta swing at some point, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable gamble for them to make. He's done it in college. You got to see if that can translate to the pros, but I don't see there being any reason it can't. Like, do I think he's ever going to be MVP of the league? Probably not. But the Super Bowl champions have a quarterback who probably isn't in anybody's top 10. So you can win in different ways. You just need a good, solid quarterback, and I think he could definitely be that.
Before we let you go, I understand there's not a lot of people out there that actually feel sorry for Bill Belichick, but not going to the Hall of Fame after what he's been able to accomplish, is that something that will lead to some changes with voting?
It should. The Hall of Fame voting's been bad for a while. I hate to say it because I respect a lot of guys in that room, but it's been broken since Terrell Owens didn't get in either of his first 2 opportunities. That was just voters saying, we don't like you, and we're going to punish you. And I wonder if the same thing happened with Belichick. All of us wonder that. Belichick wasn't the cuddliest, friendliest guy with the media. There's no other reason he's not in the Hall of Fame. No. You could not give me one football reason he's not in the Hall of Fame. Mo Spygate, I don't care. What are we doing here? Come on. That's so ridiculous to think that that's a reason. I just think that I don't know if the Hall of Fame, look, everybody's had their own theories on what happened and the voting process or whatever. I just wonder if voters, because they got a free pass for T.O., because T.O. is not I don't know. I don't know why. But they got a pass, I think, for T.O. They didn't get ripped as much as they should have for T.O. not getting in his first 2 times. That they just didn't realize the blowback here. They didn't realize this was such an egregiously bad decision that it was going to be like, hey, we might need to shake it up and get rid of some of these voters. I don't think they ever saw that coming. And so they were like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't had anybody say this. I don't know this for a fact. But I think it's possible that a lot of those guys were like, yeah, screw Bill Belichick. He wasn't nice to us. We're not going to vote for him. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, the entire world is mad at us now for this. We screwed up. I really you wonder, because again, you cannot make an argument why Bill Belichick's not in the Hall of Fame. You can't. No. You literally cannot make an argument. And for them to hold him out and, you can only vote for so many guys and you got to get Roger Craig in because he's bad. I don't care. Any excuse you can make is a bad one because any theory that leads to Bill Belichick wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer tells me it was wrong. It just is it's inexcusable. And I think they kind of, I honestly don't think they expected this kind of blowback. Or I just think that maybe they didn't think that 11 guys wouldn't, maybe I'm going to be the one to not vote for Bill Belichick, but 10 other guys won't. And then it just bit them because it's probably the worst Hall of Fame vote I've ever seen in any sport. We can argue about Barry Bonds and all that, but Bill Belichick not going in on a first ballot is the worst Hall of Fame vote I can ever remember. And I think that there should be some accountability here. We don't even know who didn't vote for him. And I think that's ridiculous. If you are part of that group that votes for Hall of Fame, your vote should be public. Yeah, let's get it out there. You should not be doing this in private whatsoever.
Is that once you become one of the voters, do you have it for life until you give it up, or what is there a term? How does that? I don't even know how that works.
No, there's no term. I don't know exactly. I couldn't tell you the inner workings of how that group gets turned over when it does, but most of the guys in that room have been in that room for a long time, and it doesn't change very often. So I don't know exactly the process as far as changing voters or moving voters, any of that. I just know that usually once guys are on that panel, they stay there for a long, long time.
Yeah, yep. Well, Frank, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for your time, and let's do it again here soon.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
You got it. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, right here on, just does a tremendous job covering the NFL and just does it, frankly, better than everybody else. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in the 2 o'clock hour, we continue on another busy day. Patrick Kinahan will join us at 2:05. We'll chat with him, get his thoughts on the Utah Jazz. Was he bored by the Super Bowl? It's just been a long time since we've talked to PK. So we'll hit him up coming up at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for a team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you're coming off of Christmas, you got bills to pay, and you're wondering, okay, you know what, this interest rate's killing me. What can I do to help out? Well, America First Credit Union is going to step in and say, we got an option for you. They have got their America First Credit Union credit card that is going to give you 0% interest for 6 months. And that's on balance transfers as well. So let's say you got a big vacation coming up this summer. You can pay for it now, take up to 6 months to pay for it. Or you got a little overextended during Christmas. Hey, happens to all of us. You transfer your balances over there. You've got 6 months with no interest to pay that thing off. It's a really smart way to handle your money. It's the America First Credit Union Platinum Low Rate Card. And hey, after that 6 months, you've got competitive rates, no annual fee. You won't pay for any balance transfer fees as well. Apply today. 0% interest rate for 6 months. It's only going to be available for a limited time. Visit a branch, apply online, or call them now. America First Credit Union, Dave Nelson, the crew, they do such a great job over there. They're going to treat you like family. They've got so many branches up and down the Wasatch Front in the western part of the United States. But when you walk into a branch, you're not a number on a spreadsheet. You're a member of the family. America First Credit Union. Get there now. America First Credit Union.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Tuesday, which means we've got tickets to give away. Let's do it.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Portland Trailblazers coming up February 12th at the Delta Center. Game starts at 7 o'clock. Patrick Kinahan's going to join us coming up in our next segment. But Matt's with us right now from My Hearing Center. And one thing, Matt, we haven't talked about yet. We're here in the location in Sandy, but you've got locations all over the Wasatch Front.
We do actually have locations now also in Grand Junction, in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. We're up in Wyoming, in Casper, Riverton, and Rock Springs, and we have a couple Idaho offices not in Burley.
Oh, well, let's get you there.
Not
though.
yet. We'll get there. But
a lot of hearing loss in Burley.
Idaho Falls and Pocatello. So, I mean, if you can hear us on the radio, we're probably pretty close, and we'd love to see you in our office. We're doing free hearing evaluations. All you have to do is give us a call.
And it really is that simple. You come in, you make the phone call, 801-438-7058. And if you're a quality candidate, you'll come in, and then we'll do the test, and it'll be absolutely free. And you actually encourage the spouse to come with the person on that test.
Yeah, we do a special test. We call it a familiar voice test, where we'll take the voice of the spouse and we'll actually represent it both at your hearing loss and then at an aided loss. Basically, we'll program a set of hearing aids at your prescription and let you hear the difference of those conversations. That's actually one of my favorite moments in the evaluation. It's when an individual, whether it's, I think it was at 1985 earlier, or in the last couple of years, haven't been able to hear each other and communicate well. We sit them down, and we get the person that has a hearing loss back to normal hearing, and we take the spouse around the corner, and we have a simple conversation where you can't read lips, right? but you can hear each other and you can make out what each other's saying. And you brought this up earlier. Typically when you have a hearing loss, your spouse will raise their voice so that you can hear them. When they raise their voice, their facial features change, the volume changes, and you feel like all of a sudden, well, they're mad at me. And a simple question like, how was your day, becomes antagonistic.
Yeah.
In this situation where we put them around the corner, they can ask, how was your day? I was good. What'd you have for breakfast? I had some toast with some buttered toast. Right? Those little things are like, wow, we can hear each other. We have these simple and then we allow you to take it at home and do that for 30 days risk-free. And then you take it to the concerts and the jazz games and to the Mammoth games, or you take it over to the Hell Center Theater, or go watch a movie, or go to a party with friends, and just see the difference that your life is going to have when you can understand what those people around you are saying and have those communications and have those connections without all the, spending all the energy they have to. When you have a hearing loss, you can't hear it appropriately.
When somebody comes in and they get these hearing aids, then you just boot them out the door and say, all right, we're done here.
That's it.
Yeah, no more. No, that's the one thing, because you know that somebody, this is something that's really important to them, to their quality of life. So there's fine tuning. There's adjustments that have to be made.
Yeah, you mentioned your experience with hearing aids earlier and how it reminds you a little bit of like eyeglasses. I'll say where it's different is there is some art to the science, and sometimes your brain hasn't heard words and sounds for such a long time that we've got to retrain it. And so we'll put the hearing aids on at maybe, especially if you're a new hearing aid wearer, we'll put the hearing aids on at maybe like 30% of the volume increase. And over the next month, we'll increase it all the way to 100% so we can retrain your brain to hear those sounds. Because I will tell you, one of the funniest things that come in, I had to say, and this sounds like a joke, not a joke, had a patient come in right after getting their hearing aids and said, you broke my car. And I went, what are you talking about? You broke your car. You broke my car. Like, what? There's this clicking sound in my car now that it wasn't there before, and I think you guys did it. And he was joking, but he left his blinker on when he went inside.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
And when he got in his car, he could hear he's like, what is that? It was the blinker that was still going on in his car. He's like, I haven't heard that blinker in years. I didn't even know that it made sound anymore, kind of a thing. So you're going to hear sounds that are new to your brain that have been there for a long time.
That's funny. 801-438-7058. But let's focus in on your relationships, your communication skills with your wife, your family members, your kids, those at work. That's all going to be enhanced, and you're going to be in a much better situation. 801-438-7058. As Matt mentioned, there's all kinds of locations up and down the Wasatch Front, into Wyoming, into Idaho. Just call 801-438-7058, My Hearing Center.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Wednesday on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, Wednesday at 10.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spinning these wheels down a road that we ain't ever seen. Who knows where we are?
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Patrick Kinahan's going to join us here in just a moment. Packy joins us right now. You hear him every morning with David James from 6 to 10. Every now and then he gets a word in with DJ. It is PK. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good. Listening to my favorite band in the background. I see with Lloyd trying to butter me up again.
I mean, Lloyd is very calculated, and he wants to make sure you're in the best mood possible because we wrecked your afternoon.
No, he didn't wreck my afternoon anytime. As you know, I saw this group at a driving range performing last month.
At a driving range?
Uh-huh.
Wow. How was that?
Yes. It was outstanding. I was right there, 5 feet away. It is the PGA Tour stop in Palm Springs, which is usually, most always, the third week in January. And on the Friday and Saturday nights, they have a stage that is on the, not where you would tee off end of the driving range, but the other end of the driving range. And they have concerts. And they have pretty big names. Old Dominion was there Friday. It was sold out. And then on Saturday, it was One Republic.
That's that's not a bad way to go.
Yeah.
By the way, how is Pebble?
It's not Pebble, it's Palm Springs.
Oh, I thought you said Pebble. Sorry, Palm Springs. My bad.
I've been to Pebble Beach. I have not played it. If I could have management increase my salary, and now that there's a huge pot of money available because of one guy leaving the organization, I might be able to get some of that.
Oh, we're all trying to get some of that. Don't.
Yeah, or at least, half the stuff for free, something like that.
And we're off. Were you bored by the Super Bowl?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. On the air, I'm offensive, and in my football, I got to have offensive plays, and there wasn't enough. I'm consistently offensive, or offensive, as Majerus would say.
Majerus, yeah.
So I wanted more. I wanted more action. I felt bad for the Patriots and Drake May. I think most especially, I might have felt bad for the Buffalo Bills. Couldn't get it done. It reminds me of when the Statues were playing. Oh, they lost to Jordan. And then earlier they lost to Magic, and those teams, and they were both great teams with great individual players. But where they really lost it was when Jordan was gone and kicked out of basketball, whatever it was, and they lost to, the Dallas Mavericks after being up 2-0 in a best of 5, and that was their time. And I kind of felt like maybe with the Chiefs being down, obviously that was the Bills' time. So just for sentimentality, and the guys went to Wyoming, and you've been there obviously now with your job as the Aggies football radio guy, and I was there many times. I always loved the 95, 98, 99% of the people in Laramie. I thought they got a bad rap. It's a tough place to live, but when I went there to cover basketball and football, which was many, many times, their media relations people treated you like gold.
Oh, yeah, they're the best.
Yeah, so I always have a soft spot in my heart for, and a lot of people don't think I have a heart, so I understand that, but soft spot somewhere for Wyoming. And since it was Josh Allen, I thought, it would be cool to have the Wyoming starting quarterback. I had one scholarship offer coming out of some dink town up by Fresno, and was it Craig Bowl said yes, and then he goes and blows up. So we'll see, and McDermott gets fired because of it and all that stuff. And so I kind of wanted the Bills to do it, and maybe the Broncos too. Nothing against the Patriots, but my guy Kenny Dillingham is really tight with Bo Nix. Went up 1 year, or not 1 year, but this past season I think they had a Thursday night game, and the Devils had a bye, and so he flew up Thursday day, he and his wife, to go watch the game, and then came back right after the game so he could meet with them. And when Kenny Dillingham does Zoom stuff with the media in Arizona, in the background, it's a signed Broncos jersey from Bo Nix.
So when you look at the Jazz, and we'll switch gears a little bit with the Jaren Jackson trade, are we going to look back 2-3 years from now and say that's when the long nightmare of tanking came to an end? Obviously, they're going to tank as much as they can this year to hold on to that pick, but is that kind of the milestone that we'll look at and say, okay, finally they went all in and this thing came to an end?
Yeah, that was the message sent around the Wasatch Front. Austin Ames, he had some bravado in that initial press conference when he said, we're done with that, when someone asked him the question about tanking for the 25-26 season. Now, it hasn't worked out that way, but this was the season that they stopped tanking. Starting next season, obviously, they need to keep that pick. They desperately need to keep that pick. Let's hope that Jaren Jackson flies one of these airlines that can't. I know, like, if you go to the Dominican Republic, sometimes it's tough to get off that island. Wow. And so you maybe stay 3 or 4 weeks later. He's a really good player. He's the best player on the team now. I think he's better than Markkanen.
Oh, I agree.
We'll see what George develops into. He's still in the developmental process, and obviously Ace Bailey is way into the developmental process. But you look at that, and if they re-sign Kessler or get somebody like him, I'm hoping it is Kessler, get a pick, get lucky for once in the lottery, and then, wow, looking like that was the time. They still might need to add, probably do need to add pieces, but it gets a whole lot easier to add complementary players than top of the line. And maybe they get lucky. Maybe they get lucky this year and they get a couple of breaks in the lottery that makes them pick 1 or 2. And then in 2 or 3 years, that player is ready to break out, whether it's a DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, Boozer's son, I wonder, now that they've got two guys there, how Boozer's son would fit in. He's a very good player, speaking of Cam Boozer. I like him. I've seen him play on television many, many times. But maybe they go in a different direction. The kid out of Carolina, maybe they go for the guard line. Always draft the best player available. I think that's the standard. I think you guys had Bill Armstrong on probably last year when he was talking about the draft, and he said always go for the best player available, and if you have too much at one, then you trade, dealing from a position of strength. I believe in that wholeheartedly. But there's no question that this, after we get through these next 6-7 weeks, that it's on, man. And everyone, you're gonna feel it. DJ and I were talking about this morning. We go over there and do media day in the morning when they have it, the first fourth Monday in September, whenever it is. Yeah. And I think this next coming September, you are just going to feel a great level of difference and a far greater level of optimism, and justifiably so.
Patrick Kinahan joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so it seems like the Jazz are taking heat for playing guys and then pulling them out in the fourth quarter. It seems like they're taking more heat for that than they would have if they just benched everybody and just said, hey, go back home. You don't even need to be on this trip. Yeah,
I wrote about it at KSL.com. It's good to be able to say that now. And this is crazy, man. It's crazy. It's like you've got a freeway full of speeders, and you pull over the 25th car speeding when the other 24 have been doing it exactly the same way. And now maybe the tanking, maybe this is different in the tanking, but you're right, man. Would I rather see load management and not play? If I bought tickets to go see Orlando and then Miami and live down there or was visiting, whatever it might be, I would want to see Jaren Jackson and Markkanen play. Right now, I guess if I'm an Orlando guy, it was the best situation to have them sit, and they played well, and then it was a competitive game. In fact, they're down by 17, and obviously in the fourth quarter with the youngsters sitting on the court, on the bench, you know what happened, and Orlando won the game, and it was an exciting finish. Miami's not as good a team as Orlando, so they couldn't get the plays done that they needed to, and Sensabaugh had some big shots. I thought they Bailey looked really good in that fourth quarter. And so this new method, like the premise of tanking, the result is the same, but the Jazz have a new method, and people are up in arms about it. And I watched several teams do it. I watched San Antonio do it when they got Tim Duncan. The Celtics tried to do it, and they didn't have the same draft. They didn't get Duncan. And then we know OKC was losing, and then they get the second pick and get Holmgren, and he's a very nice player. They've done some other stuff, Oklahoma City. It's not like that tank got him exclusively the title. Drafting Cody Williams' brother with, I think, the 12th pick out of Santa Clara was very good. And obviously the incredible trade that they made to get Shea Alexander there with the Clippers was the catalyst. But this is what needs to be done. It's so crazy to me, Scotty. If you don't like the rules, then change them. But don't complain about a team abiding by the rules that were set up for this lottery, and they're the ones at fault. No, it's not. They're not the ones at fault. Who else are they? What free agents don't move around as much anymore anyway, and you're trying. As crazy as it sounds, you're trying to win by tanking.
Yeah, you're committed to winning. It'd be really easy just to, be middle of the pack, make your money, and walk off in the sunset.
Right.
I just think that it's a really interesting world that the NFL, frankly, says, look, we will, it doesn't matter if you tank or not. Worst record gets the number one pick. And we don't hear about that at all in the National Football League. But, boy, when it comes to tanking, and they've tried to do some things to help, but it will never go away in the NBA. It's just part of your identity. And so unless you address it, people are going to manipulate the system any way they possibly can. It's just being smart in managing. And also, too, I might add, what could be a generational type of draft.
Right. Obviously we've seen Peterson play against the Cougars. I did anyway. You might be busy working on those days yourself with the Aggie basketball. But, you're watching the whole game. Turned disappointed last night that he had the flu, couldn't play against Arizona. I had that game circled, too, knowing that the Jazz game was starting about 90 minutes earlier, and he doesn't play. I was disappointed, but I've seen him play. And now, too, these kids are on this circuit that you can literally end up watching them in high school for their teams because ESPN will put those games on. And we knew at the time, the last 2-3 years, that the Jazz would potentially be in the mix. So I tried to watch these games. Like I said before, I probably watched 15 games of Rutgers last year because of Harper and Bailey. And they would come on early because most of the time, obviously, they're playing back east. I wouldn't have thought, now that the TV is different, when I was growing up, but living not a half hour away from their campus, I never even contemplated Rutgers basketball. And here I was last year watching them religiously because thought that the Jazz would have an opportunity. As it turns out, they did. Not the way we thought, but they did. And I felt like I had a good idea about Ace Bailey because I saw him play, and there's some really great talent. The league it's got to come up with something. I've heard various plans, ideas of ways to prevent it completely. I'm thinking just everybody's in, and you just draw out of it. Maybe some parameters. You can't get the number one pick twice in a 4-year period or something. I don't know, but put everybody in a hat. Could you imagine the lottery show that night?
Oh, yeah.
That would be. You want great entertainment. Let's not forget the idea of pro sports for the rest of us who are not employed by it is entertainment. And that, if you had the lottery thing and they were drawing them out at that point, that would be super entertaining how they would do it. And figure out a way. I'm not saying that's necessarily a practical solution, but the way they're doing it now in terms of trying to stop tanking clearly isn't working. I'll give the league credit. They've tried to do some stuff to drum up interest. They know that hardly anybody's paying attention in November and December, so they came up with this in-season tournament. I don't think it's worth a crap, but I give them credit for trying something. And years ago, you used to have guys hand-checking, eliminating the movement and all. They did that. The opportunity to throw the ball into Charles Barkley and have him pounded into the cardwood for 20 seconds and then go over his left shoulder and lay it in. They've loosened up those rules. It's an entertainment league, and if you want to stop the tanking, you've got to come up. There's got to be some people who have bright minds who can figure it out and come up with something. I'm not sure what it is, but something needs to be done. NFL's different, one player, and they draft a quarterback, and it seems like that quarterback has a 50-50 chance of ever materializing, and then you can pick up guys in the 6th round who are just as good, if not better.
Patrick Kinahan joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You hear him every morning from 6 to 10. You read him at KSL.com. All right, so PK, when you look at BYU basketball, where's your concern level for them right now?
High. And I'm not saying hello. I'm saying hi, H-I-G-H, for all you Aggie fans out there. With the level relative to the expectations.
That's a different high that they're thinking of up in Logan.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a compound meaning there. I knew that they would be so sophisticated to figure it out. I mean, you telling me that Aggie fans get loaded? Is that what you're saying? I was wondering what was going on in the spectrum there. Now I know.
Hey, well, never mind. I'm going to stop. I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm going to lose a job. I got to be careful. All right, keep going. I'm sorry.
I went to NAU. I know what you're talking about. So if they're in the West Coast Conference, making the tournament was the primary goal. But not now, not with this kind of money. I wish we could find out the money, like the Dodgers are taking all sorts of heat. Pitchers and catchers were reported today, and so we were talking about it a little bit. And I said, well, if things go well and everything clicks, the Dodgers got a chance. Just obviously joking. By things being well is that, the guys aren't late to the World Series. Because of LA freeway traffic, right? I mean, they're going to be there, and it's kind of the same thing with college sports now, right? We know about Texas Tech. Why were they there? Go look at Texas Tech's softball team. I love telling this story. They were always like 4 or 5 games over 500. They buy this gal from Stanford last year, and they were like 54-4 or something like that. And then they put out the all-conference preseason softball team. 7 girls, 7 young ladies are from Texas Tech. I mean, come on. Why are they going there? Well, they've got a great program. Yeah, now they do. And so that's the same thing with BYU, man. You spent a lot of money, or money was spent. I don't want to get into semantics of who's spending the money. It doesn't matter. Money was spent on these guys. You had Drew, the Baylor coach, and that's who they play tonight. I listened to him yesterday, and he was talking about, there'll be some hostility. That's what makes college sports, right? You've been in many arenas across the land for college basketball, and they're right on top of you. It's a little bit different than football, and they are, and they're very boisterous. We know that. And he was talking about, he alludes to, especially when somebody signs a contract with you that says he's going to stay and doesn't. Well, I mean, he just didn't come to BYU, speaking of Rob Wright, because, wow, I just want to live in Provo like a lot of kids do and want to be at the BYU and UVU environments. We know that, right? Well, here's the deal. I mean, he got paid. Good for him. I'm not criticizing it, but the reality is that money was extended and accepted, and so the standards are high. And so they've got to find a way to get wins. It's as simple as that. This Baylor's a halfway decent team. There's 2 or 3 teams in the Big 12 that aren't very good at all. But then the middle of it, they can beat you. And then the top, obviously, is really, really good. And watching the Kansas-Arizona game for Shilla, a guy I've known for many years because I was a beat writer when he coached at New Mexico, used to talk on the phone with him all the time. And he says, hey, the top 5 in the Big 12 are really good. And then he says, acknowledging BYU has slipped a little bit. So that seeding, you've been on the inside of it. That you can analytic that seeding that they come up in the NCAA tournament to death, but there's still perception and bias every year, and it's important that they get back on the winning ways. And it's not like they're getting smoked, right? I get that. They were there, gave a better defensive effort against, at least intensity-wise. If you go points per possession, it was still not good, and that's because Houston doesn't have as many possessions as, say, that they had BYU faced when they went to Stillwater last week and played Oklahoma State. But at least the intensity was there. Now Ratchet's up. Kevin Young, you came in here much ballyhooed, and you had great success the first season going to the Sweet 16 for only the 3rd time since Danny Ainge was playing there. Well, you're getting paid a lot. You need to figure it out, and you need to get those guys to figure it out. And it needs to start tonight, 5:30, I think, maybe 5 o'clock. And I'll be watching that game, and I want to see them win. I mean, it's fun to have local teams win, right? And so certainly we would be rooting for them. This is like the Aggies. And I've been making this point, too. I don't know if you want to get into it, but the Aggies have run through a lot of coaches here recently, and I can make an argument that Calhoun is the best of the bunch.
Oh, that's a good question. From strictly an X's and O standpoint, the dude is like, I don't know what it was like for you to be hanging with Rick Majerus and just talk basketball. I know he wanted to talk a lot about other things, but when it was just basketball, I've learned more from Jared Calhoun than I have any other coach. And trust me, I've worked with a lot of coaches.
I know what you're saying. Majerus is my basketball mentor, actually. Yeah. I mean, we tussled a lot, but I never doubted his ability in basketball, and covering him for 10 years. Unless you're the dumbest person on earth, you're going to learn. And I learned a ton, maybe some bad stuff, but in terms of his knowledge of the game and what produces winning basketball, and I actually like watching the Aggies play because the ball's moving. It's a bunch of unselfish guys, maybe to a degree unheralded, and Falstaff. I'm in love with that guy. I don't like his haircut, but I'm in love with that guy. The way he plays the game of basketball is a lot of fun to watch.
Well, by the way, Utah State Fresno tonight, 7 o'clock. So, you know, when that BYU game comes to an end, then you can just kick it right on over and turn on the radio. By the way, I got Tim Lacombe doing color with me tonight, too.
Tim Lacombe, his hair looking really good, man.
Oh.
I'm telling you, this guy's a media mogul.
I
basically made him, let him know that. I mean, he used to hate me because he was a Majerus guy and then maybe discovered a thing or two. But in the beginning, man, oh, gosh, he couldn't stand me when he was a young pup, and so was I for that matter on the beat. And later we've become much more cordial. And then I understand, and I've been on the phone with him a lot here recently.
I bet you have.
and I just want to throw something out, Scotty. I am not married to the 6 to 10 a.m. slot. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. All right. You know, there's benefits to being able to play golf in the morning and also in the afternoon. I'm just saying.
No, I think it's a little too late in the process, man. We're going to ride this out, hopefully a few more years, and see what happens. The old nerd boy, he and I have clicked, and I'm forever grateful for that.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I really thought me and my guy were going to catch you guys someday, and then, but nope, that's not in the cards. So,
I mean, this was my career goal. I mean, I've said this. I want to play third base for the Dodgers, and there was only one problem. I sucked, but when I first heard sports radio, it was on from 10 to midnight. 55 KOI in Phoenix, and I worked across town. I got off work when I was going to ASU at 10 o'clock, and I worked on the opposite side of the valley, and I had to drive about 30, 40 minutes every night. I would turn that thing on, and I thought, I mean, I'm like, junior in college, thinking, gosh, man, if I could ever do that. That's a literal story. And so I literally am living the dream.
No doubt. You and me both. Hey, thanks for your time, man. I appreciate it.
All right, anytime.
There he is, the great Patrick Kinahan right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are here at My Hearing Center. Call right now, 801-438-7058. Look, if you're at a party and you can't hear what's going on, or a game or a concert, or you're just asking your wife over and over, hey, what was that again? What'd you say? Or if your parent is, or somebody close to you, call right now. Set them up an appointment at My Hearing Center, 801-438-7058. They'll do the hearing test, the evaluation, all of that absolutely for free. That won't cost you a dime. And then if you decide to move forward with some hearing aids, guess what? You'll have 30 days to try them out. No risk to you whatsoever. And if you want to keep them, great. If not, they'll say, hey, you know what? You know where to find us. If you want to circle back, we'd love to talk to you some more. 801-438-7058. It's My Hearing Center right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for three quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned, too, is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. BYU's at Baylor tonight, 5 o'clock. Listen on 102.7 FM. At Fresno State's at Utah State, the game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are back in action tomorrow when they host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here and introduce your company's brand to thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She's always worried about things like that.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it's a Tuesday. It's time to give away some tickets.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your chance to win tickets right now. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and you'll win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz square off against the Portland Trailblazers. But you got to be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. And remember, the winning doesn't just end today. Tomorrow, it is a Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, we've got tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center coming up on February 14th. That's Saturday, Valentine's Day. Get your tickets right now at SeatGeek.com and or listen all day tomorrow as we will have multiple chances for you to win those tickets to go see Brian Regan on a Win Ticket Wednesday. Women's hockey team took care of some business, Lloyd, roughing up the Canadians. What was that score? What was the final? 4-0? 5-0.
5-0. Yeah, a big 0 for a country that claims that hockey started there.
Look, I know for some reason it's kind of like in vogue for people to hate on Canada. Like, I've got no beef with Canada. They're fine. I like a good Tim Hortons donut every now and then. But you know what? When we as Americans get to rough them up in terms of their sport, yeah, that's great. I mean, like, if Canada was ever to beat us in NBA or like the Olympic men's basketball or baseball or something along those lines, then yeah, that would be embarrassing. That's our sport. You don't get to screw around with us.
You can't do NBA if that ever, and that would never happen. But
I mean, I know that there's somebody out there that's going to be saying something in terms of, the guy that created basketball. What's his Naismith? That he actually is a Canadian. But okay, you don't get to count him. He was an American when he did it. So
yeah, absolutely. That doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
But for the U.S. to do what they did, my gosh, that was embarrassing.
5-0. 5-0. All right.
An effort.
Hey, I've got a story here I want to go over with you. But before we do that, we've had a couple of NFL experts come on. We've talked to Brock Huard. We've talked to Frank Schwab.
Really regret talking to Brock, by the way. Life is so good.
Yeah. You know what? The good thing about him is that he just opened up about it. He's like, yeah, you know what? It's good to be me right now.
Yeah,
life is good.
I respect it.
Can't complain with him whatsoever. Like, good for him. Just own it. Just be like, yeah, you know what? Got the Mariners. They're cooking. Got the Seahawks that just won a championship. So they're cooking, and we're going to get an NBA team here in a couple of years. So, yeah, life's pretty good. But all of them are not overly thrilled about your guy Kubiak's chances there to turn things around with the Raiders.
Well, I think they realize that, one, he needs to see what he can bring with him to the Raiders. And two, they need an offensive line. Let's be honest. There needs to be, if they have that same offensive line, Fernando is going to get abused. So I think there is still some work, but he can't be worse. There's no way he can be worse than Pete Carroll. Okay, he could have 0 wins, sure. Yeah, so I guess he could. But if that happens, the bottom line is the Raiders actually have to let it breathe a little bit. They need to let a coach do some things for a sec. Let him cook for a minute, and then let's see. I kind of understand why they reacted the way they did with Pete Carroll, because I did not expect him to go backwards like he did. I mean, to go to just only have 2 wins, it's like, okay, well, we're not going to have Pete Carroll for the long haul anyways, so why waste our time with this? I actually understand that with Pete Carroll. It's like, okay, well, we're not going to let this breathe. Like, we can't. You just can't. Couldn't deal with that with Pete Carroll he probably had a couple more years, like 2 max.
I mean, the problem is, though,
he's nearly dead.
Trust me, I know. But you've got
I know you're taking a lot of joy in it. Yeah, I get it. We like to pay coaches. I get it. It's fine.
It's all right.
I don't appreciate the joy that you take in this, though.
I'm not taking any joy
in
this.
Yes, you do.
No, I look, as a close friend, we're
don't
in
even
this
care
together.
About that. We're not in this together.
That's not true. I feel your pain. I know what it's like.
I might loathe every one of you more than Chiefs fans.
Oh,
there might be a little bit of that. I'm not going to lie.
You don't mean that.
I'm not going to lie. I'm really starting to like Rusty a lot, actually, compared to you.
Hey, look. You know what? I've just experienced a really good season. That if my quarterback didn't get hurt, the Broncos win a Super Bowl this year. And so, look, I just want you to enjoy the same kind of joy that I've been able to.
They weren't beating the Seahawks.
Oh,
the fact that you guys think they were going to beat the Seahawks, you are so out of your mind.
That's a broken ankle away from a Lombardi trophy coming back to Denver. That's the only thing. And frankly, I think even Stidham beats him. If he doesn't get caught in a snowstorm.
Oh my gosh! Now you're senile. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Stidham, right. Like all the other teams around the NFL didn't already know who Jarrett Stidham was. Right. The Raiders knew who he was.
Well,
Heck, the Patriots knew who he was. See ya. Only Sean Payton thinks, wow, we should pay this guy like $6 million a year because he's a great backup. And if our guy goes down, he's going to be no. Sorry, $6 million a year for Jarrett Stidham, highest paid backup. Okay, how did that work out?
Don't be taking out your frustrations.
No, I'm just saying. How did it work out? It didn't. He was terrible.
Guess what? It worked out in the AFC Championship game.
That's fine. Did you get all the way? It doesn't even matter. You might as well have not made the playoffs.
Yeah, we would have.
The same difference.
No. Oh, it's not the same difference. If you don't end up
winning it all, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you don't win it all.
So you saying the Broncos and the Raiders had the same season?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Okay.
Might as well.
Right.
Same result. No Super Bowl.
Fair enough. Sure. All right. Fair enough. In fact, you could say you had a better year because you've got a better draft pick out of this season.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you could say the Raiders had a more successful season than the Denver Broncos did.
Man, I appreciate that. I'm going to use that as a drop.
You know what?
I'm going to use that as a drop.
By that rationale, I can't argue with you on that. I can't. You're spitting truth. All right. The Olympics, I wish this guy would have said this in English because I want to hear this soundbite of it, but it was in his foreign language. This is a Norwegian who won a bronze medal and was going to do his post-game interview or his post-ski match interview. And he's a biathlete, won bronze, and then unprompted used his post-game race interview to reveal that he had cheated on his girlfriend, she had left him, and that he hopes that by committing social media suicide right now, it will show her how much I love her. So here's the interview. He said, I want to thank everyone who's helped me on the path to his first individual Olympic medal. Now there's someone I wanted to share it with who might not be watching today. 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the most beautiful and kindest person in the world. 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake and I cheated on her, and I told her about it a week ago. It's been the worst week of my life. He goes on to say, maybe I'm just stupid. I'm a member of the sorority, but I do stupid things. I've regretted it every day since. And I soon realized that this was, in fact, the woman of my life, and I can't live my whole life keeping it a secret from her. My only way to get that goal is to tell her everything and put it on the table and hope she can still love me. I've done that for her, and now the whole world, I have nothing left to lose, says the bronze medalist. I don't know if unveiling all your dirty secrets on national TV after winning a bronze medal, I don't know if that's going to fly.
It was only a bronze?
Yeah, that's the thing. If he'd won gold, you might be like, all right.
Can't do that when you win a bronze. Bronze is really, come on.
But you're the second loser. I mean, come on, really? If you win gold, you might have a chance to win her back.
Because that would make sense.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I gotta imagine the ladies will be flocking because of a gold medal. So,
man.
But, yeah, I'm not going to chance that. I'm just not going to, you know what? You just need to, talk to her personally.
Yeah,
I don't think letting it know that she got cheated on, that you cheated on her on national TV. No, that's not the way to go.
No, this isn't going to fly. I feel bad for the guy. I really do. But you know what? There might be a good reason for you that you're not with this woman anymore. Outside of the cheating, you're just a weirdo. So, knock it off. This is gross. I just wish it was, I would love nothing more than to have this in English so that we could all hear this. And I'm watching the video of it right now, and it's subtitled, and the dude is in tears. Like, he had just won a bronze medal, and he doesn't have the love of his life to share it with.
Wait, remind me, what was the sport again? Sorry, I didn't know if you had said it.
He's got a set of skis, so something skiing related.
Huh.
Yeah.
Really depends on what kind of sport that is, too.
Yeah. All right. We'll wrap this thing up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about, Colin Sexton going to Orlando or something like that. Maybe it's a bigger trade. Maybe it's a Lowry type of player.
Well, they need a point guard, and
they still need a point guard.
Is hairline their guy?
You find better physical traits to give somebody a nickname by, whether it's armpit, whether it's fingernails, or now hairline for Jalen Suggs. I'm glad you're not calling the guy you saw at daycare the other day flat face.
Oh, flat face. Hey,
I wonder where your daughter gets it.
Yeah, it's
I wonder
true.
where your daughter
True.
picked up.
Look how flat that guy's face is, Dad. By the way, in my defense as well, I'm not the one that noticed hairline.
Sure.
He went viral.
Sure. It became a staple.
Because people were clowning him for his hairline. Yeah, same with fingernails.
And same with armpit. His whole thing is he got into a fight with the people at ESPN because he didn't want to put a shirt on.
Well, that is my theory, but yeah.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, just saw the weather. We're looking to be a lot colder next week, a lot snowier next week. And if you don't have the right windows, you're going to feel that cold air just whip right through your home. If you don't have the right windows, when summer comes along and you got that AC running nonstop, well, guess what? You're not keeping that cold air inside your house. Your heating and cooling bill go up exponentially when you don't have the right windows in place. Fortunately, we have a solution for you, Advanced Windows. Jake, Nate, the crew down at Advanced Windows, it's a family-owned company. They've been around forever. Local manufacturing, so they're going to manufacture it on-site to make sure it fits specifically for your home. And if there's any mistakes, they don't have to ship it off and wait another 10 weeks for it to come back. They can fix it on the spot. But the chances of that happening are next to nil because these guys are darn near perfect in how they design, manufacture, and install your windows. And they'll get it done in 8 weeks or less, and they'll knock off $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. It's all available for you right now at Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex coming up next. But yes, the U.S. women's team just puts the hammer down on the Canadians, winning that 5-0. Yeah, you'll take that. I don't care who it is or what sport it is. You beat Canada like that, done. Done and done. All right, Matt's hanging out with us. We're live here at My Hearing Center, 801-438-7058. Look, there's no reason, no more excuses. You've heard Matt on the air forever. You know what he can deliver for you. The technology is at a point that it's never been before with the kind of hearing aids and the tech. I mean, you can even hook these up and hook them up into your TV or your phone and listen to whatever podcast or whatever sports radio show you want to listen to.
Absolutely. We got this really cool TV screener or a streamer, that you hook up to your TV. I like to use the fiber line that comes out of your television for your audio, right? Hook it up to your TV, and then that pairs with your hearing aids. And then you have an app via your cell phone to turn it on and off. And what's really cool is that you can turn the volume all the way down to your TV and just listen to it through your hearing aids. When you leave the room, the audio comes with you because it's in your hearing aid. So if you're listening to the news, watching a sports game, you want to keep up with it, but you got to go grab that thing that you don't want to go grab.
Yeah.
Or do something else.
Yeah.
You can leave. You can do that thing and still pay attention to what's going on and come back and listen.
Right back, and you're good to go.
And you're back into it. Yeah, it's awesome. And then you don't have to have the volume like blaring so that your neighbors hear it to be able to hear what's going on.
You know what I've noticed, too, is that it's not necessarily I'll turn the volume up, but, boy, I'm Mr. Subtitle guy if I don't have my hearing aids in.
Yeah, and subtitles are helpful for sure.
Yeah.
I've seen some shows where I like to some subtitles on there. I have normal hearing, but again, it keeps you from being able to do anything else. When you're reading something, it's harder to watch the actual acting on the TV. So a great opportunity. Again, come in right now. We're doing free hearing evaluations for you or loved one. Anyone that has hearing loss, come in. We'll test your hearing. If you already have tried hearing aids before, you're wearing hearing aids, you just want to see what the new technology is, well, you try the technology risk-free for 30 days. And at the end of the 30 days, we'll give you a gift card as a thank you.
I've had mine for, I want to say, maybe 2-3 years now. And just the technology advancements from then to now is crazy.
Yeah, we should get you in some new hearing aids. Remind me next time, but we'll get all set up for you. The technology is pretty amazing, especially when it comes to that intimate conversations and where that's going, and then also in those loud noises. So what current wearers are telling us when they put on the BTCIX is that it's more natural sounding than the previous generation. It just feels more natural. You don't hear your own voice, which you have in your technology, but then just the way that the processing speed works is phenomenal. So if you want to experience that, if you want to be able to have that natural sound quality where it doesn't sound tinny, you don't feel that difference between the background noise and speech, it's a great time to come in and try the hearing aids. You
know what? And if you're the guy that's been like, my hearing's fine, but okay, we'll prove it. Come on in. And if you've got great hearing, Matt will be like, hey, there's nothing I can do. You're perfect. Like you've told your wife forever.
Absolutely. Bring her with you when you do it.
The likelihood of that's not great. But
No.
Yeah.
There was actually one time where this woman dragged down her husband, and she was going to show him that he had a hearing loss. We tested the husband and we said, well, hold on, before we show you the results, let's test you as well. We tested the wife. The wife was the one that had the hearing loss.
Really? That's awesome.
And it was a little bit of a reverse
Whoops.
situation, but worked out for both of them ultimately.
Well, all you have to do is call 801-438-7058, whether it's for a spouse, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for anyone in your family, friend. Just get them down here. Get the test for free, and you can try the hearing aids for free for 30 days. If you like them, great. If not, that's okay. You can turn them back in. But either way, you're walking away with a free gift card as well. 801-438-7058. Matt, you're the man, Appreciate it.
Love having you here. Thanks, Scotty.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in. Thanks for being a part of the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. JJ, good to see you in that seat, man.
Good to be here.
I mean, I love Sly. Sly's the best.
He is the best.
But
and you guys had some great shows while I was gone.
There's, we only had
and
one.
what better person to fill in around the Super Bowl, right?
That's true. We only had 1.5 shows, technically. Yesterday was a shorter one. But
I'm cool. I'm glad that technology kind of allowed me to join you guys. Like, we did a full 2 segments on Friday, and then I was able to join you for I almost made you late for the Jazz game yesterday.
It was my fault. It was my fault.
I had so much to talk about.
But, yeah. No, it was partly your fault. You know what? I'm going to go back to mostly your fault.
You can blame me.
All right?
It's okay.
No. I got to get out on time. I'm the one who's sitting here in the studio. So here's the deal. I do want to get a little bit of a vibe. Like, travel logs aren't great on the radio typically.
No,
like,
I'm not going to give you a travel
then I got out of
Nobody
the
cares.
air. So then I got
Nobody
the Uber.
cares what I ate for dinner after a live shot the other night.
But from the, like, put yourself in the shoes of a fan.
Yeah.
Try to, because it's been a long time since you've experienced mostly games in your life as this role of not really having
I've become a grizzled sports broadcaster. I'm calloused.
No, it's not that. It's none of those things. You have a terrible attitude. No. So what I'm saying is like it has washed away some of that. Try to put yourself in the shoes of the fan. What was that feeling for somebody who maybe did spend the $4,800 to walk into the stadium?
Boy, I tell you what, Alex, I'm walking out with a lot of Seahawks fans that you could feel the joy.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they were just wasted.
Well, that too.
There was that too.
I'm sure there's plenty of that, but whatever.
Gosh.
Like the joy that comes from winning a Super Bowl, and you were there for it.
I know.
Like, you get look, it's expensive. The Super Bowl tickets are insane. But I'll tell all of you listening, if for some reason you have the means, and
if for some reason
team is in it,
your aunt dies,
and you're thinking, should I really pull the trigger and do this? At least do it once.
Okay.
Do it once. Bucket list type thing. Okay. Like, if you're a longtime fan of the Arizona Cardinals and somehow, some way they end up in a Super Bowl, you get together with like a couple of buddies, or you and your wife, or whatever it might be, or you and your husband, or whatever is going on with who you want to go to this game with, you and your son, you and your daughter. Okay. I don't care.
2 human beings walking into the stadium.
2 human beings who love that team together. Go do it, because
hey, football is football. Okay, love is love. Football is football. Is that where you're going with
this? The halftime show, Bad Bunny taught us that.
Oh my goodness.
The only thing more powerful than hate is love.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny. I think you got it wrong. But yeah,
I didn't mean for that to all go that way. But
I actually did see a meme of when we were watching this. First of all, the grass had people in them.
There were people.
They were people.
And it's funny. So I was
waiting for them to dance, and they never did.
Do you know what's cool? All those people that were in those things, they got to take a piece of it and keep it as a souvenir.
Oh, I would have done that anyway.
And they got paid pretty good too.
Well, I'm sure they did.
I think they made like $1,200 to do the whole thing, because they had to audition. There's not
you had to audition for Plant.
You had to. They had to do rehearsals.
Oh yeah.
And so they rehearsed a lot before the show.
Well, the grass guys, they didn't have to rehearse.
You had to know where you were going.
Yeah. Okay.
It's crazy what it takes to put together a halftime show.
Well, bottom line is the grass guys got out there, and I told my wife, I go, because they're running through the field. They're going through the fields almost like a corn maze in Utah County or something. And you're looking at it.
Little corn belly's actually Super Bowl 60.
I've seen this before. I took a lady friend to one of them places.
Oh,
so
great date idea.
I was like, if you're like kind of field level, you don't see anything going on.
Right.
And sure enough, I saw all the pictures surfacing of people who are going, I don't know what's going on back there, but it sounds great. And you just saw people running around.
It's definitely made for TV.
You just saw. I told my wife that. I go, the thing that is if you're watching this at the Super Bowl, she goes, I bet none of those people can see. I go, it doesn't matter, because if you do see them, they're being followed around by 14 cameras, right? You've got directors on the thing that are pulling things away. As soon as they pass a part that they're not using anymore, they're like, get out of here. So all of that it's all made for TV.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The stadium was pretty dead during the performance until Lady Gaga came out. Just saying.
I would have gone
The place went nuts after that, and then Ricky showed up, and then everybody was into it. And,
Ricky has
Bad Bunny ended well. He jumping off the thing and into the crowd, and then the whole flag thing was cool and everything.
Well,
I don't know why we're talking about the halftime show, but
because you were there in the building.
I'm giving you the vibe in person.
All right.
That was the reaction of the crowd. Is they're like, it was dead. It was weird.
So if you can afford it, we'll see you
if you can afford it, go see your favorite team at the Super Bowl. And for Seahawks fans that made that investment, even for the Patriots fans that went and it didn't go their way, you were part of history. You were there.
Sure.
And you got to take it all in. It's a great experience. It's a great sports experience if you go there and you're part of all the festivities and you go to a few events, make a weekend of it. You can have a great time. Yes, it's very expensive, but it's a memory you'll have for the rest of your life, especially if you take somebody that means a lot to you, if you go to do it together.
Our producer, Alex Napolis, also was in San Francisco over the weekend. Were you one of the trees? Were you one of the grass field guys?
I snuck in somehow.
Okay, good. I was wondering. I love that Napolis goes, no, flights out there were actually really cheap because, he's like, I don't know why. I'm like, you went to Super Bowl Sunday out in San Francisco where the Super Bowl was. You're not going to the Super Bowl. He's like, absolutely not. And you know what he said? The first thing he did when he came in today, because you guys were both out of town in San Francisco, walking by each other, assumingly, and you didn't even see each other. And Napolis goes, that game's, what was the quote?
That game sucked.
It was like, and I had to agree with him. I had to agree with him.
Do you know why the game sucked? Because the Seahawks were that good.
I'm glad. But there's also a part of me that goes, and Drake May just ain't it yet. Maybe
he's
one of these years
he's not quite ready for prime time, and the Patriots weren't either. That offensive line got blown up. Their defense did well. Forcing 5 field goals was pretty impressive. But, there was a clear – if you look back on the season now, and I know you're being humble because you're a Seahawks fan.
Nah.
That Seahawks team was actually really dominant this year. It was just kind of, for some reason, under the radar because nobody expected them to be dominant. But they had 3 losses this year, so they go 17-3, right?
Yep.
How many points combined were those losses?
I'm not sure what were the losses.
It's like around 9 points total that they lost 3 games by.
Another crazy Seahawks stat.
They dominated this year. They were the best team.
The point differential that the Seahawks had through their run of the playoffs was regular season and playoffs. The point differential that they had this season was the best by any team in the NFL since the 1999 Rams, the best show on turf. And they got that because of, scoring 43 points a game. But the Seahawks ran it up on some teams, man. If you remember. But, even the Legion of Boom, point differential, you have to have a great defense, you have to have a good offense. Their offense was just kind of But that team that we call the dark side, the Legion of Boom didn't achieve that. They didn't have that type of point differential, so it's crazy. All right.
They didn't turn the ball over in the postseason.
And then the best thing you ate this weekend?
Korean barbecue.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about Unipolis?
You should have. Is this a shot at the Street Glizzies?
This is not a shot. No, the Street Glizzies are taking a shot at you right now, my guy.
Look, if you're going to get a Street Glizzy, it better be from a trusted source.
I
You are playing with fire, my friend.
Well, no, you wish the fire was on because apparently it didn't heat up.
You doing
enough.
all right in there?
Napolis is not feeling well. And I said, what's going on? He goes, well, the person he was hanging out with, they were hanging out this weekend, some friends, they also got sick. Well, what happened? Well, we suspect it was the meal that we had together, this romantic meal over a grocery cart that it was grilled on top of outside of Dodger Stadium. No,
never
I was
trust a
picturing
Street Glizzy.
Street Glizzy, and then for sure he gets food poisoning. confirmed.
You're playing hurt today. I respect it.
Does this keep you off Street Glizzies for a while, or do you think that it, not like today, I'm saying like next week, if you saw a decent one, would you be like, oh yeah, that's wrapped in bacon?
No,
you're off of it for a while.
We're taking a pass on the Street Glizzies for a
You're
little bit.
going to walk around one of those chef's outfits where you have the thermometer in the side arm so you can be like, let me check this real quick. No, we're not there yet. That's disgusting, bro. All right.
Learn something from Napolis. Never trust a Street Glizzy.
Street Glizzy. Oh, that's my new rapper name. That's my new rapper name. I got to do it. Okay? What's up, Street Glizzy? Making people sick across the nation. That's what I do. Let's get into the show officially. Now that we got the Super Bowl out of the way, we're going to kick off some things. This is a fun discussion. I want to talk a little bit about some college football. Anytime we can find an excuse to talk about college football, we're going to do it. So let's kick off the program here with the cut. Jump right in here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. So I like this article because I was looking at it and I was like, I want to ask these same questions to our esteemed colleagues here in the studio as we go through here. How do you define success for the first-year college football coaches across the land? And I thought this was great because let's throw it in there because you got a couple of local guys. You got some Big 12 teams in there as well. So I want you to really kind of think about where all these teams are and where fan expectations are. I want to start first with Utah because that's the one that obviously makes, that's the one that's here, man. This is the team here. And don't worry, we'll be able to lament the past of Kyle Whittingham being here in just a moment because he is also a first-year coach of the program. So the average clear-thinking Utah football fan, JJ, what would their reality of the expectations be for them year one after you've just walked away from a Hall of Fame coach, but you knew what the pickup, you knew who was going to take over. So it's not like, oh, he left and we didn't know it. Oh, and then this guy, you knew who you were getting.
Yeah.
But expectation-wise, and I'm talking about from a wins-losses standpoint or whatever you want to do, whatever you want to call it, what version of that. It doesn't have to be wins and losses, but what should a Utah fan actually be thinking about should be the expectations for this team this year?
Do you want the realistic expectation or the fantasy?
No. I don't want the guy.
You're asking a fan to be level-headed.
Yes.
And objective.
Yeah, then that's tough to do. I get it. But I'm saying the ones that are out there, but we know those people. We interact with fans enough that they go.
I don't blame you. Hey, you're a fan. You want to win.
The vocal minority says they suck, they're going to lose 2 games. Or the other part of the vocal minority says they're probably going to go 11-1, and that's my expectation. If they don't, it's a failed season. So the reality is what for the first year of Morgan Scalley, the head coach of the University of Utah?
The reality is winning at the same rate you won last year. Why? Other than here's let's look at their roster. What do they have to replace? What do they have coming back on offense? What do they have coming back on defense? Let's start there. So what are the expectations with 2 returning quarterbacks, not just one, but 2.
That's true.
That are very dynamic. And if you can get Dampier healthy, which we assume he will be, and it's crazy what he was playing with last year. And I hate that we have to make judgments based on guys' performance when we don't know what they're dealing with. But he had a sports hernia in addition to that ankle injury. He comes back. What does he look like next year, his senior year at Utah? And how do they mix Bird Ficklin into the equation with this offense that is going to be a little bit different, right? You have a new offensive coordinator, and I think it could be very good, but what does it look like? And then you also have to factor in the schedule. I'm looking at their schedule. It's not tough.
No Texas Tech.
Your toughest non-conference is Arkansas. There's no Texas Tech.
Is that, by the way, is the Arkansas game up here at Rice Eccles?
Yes.
I think it is, right?
It's in Salt Lake City.
It's a home game, yeah.
So, look.
Play BYU up here on the hill, yeah.
Idaho is your FCS tune-up.
Boy.
You got Arkansas coming in. You're going to be ready for that, and you're going to be relatively healthy. My biggest question for Utah is what to expect from the offensive line. You're losing 2 potential first-round picks. You're losing the Outland Trophy winner in Spencer Fano.
Yeah.
You're losing a potential first-round pick in Caleb Lomu. And then the interior was – They were overshadowed by the greatness of those guys on the outside. But that interior was experienced and senior. They were good. They were really good. You got to replace 5 starters? How are they going to do
and,
that?
by the way, a brand new offensive line coach.
Yes.
You're bringing in that everybody's looking at Jordan Gross going, love that guy.
Everybody loves Jordan Gross, but you haven't done this before.
Right, haven't seen him do it before.
So there's some uncertainty there. I have total confidence that Jordan Gross is going to do great. Don't get me wrong.
So you think that the way
I have no idea
this
if
is
he's going to do great.
This is a lateral move for Utah with Morgan Scalley and the new thing with the new situation. All those guys you just mentioned. I feel like the offensive line one that you just mentioned alone is worth docking 1 or 2 wins.
Well, but the schedule's not as tough. That's you got to factor in schedule, returning personnel, new coaches, and that's what we're doing in this exercise to get the proper expectations. They went 11-2 in 2025.
I actually think that's a pretty high expectation.
It was the 4th best season in Utah football history.
That's
it
crazy.
just didn't end the way the other big seasons ended.
Yeah, sure.
Right? They had a better record this year than they did in their Rose Bowl appearances.
Yeah, I know. 10-4, both of those years.
They were really good last year, and it got overshadowed because they didn't make it. They didn't make it to the Big 12 championship game. There was 2 teams that finished ahead of them. But you're looking at the schedule. Can they make it to that Big 12 championship game in 2026? And I'm going to go through their non-conference real quick, and we can answer that question to give you the proper number. At Iowa State, that team was decimated in the offseason. Matt Campbell's not there anymore. And before Matt Campbell was there, Iowa State was a tire fire. They sucked. Okay? Kansas. Do you take Kansas serious? Like, Jane Daniels is gone, and he wasn't any good.
I still can't. And
Are you buying Kansas?
No, because the promise of Lance Leipold bringing the program
I've learned my lesson on Kansas. They're mid.
Yeah.
Okay? They're mid.
I'm there, too.
Okay, so that's 2 dubs. So right now I'm looking at 5-0. No offense to Utah State. I don't think the Aggies are ready yet to go down to the Rice Eccles Stadium and beat a team this talented. So I'm already looking at a 5-0 start. You're going to Colorado on October 17th. What's Colorado got coming back? This Utah team's going to beat them. We're at 6-0 already. Now here's your first challenge.
You could convince yourself of every one of these opponents. You could dog the opponent a little bit and then go, yeah, they're not going to be any good.
Utah's better on paper than Colorado.
There are so many, but okay,
there's not another transfer portal coming. There's nothing that's going to save the Buffs.
Look, our alt universe, JJ and Alex over in Kansas right now is having this discussion. They go, and we're bringing back a lot of starters, including a full offensive line. And, okay, let's look at their schedule. They play Utah, no offensive line coming back, lose their coach. So they're making those same arguments the other direction.
They've got 2 dynamic. Who has better quarterbacks coming back right now outside of Utah?
I agree.
And BYU. And
I
then
agree.
Obviously, Texas Tech stole Cincinnati's quarterback.
Yeah.
So with their wealth of riches. Houston, October 24th. But Houston's a good team.
Houston's good
This
now.
is their big test,
Yeah.
but they're coming to Salt Lake City. Utah is going to be able to win that game. You're going at Cincinnati. What's Cincinnati got coming back?
No, I have no idea.
You
Not Brendan Sorsby.
BYU is coming to Salt Lake City this year. I don't right now. I'm picking BYU, but that could change in the offseason.
Easy does it. We're not doing our predictions.
I'm not doing it yet. I'm just
Come on.
taking you through an exercise. This is why Utah could win a lot of games next year. Next, at Arizona, that's going to be tough. At TCU, they don't have Hoover anymore. And then they finish with West Virginia. You think Rich Rod's going to have that thing up and running by the end of next year?
I think Bob Huggins is going to come back and start coaching some football.
So you get my point. All right? The questions are the offensive line.
Wait,
There's questions with the coaching staff.
Did you just say they're 11-0 then?
That's not what I'm saying.
Is that what I just got
That's
from
not what
this
I'm
conversation?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. But my argument is that schedule's not daunting.
All right.
It's not tough.
Until it is, and teams make moves that we have no idea.
Who is?
JJ, the Big
They've
12,
already made the moves. There's no spring transfer portal.
It's not about that. It's about whether or not they turn into something different because this Big 12 has been so freaking impossible to pick top
Houston,
to bottom both
BYU,
years.
Arizona will be really tough. Can Utah win 2 of those 3? Can they win 1 of those 3? If they do, you're probably looking at a 9 or 10 win season. So in the article you pulled up, what do they have as 9 wins or more? Can the Utah win 9 games or more in 2026? Absolutely they can.
Yeah.
Absolutely they can. Is that the realistic expectation? I'm going to set it at 9 wins.
Oh, that's what this article put,
Utah
too.
should
9
win
wins.
9 games
Okay.
next year based on schedule and based on personnel returning.
Okay.
And if they don't, then Utah fans should be disappointed. Morgan Scalley should be disappointed.
See, and that's the other part of this equation is let's talk about a reality for an expectation. Why wouldn't you expect that Utah could win 9 games the year after they won 11? Certainly you could expect that.
Schedule's easier.
Yeah. All right. I'm convinced. All right. Kyle Whittingham. According to this article, it says college football playoff. is the expectation. But then they have this thing that says and or beat Ohio State. And I thought, that is really hilarious that they put that
That's
much
the new
weight
world he
behind
lives
that
in.
game,
And
right?
isn't Kyle going to love that the whole most important game on your schedule is against your rival, and you're expected to win that game or it's a bust?
Right, but if you
familiar territory for him.
Well, look, how do we treat Ohio State? They're like, they don't win the Big Ten championship, and people are like, these guys are garbage.
Yeah,
and then they ran it up this year against Michigan, right? Like it was not even close.
They crushed them this year.
So
they were
great.
much better,
and so he gets a pass because of that. And it's the thing he couldn't get that monkey off his back. So I get it. So college football playoff and or beat Ohio State. But what's the reality? What's the reality of Kyle Whittingham and this new staff that he's bringing in? I'm just, when you're unfamiliar with the talent that you're inheriting, that might be a little bit of a learning curve for you. Is it unreasonable to think that Bryce Underwood is the starting quarterback because it's going to take you to the promised land? They had a decent year this year, but they were never
a top
in the
25 team.
But they were never in the conversation of everybody else in the Big Ten who was going to be in the college football playoff.
Because
they were never
weren't
there.
as good as
Right.
Indiana and Ohio State and Oregon.
Or Oregon, yeah.
And who was there another team you can throw in there from the Big Ten that was great last year? I mean, Illinois didn't turn out to be what everyone thought they were.
They had a good start. But
Penn State flopped.
Yeah, so I think that you're looking at a team that
Could
probably
you get
is.
a fourth Big Ten team in the playoff next year? Because I expect Indiana to be back. I don't know. They went out and got Josh Hoover at quarterback. They're not going to take a step back. Ohio State's got Jeremiah Smith and Sayin coming back. Ohio State's going to be the preseason number 1 pick. And you look at Oregon, they're not going anywhere. Dante Moore's coming back. How's Michigan breaking through that top 3? They're not. But there could be a fourth Big Ten team in the playoff. There was plenty of SEC teams in the playoff this year, undeservedly.
Does Kyle Whittingham win a national title before he's done it at Michigan?
It's possible. Because it's been done before, and you're playing in the Big Ten. You have the money, you have the resources. All you need is the proper program, and I think that's Kyle Whittingham's strength, is he's able to have that type of program where you have the structure, the discipline, the framework that is required as long as everybody buys in to make it happen. Can he instill that program that he used to turn Utah into a perennial top 25 team? If he instills that in that program at Michigan with the amount of talent and resources that they're able to dip into, why not? What's stopping him? What's stopping them?
From a national standpoint, let's just do a couple big ones. Lane Kiffin. Expectations at LSU.
Playoffs or bust.
Really?
Why did they go hire him?
Yeah. No, you're true. And
if
why
they hire him and he doesn't do any better than Brian Kelly, then what are they doing?
He's cheating at a level that national championships are won with. So there you go. Matt Campbell at Penn State.
I think 8 or 9 wins. You got to get back on that other side. Now, Penn State actually bounced back nicely and got to a bowl game after Franklin was let go. After the struggles of the early season, they're able to get off their feet a little bit and perform well. They've got a lot of talent, and I think that Matt Campbell brought a lot of talent with him from Iowa State. He has a quarterback with experience. I think Penn State wins 8 or 9 games. I don't think they can break into that top 4, which would get them in the playoff.
Well, according to this list, the playoff is the expectation for Penn State.
Oh, my gosh.
The playoff I know.
How many Big Ten teams can make the playoff, guys?
I know.
You can't have 7 or 8. Like, there's got to be a line. There's got to be a cutoff. I can't imagine more than 4. And who's in better position to make the jump next year, Michigan or Penn State? I would vote Michigan. Michigan was in a better situation this year. They were in the top 25 when the season ended. They just had a coach that made some incredibly stupid decisions, and they had to go out and get a new coach. And what did they do? They landed one of the top 10 coaches in college football in Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
So why would they take a step backwards? They're going to go forwards. They're going to have that new offense with Coach Beck. I have so many reasons to think that Michigan is going to be better in 2026 than they were in 2025. And they lost a bowl game, didn't finish the way they wanted to, but that Michigan team was a top 25 football team last year.
Real quickly here.
The cupboard's not bare.
How about, real quick, the Florida job, John Summerall?
It's going to take a minute. Where's that? They don't have the elite talent that they've always had.
They do not.
They have not had a great season in a long time.
He's going to bring a handful of two-laners over, and
I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
And no, the expectations in this article for Florida is 8 wins or more.
Yeah, get to a bowl game.
That's about right. All right, we're look what's up on the screen here. We got all sorts of sports up here. bunch of different things we're watching here. Biathlon, curling, it's all right here. We get to watch it right here in the studios. You can also watch it right over on KSL 5 television.
Yep.
And speaking of which, that's also we're going to be able to dip in with our own Sam Farnsworth, who's at the games there in northern Italy. He's going to give us some thoughts on the first few days. Now we're starting to get into those medal counts. Now we're starting to look at some of these tables stack up here. Team USA, massive win today on the ice against Team Canada. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big southbound slowdown on Mountain View Corridor from 78th South to a crash at 90th South. The freeways in the valley are off to a decent start as there's no accidents or delays on I-15, the 201 highway, or I-80. Elevate your dining at the Roof, now serving lunch and dinner. Enjoy new ambiance, city views, and cozy favorites. Funeral potato bites, scones, signature steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at kslsports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in wind chill pearl, jet black mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Take a moment to listen. Really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about the defensive effort shown by Cody Williams and Ace Bailey in yesterday's win over the Miami Heat.
Miami has some guys who can really guard, and so we wanted to try to make sure we were clean with our spacing, and the group did a good job of that. But Cody and Ace both recognize that there are a lot of ways to contribute to winning, and it's not just about how many points you score.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Sam Farnes joins us next live from the Olympics on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've got the four-way TV situation here in the studio. So I'm watching the bronze medal curling match between Great Britain and Italy.
Where's the Americans?
They were in the gold medal game today.
Oh.
Yeah. It was the first time I think we've gotten a medal in mixed doubles.
Mixed doubles curling?
Yes. So you can tune into that. I don't know how people do with the scheduled watching stuff. So I'm not gonna totally give it away, but yeah, we were in the gold medal match. So at the very least, you know that they will pull up a silver or a gold out of this situation. So that's how it works. So if you're in the gold medal game, you know you're at least getting second. Team USA, by the way, kicking off their action against Latvia this Thursday in the men's hockey side of things. Women's hockey. How about a 5-0 blowout of Canada? Take that, friends to the north. These are the only two teams that kind of seem like they matter in the women's hockey realm, right, at these tournaments?
Yeah, pretty much.
The last, I think, 9 Olympics or whatever it was have featured Canada and U.S. at some point. I think that in the last 7, Canada is 4. So in the last 7 Olympics, Canada and U.S. have had to face off against one another in the gold medal game. Canada's 4-2 against the Americans all time. So they've got the edge there, but the edge today going, and this is just group play.
That's a butt kicking.
I mean, they absolutely trashed them. Good. 5-0. I'm nervous about the men's team in Canada because it's supposed to get down to them too, and I get worried about it. We're going to be chatting hopefully with Sam Farnsworth here, who's there live in Italy covering the Olympics here. We were just talking about expectations of some of these coaches, and I was thinking about the same thing for the expectations of some of these. I mean, expectations at the NFL head coaching level now are going to be absurd this next year. You had so many first-time coaches who were in their 30s who did pretty darn good.
Yeah.
You think about Ben Johnson going in there doing that job. That's why the Clint Kubiak hire for the Raiders, I think it's almost a little bit of a we're just following the trend kind of a deal. Oh, we're gonna go in there and do what everybody else does. Hire a brilliant coordinator, a 30-something at the head coach spot, and he won the Super Bowl the night before, and then the very next morning he and his family were getting off the Davis family private jet on the tarmac there at Henderson Airport. So, or at what's it called? Oh no, Harry
Reid?
Is it Harry Reid?
I don't know. It used to be something else.
Harry S. Truman?
Harry S. Truman.
Yeah, the longtime senator out of Nevada. It's named after him. So anyway.
He's no longer with us.
Well, geez, didn't you have to go dark? I assumed. You get an airport named after you, you're probably dead. All right? It goes without saying. So my question to you is, new coaches across the league, is it better to get the retreads or is it better to go and just take a wild shot at it? I think it's a franchise-to-franchise situation. I feel like the Raiders are not a franchise that should be taking a shot at a 30-something guy.
I thought, what did they do last year? That didn't work so well for them. Going with Pete Carroll, I thought that was the safest hire of the cycle. Like, Pete, perfect. You know, it's not a long-term hire, but Pete Carroll's going to go in there, and he's going to instill the culture that has been successful for him at multiple stops, and he's going to help that team learn how to win and make some progress. It was a complete disaster.
Yeah.
And it started with their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, who was way overpaid, and they got nothing out of it. It didn't work. Offense, defense, special teams, none of it worked. So I think the Raiders are doing the right thing by going with a young offensive mind that can give them a different look and a different feel. I think you look around the league, and you're right. You bring up some of these young head coaches that got their shot. You see what happened in Seattle. I mean, everybody wants that now. Right? And they went defense with that hire, but it worked.
Was this his third year, by the way?
Second.
Second year coaching.
Second year.
Again.
Oof. Crazy, right?
Bonkers.
Mike Vrabel in his second year with the Patriots.
All I could do is, every time Mike McDonald came on the screen, I was just like imagining JJ going, this robotic, no personality coach.
I mean, it sounds like I'm putting him down, but I'm not. Like, the dude is just, he is a football coach.
He's made to be a football coach.
If you built a football coach with AI, it would pump out Mike McDonald. He's great.
He has do you notice too, his eyes have no color to them. They're just black.
I know. Well, all season long, you never saw any emotion out of him.
He looks like he's the Terminator. Now I can't unsee it because I look at him.
You see him at the end of the Super Bowl, and he just stands there. He doesn't know what to do. I know he was having a moment, but it looked like he just didn't even know what to do.
I think what you're watching is they hit him with the Gatorade, so his whole system short-circuited.
Yeah, he had an electrical problem. Somebody had to get in there and clean it up. He started to glitch.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about that, but I'm not demeaning him in any way. That's how he operates, and it works. And right now, you could say he's one of the top 3 to 5 coaches in the NFL. I don't know who has an argument right now that they're better, because that defense is unbelievable. And so, yeah, I think it's good for NFL teams to go find that young guy that has the fire and the work ethic and the desire to do things right and turn things around. But you can't do it without a good GM. A head coach is not going to solve your problem alone. The whole system has to be great.
Yeah.
And it's no shock, Alex. You look around the league, the Jets, the Raiders, the Cardinals. How come these coaches don't work in these spots? Why can't they get these hires right? It's because it starts at the top, and the owner sucks, or the GM doesn't know what he's doing. It's not always the coach. And these coaches will take whatever job they can get because there's only 32 in the world. So you're going to take any opportunity you can get, but sometimes it's not going to work out, and it's not your fault necessarily. It's because you're working for an organization that's dysfunctional.
Okay, you got a couple things going on. You got the first-time coaches that have ever coached. Then you have some retreads, guys getting another shot in another city. Okay, I'm just going to I need a quick yes or no answer that it's going to work out long-term for these guys. Mike LaFleur at the Arizona Cardinals.
No. Again, Cardinals. No.
Kevin Stefanski rolling into Atlanta. Got a new do.
What have the Falcons done? What have they done?
They added a lot of talent, had a lot of talent.
Mid.
Had a lot of talent, and
It's
then
always
couldn't
mid.
convert it. Yep.
Sorry, not going to happen. Not going to help him.
Go 8-9 in the NFC
He'll be a little
South,
bit
and we'll see
better
you
there
next
than he
year.
was at Cleveland.
Okay, Jesse Minter at the Ravens.
Yes, home run higher.
You think that'll be great?
Yes.
Okay. How about Joe Brady for the Buffalo Bills taking over?
I'm skeptical.
I am too. It
First
felt like
time
the
head
coach,
coach, offensive coordinator. Felt like they just hired him to keep some continuity with your quarterback. And I don't know. That's probably not the way you should be making decisions. It may work, but it feels to me like the problems with the Bills were not their offense, right? What are they going to do on defense? That defense was not good enough, and I'm not sure how that hire helps them in that respect.
This is a fun game. Todd Monken at the Cleveland Browns. Monken's an interesting thought because
Again, Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, it's the Browns that are the problem.
Not going to work.
The coach has to be a good fit too. He might be a great coach. Bad place to be.
Right.
Clint Kubiak at the Raiders.
No chance.
Oh wow.
Nope.
A no chance?
Name the Raiders coach in the last 30 years that's had an immense amount of success outside of John Gruden. Go ahead and name him.
Boo.
Go.
I don't know.
30 years. Who? Go. Gruden got him to a Super Bowl. John Gruden, which is crazy, he's blackballed right now. John Gruden's a great head coach. I thought John Gruden did a phenomenal job with the Raiders and took that break and then came back. But he won in with the Raiders, and you look back and see how hard that was to do.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, he didn't win. He didn't take the Raiders to the Super Bowl. He took the Bucs to the Super Bowl and won it.
Yeah, they won it then.
He came back and coached the Raiders, and obviously that didn't even go well.
Yeah.
So you could make an argument that John Gruden with
He
the Raiders didn't
do
even
well
work.
there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? So he wins the Super Bowl in Tampa, but he can't get the thing off the ground in Oakland when they were in Oakland? Come on. Did he coach 1 year in Vegas? I feel like he was with Derek Carr for 1 year in Vegas, maybe. Maybe.
Antonio Pierce was a good little, I don't know.
Oh, God. Jeez. Yeah.
9-17, his head coaching record, by the way, Antonio Pierce.
Ugh. It just doesn't work for anybody
all right,
there.
Finally, let me see here. I was looking at all these coaches, and it's just okay. John Harbaugh at the Giants.
Oh, yeah. Home
you
run
think it's
hire.
going to go great?
Oh, my gosh. He's got – and I think their GM actually is pretty good, and they did a really good job in that draft recently.
Yeah. Their defense is
the
good.
Maras, I mean, I don't know.
Their defense is good.
The ownership is strange because they've had a lot of success over the years, and obviously, Eli Manning and those 2 Super Bowls were great, but they've underachieved for quite a bit. But it feels like the personnel they got now with they got the quarterback, they got the running back, they got a pass rush. If they can build up that offensive line, I think the Giants can emerge as a team because you look at the NFC East and it's really not that. I mean, the Eagles are still on top, but how much longer does this Eagles regime last? The Commanders, I'm not sure that that's for long. And the Cowboys are mid. The Giants have an opportunity there with the talent they've brought in, with the right coach to take off, and I think they will.
All right.
Robert Saleh at the Tennessee Titans.
Robert Saleh is another retread?
No, I don't think that's going to work either.
How about Mike McCarthy at your Pittsburgh Steelers?
I think that's not going to go very well.
I don't think so either.
Which is going to be hard for the Steelers
and
their organization.
My math that I'm adding up here
I know he's from Pittsburgh, but just being from somewhere where you're coaching isn't enough.
The math that I'm adding up here is the only legacy coach, or the only coach that's been there that's redoing it, is John Harbaugh. That's the one we think that actually could make it work. All the younger guys actually have a little bit more of a, I like that guy. So, all right.
Yep.
We'll take a break. Let's get a response from Sam Farnsworth. He has no idea where he even is right now. Lost in the Alps. But apparently the shuttle picked him up, so he's on his way. When we get good connection, we're going to get with Sam Farnsworth. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, let's take a little bit of a break. We have a Would You Rather around the corner. Don't miss any of it right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't put it off any longer, and don't think that to have a program that you can follow lose weight, that means you have to buy their meals or their supplements. That's not what Salt Lake City Fat Loss is all about. They're all about educating you on the foods that are going to get you with a reset metabolism and being able to make sure that when you are finding your space that is perfect for you to be able to cut those calories, get that calorie deficit, and burning fat every day, that's where you're going to get. And then guess what? They teach you how to stay there. They teach you how to keep it like that. Not just get your money and then drop the weight and then they ditch you. That's what other companies do. This one says, hey, we're here with you. We're going to help you maintain that weight loss. And that's what we've seen with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days with this program, and they're going to help you keep that weight off. And it's awesome. Like Alex said, it's a program that's going to stick with you. The knowledge and the instruction that you're going to gain will last you a lifetime, and you'll be able to have better control over your weight and your weight loss for the rest of your life. This program works. Whatever your weight loss goals are, they're going to help you achieve it. And right now is a great time to give this a shot because they have $200 off this program right now through the end of February. So take advantage of that deal right now. Go to slcfatloss.com, lock in those savings, set up your free consultation. You don't have to take our word for it. Talk to them. They'll tell you exactly what this program does in detail. You'll get 15 minutes instead of our quick 90 seconds here. And you're going to learn whether or not this program is for you. And I can tell you, if it works for us, it will get you the results you're looking for. So go learn more about it. Give it a shot at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Wednesday on KSL, pest control, parking, even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a Cost of Utah report, Wednesday at 10.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Guess what today is, JJ?
Tuesday?
It's Tuesday. And we're not at the All-Star break just quite yet. We saw some games.
It is, though, Jazz Ticket Tuesday.
That's what I'm saying.
To be more specific.
If they were on the break, we wouldn't have any tickets to give you right now. But it's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, so we have tickets to give you. Ready? Call in number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Call number 12 gets themselves a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Trailblazers. Oh, that's on Thursday. Yeah, a couple days from now. Yeah, there you go, February 12th at Delta Center, 7 p.m. 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. And there you go. Get those tickets going. We're doing this every hour, too. Nice. Love it. Love when we give out stuff. JJ, bronze medal in curling. We just so happen to be watching the bronze medal.
Congratulations to Italy. Didn't they win?
No, sorry. Yeah, Italy did win it. Sorry, I didn't want to go. So, silver in curling. Bronze in luge. Because we're also watching luge. And
I would rather get a bronze in luge.
That's a sport for
no offense to the curlers out there.
I mean, a silver medal looks great.
You're great competitors. You're good at what you do. But there is an intensity and a danger with luge that I cannot comprehend.
If you upgraded it to a gold medal in curling, though?
No.
Wow. Bronze in luge?
Look at these lugers.
Excuse you?
Lugers.
It's a sport of bad A's for sure.
Look at them.
That is.
They make it look easy, but one bad thing, people have been killed in this event.
Oh yeah. They just showed a lady standing next to the track, and it doesn't look like this on TV because you just think it's like kind of banked a little bit.
Yeah.
It is a wall straight up that they're going around.
Has anyone been killed in curling at the Olympics? Like a loose broom or something? No.
Could always start this year.
If you're performing in a sport that can kill you, I'm giving the nod to the sport that can kill you.
Bronze in that rather than
bronze in luge as opposed to gold in curling.
I'd take the gold all day. Are you kidding?
Like, what do you do when you're done with your curling career?
You keep doing it because
you're really
you
good
can.
at brooming.
You can keep doing it because your local bar in Wisconsin has a curling place. They pay you to show up and make appearances.
Well, that's just, you have to clean the floor after everyone gets a street glizzy.
Ew.
That's what you do. I don't know if you're that good with a broom, I don't know what you do after this. What's the next step in your career?
Let me see. I'm just asking a quick question. How many athletes have died doing luge? Just real quick, trying to figure some things out. Oh, wow. So these are actually during World Championships and or Olympic.
Oh, my gosh, really?
Or Olympic events.
This is going to get grim.
It is. But there's only 3. So, Kazimierz Skarapetski in 1964 during a practice run at the Olympics. 1969, Stanislaw Paczka, who died training also at the World Championships. And then, this one I remember.
Yeah.
2010 in Vancouver.
Yes.
This is the guy who died during the training run
never forget it.
at the Olympics.
Yep.
2010. I remember this.
Yep.
Oh, boy, devastating. But yeah,
It's
not
horrific
mentioning
video. You can hear him hit the post. And
oh boy, Napolis. You gonna do a little research to see how many people have died in curling. We'll get back to it. We'll come back and we'll figure some.
There's got to be somebody, right? Somebody got hit by a runaway rock and then fell on the ice or something.
The thing is that these athletes who are on like the world championship like circuits of their sport. They live some pretty cool lives, man. They live some pretty cool. Like Lindsey Vonn. That's why she wanted to come back. You go hit the World Cup circuit. It's awesome.
Yeah,
they're staying at the San Moritz and in all
some of the most beautiful settings in the world. You get to be there. You're competing in those beautiful settings.
Did you know one of the championships that Lindsey Vonn won a cow?
She won a cow,
and she kept it.
Because a cow you could milk.
Yes, it was. That's
exactly the gift that keeps on giving.
It was a dairy cow. But it was over in Europe, and she's like, I'm not going to try to ship this thing over. They were like, we'll just cut you a check for the money. It was kind of a funny thing. She goes, I want the cow.
Did she milk it or use it for beef?
No, she put it with one of her friends there in Europe who had a farm, and she like had calves, and like Lindsey Vonn had like a miniature farm animal situation. She had like 6 cows that she owned at her friend's farm in Europe. And then she's like, yeah. And then they're like, oh, and do you keep doing it? She goes, no, those guys didn't make it. And
they didn't.
That was the end. Yeah, I think they were all eaten at some point. So
that's kind of how it works.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They're like, no, I'm not raising cows anymore. And those are my only ones that I've raised so far, and really for somebody else, and they didn't make it. She's like, we didn't have high hopes that they would make it. They're no longer with us.
Oh man. Rest in peace.
I know.
Lindsey Vonn's cows.
I'm telling you, you go on some cool. You learn some cool stuff with all this. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're gonna get ourselves a reset on the hour here. So top of the hour, we're gonna get Jonathan Tavernari in. Oh boy, JT's got some explaining to do for BYU's.
He's gonna have some takes.
Suffering basketball program right now. Losers of 4 in a row, and a 5 out of the last 6. Hey, Provo, what happened? That's all coming up in just a little bit. Before we get out, though, we've got a Win Ticket Wednesday to remind you of. This Wednesday, you can win tickets to see Brian Reagan for Valentine's Day on Saturday. Let's get this thing going. You win some tickets, you win the weekend there. Brian Regan at Delta Center. So listen all day tomorrow, and you can be a winner on our Win Ticket Wednesdays. Or you can go to SeatGeek.com right now and get some tickets for yourself. We'll come back, talk to JT. Right around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. Look, if you want to partner up with somebody who's going to help you or a family member, for us, the first time I ever got to know Alpine Home Medical, my dad was going through a lot of some sickness stuff. He was recovering from cancer treatments. He was at the hospital for a long time, and we had to get him home in a wheelchair. Guess what? That was the first time I gave a call to Alpine Home Medical. They take care of everything top to bottom, and it's top-notch. Any of the services that they offer, of course, they're going to do it discreetly. They're going to deliver those to your home, and they're going to make sure that they deal with the insurance as well. There's a reason that they are the best of state here in the state of Utah in the last 17 years. It's because they know how to do it. They have 11 locations across Utah and southern Idaho, and they absolutely say what their slogan is, which is they bring wellness home, JJ.
Yeah, go check out their showroom. If you're looking at oxygen, CPAP, mobility, hospital beds, lift chairs, breast pumps, bathroom safety, compression, continence care, orthopedic, physical therapy, whatever it is when it comes to medical supplies, they got it covered, and nobody does it better. Go give them a visit or go to their website, alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Greater Zion has no better visual than Copper Rock Golf Course, where every swing is surrounded in breathtaking landscapes and enhanced with world-class amenities. Outdoor adventure with the greatest golf. Copper Rock. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Appreciate you being with us on the program. Yeah, I'm a sucker for some Olympics, man. I love it. I don't care what the event is. It's always fun to watch. Speaking of also amazing something to watch last night, I dipped in and watched the end of that Cavs-Nuggets game.
Yeah, Cavs-Nuggets, huh? I thought you were going to say Arizona-Kansas.
Oh. I mean, that was a big one. I still prefer the NBA over college basketball.
Me too.
But, and I dipped in. What do you think I dipped in for? I want to see James Harden in a Cavs uni. And they were in Denver, and they got the W.
Yeah.
He and Donovan Mitchell. Heck of a team. I told you they're going to take him to the promised land. I told you. You're doubting it. You doubted it. You said it's never going to work.
Puts up stats and numbers. They'll win. They're going to get better because Darius Garland was injured. He wasn't producing at that position. He wasn't giving them anything because of his injuries. And you switch it out with James Harden, of course you're going to see a boost in production, and you're probably going to see a boost in wins. But how is it going to work when it really matters in the postseason? That's always been the knock on James Harden. It's been the knock, honestly, on Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
Is it going to suddenly change now? We'll have to see.
See how those guys figure it out. So, there we go. Speaking of college basketball, let's kick off the hour here as we always do. Let's jump in right now. Check in with Jonathan Tavernari, former BYU great, and also all-around good dude. He's going to join us and give us some thoughts on, well, hopefully some positive messaging and maybe a little bit of a swipe here and there at what Kevin Young and the Cougs can do to figure it out. Let's get it going with the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JT, thanks for being with us, man. Glad to talk to you again another week. What the heck is going wrong with this team in the last 4 games?
Thanks for calling the BYU basketball crisis helpline. This is JT. How can I help you?
Yeah, we need some of that. Although I feel like you might get more. You might have to go in depth on how things are going wrong. That's what I'm saying. Like, you see the game differently than we do. I mean, it's not just wins and losses. There's some issues right now that are causing some real fear in Cougar Nation, man.
No, Alex, you're going to have to talk me out of the ledge, my guy. That's the situation. You know, I will say this. The way that they lost their last few games has just been tough, right? I think when you look at the way that they got beat by Texas Tech, they were up by 9, and then in the drop of a dime and a turn of a heel, whatever the expression you want to use it, let's show some love to Sam that he's in Italy, and there's a place over there that you turn on your heel to change things in your life. The game changed. And then you look at the loss to Arizona State, dropped the last shot. You look at the loss to Kansas, where it just wasn't really a game. And then you come home and you lose to Houston, and Houston manhandled you the whole game. And so it's just not I'll tell you my 2 cents. It looks like the guys are tired. Looks like they're tired mentally. Looks like they're tired physically. The problem is I fully believe they are more tired mentally than physically, and that's the biggest problem right now.
Do you feel it's a personnel issue or an execution issue when it comes to the production on the court?
Both.
Okay.
And I'll say why it's both, because I don't think that people realize how much the usage of the big three on offense has impacted this team, right? I mean, even when you look at things like, well, JT, like I always compare it to myself because I had a good career at BYU and I can do that. And not many people can do that. I look at my junior year, I had a high usage as well. I was on the 31, 32, 33 minutes a game. But you look at offensively, right? Lee Camard was taking a lot of the burden. Jimmer Fredette was taking a lot of the burden. Jackson Emery was taking a lot of the heavy load. Noah Hartsock was there. Chris Miles was there. Archie Rose was there. Mike Lloyd was there. I just named guys that all had double-digit scoring games, multiple games during their BYU career. Now let's look at Mihailo Boskovic. Let's look at Tyler Maruss. Let's look at Alexei Kostic. Let's look at Kennard Davis. Let's look at Keba Keita. Ahmed Abdullah. I just named a lot of the guys from this year's roster that I don't think you can put together 5 double-digit scoring games between all of them, and that's the problem, because the load that these guys have to carry on offense. And then you're also asking them to then play really good defense, because, JJ, you're looking at the numbers, right? They're scoring more than enough points to win games, but defensively it's kind of atrocious right now.
Yeah, especially that Oklahoma State game. How do you give up, 98 points?
99, yeah.
How many in the second half? How did that happen, JT? That's not a good team. I mean, they're okay. They're better. But you saw who played them next? And absolutely, it was Houston, right?
Arizona.
Oh, it was Arizona. Sorry, Arizona absolutely shut them down. It was so the contrast was stark.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate just for a little bit, right? They did play Arizona at Arizona at that point.
Fair.
I think you have to make that distinction, because there's a difference between
absolutely.
So let's make that distinction. Nonetheless, like, your line of thinking is spot on. And Arizona kept them to 47, 48 points. And it is unexcusable that home court advantage gives you a 50-point swing like that. That is just crazy. And so, there's a reason why Arizona is the number 1 team in the country, and the nail biter that they dropped to Houston, last night, to Kansas last night. But with that being said, BYU is truly 2 or 3 baskets away from having beaten the number 1 and number 3 team in the country. That should literally serve the team as positive reinforcement. But I will say this, JJ, like I'm so close, and you know this because you've known me forever, even after my career, even when I was in Europe. You know how much BYU basketball means to me, how close I am to the program. They are always on my mind. And so if these 4 losses in a row is impacting me and it's changing my mood, where my wife even says, gosh, can BYU just win a game so you stop being so petty? And I think at that point, I can only imagine how the players are feeling, how the coaches are feeling.
Yeah.
It's one thing to lose those games, JT, but it's another to stack losses up. From a mental standpoint, where do you reset when okay, it's one thing to just go, well, they just go out and play basketball, but that gets to some teams, and learning how to win close games is one thing. But if you replace that with finding ways to lose games, that if you're not careful, that's the new habit.
That is such a great way to put this, Alex, because they are literally truly figuring out different ways to do this. Like, I coach a 7th grade team for my son, and we're pretty good. And I tell all of the boys on our team, I'm like, make a new mistake. Find something else for me to yell at you at. Don't make the same mistake twice. And boy, this BYU team has gotten so good at figuring out ways to not win. And one side, that makes them dangerous when the NCAA tournament comes. But on the flip side is, my gosh, how many more times are we going to expose things that we're just not doing well? And, I mean, both of you are so much more experienced in sports and covering sports than I am. I will say this, guys, anything can happen in the NCAA tournament, but the path to get from, the first round all the way to the Final Four, it's kind of like that meme of say, hey, my life expectation is like just to go like this. And then reality is, like a bunch of little like trials and tribulations along the way. Because if this team is not a 4 seed and the path for them to be a 4 seed is pretty darn difficult right now, it is going to be a mountain of to climb for them to be able to get past the Sweet 16, which I want to go on record and say BYU has never on their history made back-to-back Sweet 16s. However, BYU never had the number 1 recruit in the country, one of the highest paid coaching staffs in the country, one of the top 10 NIL budgets in the country. And so, yeah, BYU has never made back-to-back NCAA Sweet 16s, but they also never had the stakes at this high with this loaded of a top-heavy roster.
So as you look forward, the schedule is daunting. They still got some really tough games on that schedule, but all things considered, a 4-game losing streak, all the stuff they've been through, not that high-quality win that they really need on their resume. Those opportunities are there. They're still going to be in the NCAA tournament. Whether that, what seed they're at will depend on how they do on this last stretch. Can they turn things around? What do you see as the way that this BYU team comes together and turns things around, gets a couple signature wins here, and gets a good enough seed that they can make a run when it comes tournament time, when it really matters?
Well, listen, both of you have computers in front of you. Baylor is better than Oklahoma State.
Yeah,
100%.
Right.
And so let's just start this conversation the right way. They have the number 1 team. I mean, Arizona may drop, right? But, I mean, they have Arizona. Out of the 8 games they have left, darn near 4 are against ranked teams. And, they have to go to Arizona. Thankfully, then they get Iowa State and Texas Tech at home. And UCF started the year tremendously.
Yeah, they were top 25 at one point.
At Cincinnati, it's not like BYU going to Westminster. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All due respect to the Griffins, but you get what I'm saying, right? And
the Griffins catching strays. Geez, JT.
Well,
they weren't ready for that today.
Example. That's my fault, Alex. Dock it out of my next check. I'm sorry. And so, but my point is, there is a world where BYU can easily go 3-5. There is a world where if they go 4-4, you're like, oh, what a relief. And I think this goes to show just how, to your point, what a gauntlet is the Big 12 schedule, right? And but then, how do they figure out a way to maybe go 5-3 or 6-2? Oh man, I would say AJ DeBonsa needs to be able to be every bit of the superstar that he is, first and foremost. Richie Saunders needs to truly play like a Mount Rushmore BYU great. Robert Wright III has to play like a top 5 point guard in the country. Well, geez, JT, you're just talking about players doing things that have never been done in BYU history. Well, yeah, because when you're that top heavy and, the other players just aren't contributing, then you're going to have, Superman and Batman and Captain America to come together because, Hawkeye and, the Scarlet Witch aren't just cutting it. And it is just one of those things that those 3 guys, they have to be like 80% or more of their points, while Kebakeda needs to be getting 10+ rebounds. Beto, their backup center, has to be at least 8 point and 8 rebounds a game. That's the thing too, JJ. Kevin Young is, you both have seen the videos, right, of him talking after games and his press conference. He is livid. He is annoyed no other. And, he made a point both of our centers going 3 for 10 and then, 3 for 8 from the free throw line and not even getting 15 rebounds between the both of them. What are we doing here? And so, either the role players will step up or, the big three are going to have to go to a place that, they've been individually at certain points of the season, but they're going to have to do it combinedly on the same game.
So one of the things that we always talked about, and I think that, you brought it up maybe in one of the, maybe a couple of weeks ago, where it's like, hey, the big three has to be on, and there's no version of that. When you're taking on amazing teams, you got to be on. But even, and I'm sorry to keep bringing up the Oklahoma State game, but I think the reason that people feel extremely down about that loss in particular wasn't just because it was an unranked team. It's because the big three had big numbers that night, and then you didn't get the W as a part of it. And so do people hang their hat too much on just those three guys and the idea that, well, if one of those guys is off, it's also, even if they're all on, there's a possibility that they don't play, that these guys don't play defense and they don't get back and they don't hustle, whatever it might be. And the rest of the way, the Big 12 does not get easy.
Well, and so let me actually take a step back on everything I said today. And I want to say, I'm going to take a page out of Tommy Lloyd. Give credit to Oklahoma State guys, because it's not like you were playing against Boo Boo State University College of, Northeast Western or whatever it is, right? I mean, you're playing against, they had some cool stories. A guy that started at the NAIA level and just worked his way up. And I mean, they took it to BYU. And at this level, guys, especially in the Big 12, if you don't show up, you will get shown out. And they did. They literally outplayed BYU in every metric. And to your point, the big three were on. But, it's not like AJ was having he is shooting close to 60% and everything like that. But it's the turnovers, not necessarily just on AJ, but it's the turnovers, is the timely turnovers, is the lack of a hustle, right? And again, I definitely don't want to pin all of this on AJ, but it's the intangibles. It's the little things, right? I tell my boys all the time, the difference between good and great is consistency on the little things. And BYU is just not doing the little things enough. And to your point, Alex, the people that are not making the little things enough or not doing the little things enough are the role players. And I'll tell you this, JJ, because you covered all of my career at BYU, even when I came off the bench when I was the sixth man of the year, I had a swag about myself that I'm I come off the bench, but I'm the best player on the floor. I'm the greatest shooter in BYU history, and I was playing next to Jimmer. You just don't see that level of confidence from these guys. Tyler Murras and Kostic and Boscovich and Hadim, they are having open shots, and you just don't see the sense of urgency and the swag and the confidence for them to just let it fly. I think about Trevin Nell. I think about Jake Toulson. I think about Alex Barcelo. I think about TJ Hawes. I think about Zach Celius, about Chase Fisher. These guys were a walking, talking, just swag. And I just don't see that confidence from the players right now. And to me, that's more daunting than anything else, because you get to the tournament, there's going to be a Jack Kelly, out of Oakland that, forces Kentucky to lose and Mark Pope to go to Kentucky. Aside from the Big Three, JJ, question for both of you. Can you name a BYU player today that could come in and impact, that you're confident and you're willing to take a risk, right? And say, hey, I'm going to put $1,000 that this player is going to come through and shoot the lights out and shoot BYU back into a game, aside from the Big Three and potentially Kennard Davis?
No, not one.
Any guy you name, it's he will at some point, but he's still a little young. That's what you say.
Kennard Davis had that nice shooting night against Arizona. And what happened when he did, JT? They were able to come back and make it a game and had a shot at the end. They don't need much. They just need that one guy that they can count on to go out there and do that one thing. And the truth is, right now, you're right, to your point, they don't have that guy right now outside of the Big Three. And it's a lot to ask this Big Three to carry that weight. It's too much.
Yeah, but to me, that's how to kind of bring it full circle, JJ, how they are able to win, more than they lose these next 8 games. They need to figure that out. Is that mainly on Kevin Young and the staff? I got to tell you guys, I don't think it is. Because coaching staff, they do the very best that they can to prepare players. And you always get an opportunity, which is all you can ask for as a player, an opportunity, right? People like, oh, you get luck. No, you get lucky when opportunity meets preparation. And to me, these guys just aren't super prepared, and they need to step up their game.
Real quick before you get out, JT, we're watching the Olympics up on the screen here, and then we're talking some college basketball. What is the one that is like, man, you have to be at this? Olympic basketball or the NCAA tournament? Which one's more exciting for you?
Oh, see, I work with marketing, right? So I would say the level of exclusivity has to play a level at this. And getting a ticket to the Olympic basketball game, to the final of the Olympics, is a whole lot more difficult than getting a ticket to the NCAA tournament. And so literally just from that perspective, I would say the Olympics, right? But I would definitely say that it's definitely not the running up the hill with skis on event. That's definitely not the one. That's the event that you can.
I had to go straight to I had to go straight to the Summer Olympics, because sometimes I can't. The comparisons with with curling versus basketball, can't do it. Can't make those comparisons. JT, another week in the books, man. We appreciate you joining us, and well, let's hope that we break the streak. Last week we were talking about, well, let's see if they have a nice game against Oklahoma State tonight. Let's see if they have a decent game against Baylor tonight, and we'll leave it there so that we don't try to screw things up with our bad superstitions, man.
JJ and Alex, I have one question for you. Is it football season yet?
Oh. It's too early to be asking.
I'm telling you, when it hit the third loss, I think for a lot of BYU fans, they go, "I'm really loving that football roster who they signed in the transfer portal."
I know.
It goes. You can lose fans quickly. They said they want to go to other things. So, JT, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Thanks, JT.
Even the basketball guy wants to know when football season's
dark right now. The only way to fix that is a win tonight. They go down to Baylor and get a win, get some momentum. And one of these guys outside of that big three, start playing the way that you were asked to play. He's right. I can't imagine how frustrated Kevin Young is right now, because he brought all these guys in with the belief that they could get the job done. And here's the harsh reality. None of them are getting the job done.
Yeah.
And it's making everybody down there look like you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, part of the thing is that when
it comes to roster construction.
Yeah, and the expectations people have for you when you get the best player that's ever been at this place, and you go, well, that means they'll have the best season that they've ever had, and that's just not the case. Think about how many number one overall picks that, Kentucky or Louisville or somebody.
Won an NCAA tournament game.
That's what I'm saying. Like those guys, it's short of like Carmelo Anthony and and even Cooper Flagg, like the best recruit in the entire country, taking a team to the Final Four, that just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
Or you have more of the reverse, which is Ace Bailey and
they didn't even make the tournament last year.
And Dylan
Ace
Harper.
Bailey and Dylan Harper were on the same team last year.
That's what I'm saying.
They were mid. They were a 500 team, and they didn't make the NCAA
That's
tournament.
what I'm saying. So you have the alternative. You have to play freaking team basketball.
Yep, it is a team
at
game.
every level. So there you go. I'll take the break. Hey, I think we've got some connection issues figured out with Sam Farnsworth. We're going to get the guy on here with us. Sam from KSL 5 Television, of course, covering the Olympics over there in Italy. He'll join us on what has certainly been a very, very long day for him, and so many of these athletes. Will get his thoughts next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slowdowns on southbound I-15 from 53rd South to 72nd South and Midvale, and again at 90th South to 106 South. Northbound I-15, scattered light slowdowns from the I-80 201 interchange into North Salt Lake. Heavy residual delays westbound on the 201 highway from Mountain View Corridor to 80th West in Magna. Whether you stripe it, park it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around a house. There's a line around a house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yusuf Nurkic talks about the interior defense with him and Lowry and Jaren Jackson Jr.
I think it's a great sign. I think that I believe they have like 8 points in the paint. Like that was our goal, and coach really emphasized that we have to protect the paint. And I think for the majority of the game we did a great job. Just kind of keep building on that.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Sam Farnsworth next, live from the Olympics in Italy on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We appreciate you being with us on the show today. Jazz Ticket Tuesday. That's right, it's Tuesday. We've got Jazz tickets to give away to you. It is for this Thursday's game against the Portland Trailblazers. All you have to do on a Jazz Ticket Tuesday is give us a call and be caller number 12, and we'll hook you up with those tickets. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663 for that pair of tickets to the Jazz Trailblazers game. I'll tell you who won't be there. Still won't be back from the long, arduous assignment out there in northern Italy. In the Dolomites, he is Sam Farnsworth joining us on the program, KSL 5 Television. Sam, you doing all right? You guys made it back to the hotel okay?
Made it back. Woo.
It was dicey.
Tell you
huh?
what, a little bit dicey. So I'm on a little excursion right now from Milan, right? We have so many Utah skiers competing up in a town called Livigno. To get to Livigno, I had to take a 2-hour, 45-minute train from Milan, transfer from a town called Tirano onto a bus for about another hour to a town called Bormio, onto another bus for about another hour into Livigno.
Wow.
But to save some money, they booked my hotel about halfway between Bormio and Livigno.
Oh, there you go.
So I gotta take a bus. Anyway, it was snowing today, and the bus is taking these tight, windy roads in the snow, and I'm just trying not to look out the window and say a few prayers to get back here. But I made it. We're good.
Okay, good. We were worried you were in some kind of hostage situation or something. We were worried about you.
Well, I was worried because I was worried because I'm like, what? I was like, I know you guys are out there driving around the mountains, but I'm like, come on, is it really that dicey? The thing you just described there sounds like what they did in the 1912 Olympics. And then we took the train into Bormio. Then we took that. You just described how we used to travel to Olympics, and so you got the real legitimate deal there.
If only I used that voice, it would have been so much better. You know what? I tell you what, though, I was nervous for a while there because I left the media center late because the internet connection there is way better. So I just took my time. I left the media center late. There was 2 buses left to get me back to my hotel. I'm at the bus stop. 15 minutes before that bus is supposed to come, that bus never came. I'm waiting at that bus stop for about an hour and 20 minutes thinking, I wonder where I'm going to sleep tonight. But my bus finally came. So, anyway, that's my story for you guys.
Good you're safe and sound. There's so much to talk about. We're in the thick of it here in the Olympics. A lot of great storylines. What was the one you covered today? Like this was awesome.
And it was awesome. In fact, it might be the most awesome moment so far of these Olympics for me. I was at the men's slopestyle final. That's the ski event where they come down, they hit rails and hit some big jumps to finish and do some tricks and things like that. And Salt Lake City's Alex Hall got the silver medal. Now, he won the gold in Beijing 4 years ago. And just phenomenal run out there, right? But with the Beijing games, you guys remember, like no one could go with COVID and China's strict government. No one was allowed to go. So you kind of go to the bottom and it's quiet and empty. And the only other people down at the bottom of the lift or of the slope after he threw this killer run and won a gold medal was his teammates, right? And he calls his teammates some of his best friends. So he said, it was so cool. I got to celebrate with my best friends. But this time around, he got the silver. And he admitted that obviously gold, he felt like he had what it took to get gold, but he got the silver. But the big deal was his family and friends and just probably a couple hundred people there just for him were waiting at the bottom that he got to go hug and celebrate with. It was really emotional for him, and it was really cool to see.
You were mentioning all that, and we just watched on the screen that exact moment that you just described, him hugging his parents. He did his final run there, and he lands backward. You know, the slope style, the ski freestyle stuff is so wild to watch. And there's some, like, when you're up close and personal, I would imagine it's even more insane because we get the advantage of just having these cameras at every angle showing us that these guys are doing this, but it's just so impressive to be able to do. And this sounds trite, but is Team USA, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing at this point in the Olympics? Like, are they winning the medals to the rate that they thought they were going to? There's always a little bit of like some disappointment over here, and then maybe a shock where you get a winner where you didn't necessarily expect it. But how are things going overall as to where people thought the U.S. was going to be participating?
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, because I think they've left a couple of medals out there on the table, so to speak, especially in speed skating. I think there's a couple medals that they probably should have won that they didn't win there. But then they go and steal medals like in curling, right, and stuff like that. So I think for the United States at the Winter Games, they're usually like a top 3 or 4 country. They're not the front runner always, right? Yeah. Like we're used to in the Summer Games. You know, you've got Norway is such a powerhouse in these Winter Games, right?
The home country always has a big boost too. Italy's doing well so far too.
Yeah, they've done great, and so. I think this is probably close to what we would expect. I think you're going to see a little bit more of a surge here in American medals. But at the same time, these especially European countries, there's just so many phenomenal winter sports athletes from those countries that they really do make it quite challenging for the United States. But, there's been disappointment along the way too, though. You know, we talked about, you guys have probably already talked about Lindsey Vonn the last couple of days, right? And obviously that was just such a an unfortunate turn of events, just bad luck. But then Breezy Johnson gets the gold medal. So it's kind of like going back and forth throughout these games too. So, but yeah, I would say the U.S. is probably competing about where they're expected, maybe a little under, but they're by no means the powerhouse country when it comes to Winter Games.
Now that we're a hockey market and we love the NHL and we love the Mammoth, we're paying a lot more attention to hockey and even women as well. And they were dominant today. Is that women's team, and they got a 5-0 win over Canada today, are they the favorites, or was this just a group play situation where they got the best of them today and it's going to be a battle again coming up? What's their status?
I'll start at the end and go backwards. I think when they meet again, it will be a battle.
Okay.
But I'll tell you this. I'll go back to the beginning. They are the favorites. They are the clear-cut favorites, and I wasn't totally sure of that. But I knew they were talented just based off of some of the things I'd seen, some of the things that I had been hearing from reporters that follow women's hockey closely, that they're saying this may be the best compilation of the United States, women's hockey players ever. Well, I was talking one of my first couple of days out here when I was out at one of the practices. I was talking to these reporters from Canada, and before I even said anything, they turned to me and they're like, "Oh, your women's team is they should win gold." I was like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "They are so good," and they're saying that their team is also very good, but that this is one of those cycles where the U.S. women are just so good. And so they won gold, I want to say, 4 Olympics ago, and they've won 3 straight silvers. I think that's the track record that the U.S. women have right now. It's something like that. The last 4 Olympics, the U.S. has won 1 gold and 3 silvers, though. And Oh, no. The gold came more. I don't know.
I think they got the last one. I think the U.S. may have won the last one.
That was the dramatic. That's right. That was that dramatic finish. I remember that now. But so they are on track, though. They are on track. I would be shocked for them to get anything less than a silver, but I am confident that this women's team can get gold.
All right, Sam. So the men's team, obviously, they get to fire things up on Thursday. Are we going to see Clayton Keller hit the ice very much, or maybe not at all? What are we thinking with that?
And that's kind of a mystery, right? Because he played so well at Worlds as the team captain of that team that won them a major championship. They won the Worlds, for the first time in 92 years, but that was the first major championship they'd won since the 1980 Olympics, right? I mean, the U.S. hasn't even won a gold in the Olympics since then either. So it's you take the captain of that team and you're like, man, there's no doubt about the value he had on the ice for the United States in that tournament. Now, that tournament didn't feature most of the players that we saw at the Four Nations that make up most of this Olympic roster. So when they all came together, I talked to Matthew Tkachuk the other day. I talked to Captain
Austin Matthews.
Yes, Austin Matthews the other day. I asked both of them about Clayton and what kind of a teammate he is. And they just raved about Clayton Keller and how great he is. And the thing is they're all very familiar with him because they all played Worlds together like 7-8 years ago, whenever that was. And so they have that familiarity. It's just been a little time. But they all mentioned how since they've come together here for the Olympics, they've been swapping stories, reminiscing about those times that they used to play together. So there's no question about the chemistry and that Clayton Keller belongs on the team. From a talent standpoint, can he get enough ice time? That's the big question. And right now, from everything that I haven't seen a ton of practice, but from what I saw and from what I'm seeing reported from practice, is that Clayton's been skating. They've got 3 solid lines ahead of him. And so he could be one of those like healthy scratch type guys when it comes to game day. I still think he's going to play. I don't know that he plays Thursday right away as they start to kind of feel out this roster and this team, especially through pool play, through group play. I think you're going to see a lot of shuffling with lines, and there'll be a game where Clayton probably comes in and plays, 25 minutes. And then maybe a game where he doesn't play at all type thing, as they kind of feel things out before they get into knockout play. But that's going to be definitely one of those stories that's going to be really interesting to follow, to see how much time he gets and if that comes right away or if it comes later or if it even comes at all. He definitely belongs on the team, but how much playing time he gets, that's up in the air still.
For those listening that are following the Olympics and looking forward to the next thing to watch, what is that next thing that you think is going to capture everyone's attention in Italy?
Well, I'll answer it this way. The next thing for people in Utah, if they're looking for another local to get a medal, how about watch tomorrow in the women's moguls finals? That's where I'm going to be. So obviously that's what I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that because you've got pretty much everyone on that women's moguls team. Their permanent residence is in Utah now, whether they're originally from Utah or not. Their permanent residence is in Utah. Obviously, they train here in the winter, but they're staying almost year-round now, too. But Jalen Koff is the big story. She's originally from Wyoming, but she's lived in Utah for several years now, too. Her family, a lot of them live out in Utah now as well with her. She won a silver medal back in Beijing, and it's kind of like the Alex Hall story, where she won that medal. She had no one to celebrate with until she landed at the Salt Lake airport. And I was at the airport when she landed 4 years ago. Her mom told me at the airport that was the first time she got to hug her in like 6 months because they didn't want her to get sick, right? Yeah. They didn't want to risk anything. They wanted to keep her healthy until she went to the games. And so this time around, her family, I've been in touch with her mom. Her mom's like, "You're not going to miss us. You're going to see us there tomorrow." She's like, we won't be hard to find the Jalen Koff supporters. But that, for me, that's one of those great stories, and she's one of the favorites to do very well again in the moguls. And this is one of those events where the U.S. might catch up in the medal count, because one of the last World Cup circuits for the moguls, they swept 1 through 4. And so their top 4 here in the Olympics are some of the 4 favorites to finish on the podium. So I think there's a great chance. If you want to catch up in the medal count and you want to see locals win medals, that's what I'm looking for tomorrow.
Awesome.
Sam Farnsworth, KSL 5 Television. Man, it's way past your bedtime, brother. So we're
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, look. Well, and when do you have to get up though? That's the thing. You have to get up and shoot something for somebody in the middle of the night. Does Gephardt make you come over and hold the bounce for the live shot or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Usually I'm up at about 4:30, so I can leave at 5, and I'm live at 6 a.m., which is your 10 p.m. But because I'm here in Lavino, I'm sending everything recorded because it's just not we don't trust our connection very well up here. So
yeah, well,
I get to sleep in a little bit.
Enjoy a normal night's sleep, sort of, whatever that looks like, covering the Olympics. So, Sam, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Sam.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
There you go, Sam Farnsworth. You could not have a better person, I think, going over and like chatting it up with the other countries. Like Sam gives off before I didn't really like the United States because they seem all cocky, but I'd met this guy from Salt Lake. He changed my whole attitude about it, right? He's a good ambassador.
We need Sam Farnsworth to broker world peace.
That's what I'm saying. He could absolutely
We'll get it done.
Change some attitudes towards America. You know what I mean?
Us ugly Americans.
Yeah. Mike Anderson goes in and ruins it, though. He goes in and just him and Matt Gephardt just out there. Ugh,
too many dry jokes.
Just terrorizing the people of Italy.
I don't appreciate his humor out there.
No. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got a Sucks to Be You right around the corner. Stay here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays growing southbound I-15 now starting near 45th South, reaching into Midvale at 72nd South. Light delays northbound I-15 around the point of the mountain, but heavier delays from the I-80 to the 201 interchange all the way to the north interchange with I-215. Heavy delays on Bangor Highway, both directions approaching the 201 highway as well. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about, Colin Sexton going to Orlando or something like that. Maybe it's a bigger trade. Maybe it's a Lowry type of player.
Well, they need a point guard, and
they still need a point guard.
Is hairline their guy?
You find better physical traits to give somebody a nickname by, whether it's armpit, whether it's fingernails, or now hairline for Jalen Suggs. I'm glad you're not calling the guy you saw at daycare the other day flat face.
Oh, flat face. Hey,
I wonder where your daughter gets it.
Yeah, it's
true. I wonder where your daughter
true.
picked up.
Look how flat that guy's face is, Dad. By the way, in my defense as well, I'm not the one that noticed hairline's hairline.
Sure.
He went viral.
Sure. It became a staple.
Because people were clowning him for his hairline. Yeah, same with fingernails.
And same with armpit. His whole thing is he got into a fight with the people at ESPN because he didn't want to put a shirt on.
Well, that is my theory, but yeah.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
BeehiveMeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. You go online, you're going to see February's menus. You can go and even take a sneak peek at some of the other menus coming down the line as well. Beehive Meals, this is a local company. Look, they started here in Utah. It started just out of the garage, and you know what they do now? They have a massive facility, and they are delivering to all 50 states now. You know why? Because families are finding it easier to get with Beehive Meals to help them with the meal prep. They do all the meal prepping. All you do is throw it in the slow cooker, right out of the freezer. It's fresh, it's awesome, and it's a lot cheaper than that takeout. I will promise you that.
No doubt about it. And there's a reason why this company is growing so fast. These meals are great. Mm-hmm. They taste great. You know what else they do? They make your life a lot easier. You don't have to have that guessing game and that frustrating back and forth, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? You know there's some crock pot meals in the fridge ready to go. Pull it out, throw in that crock pot in the morning, slow cooker, whatever you want to use or whatever you want to call it. And it's ready for you at night. No more mystery. It takes the pain out of that. It also, you don't have to prepare that meal like crazy. You have to take an hour preparing a meal. They did it for you. They froze it and they sent it to your door, ready to go, fresh. It's awesome. And then they're going to save you money because the servings are like $4 to $5 per serving. And it's cheaper than, in some instances, groceries. Like, they can do it better than groceries. They're definitely doing it better than eating fast food all the time. Don't go out and get a pizza tonight. Have a nice Beehive meal waiting for you when you get home from the slow cooker so you and your family can sit around and have a nice home-cooked meal. And the best part about it is they do taste great. They're awesome. So give it a try. Go to beehivemeals.com, sign up, get the subscription going. They'll send it to your house every month, and the menu's great. You can check out the menu there. Give it a shot and see if it makes life easier for you when it comes to dinner time. That's beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said, for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn with My Hearing Centers.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com. Your software pros.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present...
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. A quick sucks to be you. We get you ready for for the top of the hour here. Let me see here. Okay. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's Day gift ever. I knew I was trying to save some guys on Valentine's Day with this one. Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture. Go save 50% using the promo code ZONE50 right there in stores or online at minkycouture.com. That's minkycouture.com. All right, JJ, very quick. Would you rather? Yes, as we see BYU and Baylor are going to tip off here in the next couple of minutes.
Or it sucks to be you.
Ooh, boy. Did BYU stay in the top 25 rankings, though?
Yeah.
Did they? Okay.
They're like 23. Am I right on that?
Something like that. All right.
I was engrossed in the Super Bowl. 22. There you go.
It sucks to be that Norwegian biathlete.
Too much information?
It's shooting your shot, man. And I'll tell you that. So most of the time when people are doing that interview at the end of an amazing, and by the way, Norway they dominate this kind of stuff. Okay. And the biathlon, I think they went 1, 2, 3. If not, they went 1 and 3. So this guy finishes third place, gets the bronze medal. I'm not going to attempt his name. Oh, you know what? What the heck? It's kind of fun. Sturla Holm Langeid of Team Norway had a different message on the podium when he was doing his post-race interview with the local media. Tell us how you're feeling right now. You look very emotional. He was emotional, all right. And the quote that he threw out there, that is now the quote heard around the world, he said, "I'm not ready to give up on my girlfriend. I hope that she sees how much I love her. I met the most beautiful person that I've ever met in my entire life 6 months ago, the love of my life. And 3 months ago, I made the worst mistake of my life when I cheated on her." So then the follow-up question from the from the reporters, did you hit your goals? Or like, I'm trying to figure out. So he does this on television to basically say, honey, I'm putting myself out there. He even said it. I've basically committed social suicide so she could maybe see that that I love her and I don't care that people are going to judge me. I just love her so much. It was a terrible mistake.
Play is going to play.
Oh, yeah, listen. Don't hate the game, girl. Or don't hate the player, hate the game. But he's doing this post-race interview, and it was just like, out of nowhere. They're like, oh, cool. So are you going to participate in the team 20-kilometer interval on the biathlon? I want to say a shout-out first. Oh, boy, here it comes.
Oh, no.
So one writer was like, put this up there as the best post-race interview in the history of the Olympics.
Was it, or was it too much information?
What do you do with that guy, dude?
Pretty weird. Look, he's not the first athlete to cheat on somebody. My goodness.
Probably first one to be on the
It's
podium.
pretty standard, I thought.
To take the opportunity at the podium.
To air his dirty laundry after a moment like that is something.
Something tells me that she might go the other direction and go, I cannot believe that he just revealed the most personal and awkward and terribly embarrassing information about my life and his.
He didn't drop her name, at least.
No, but, people do the math. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Awful.
All right. Sucks to be that guy. Right. By the way, the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week award, brought to you every week by Beehive Meals and by KSL Sports. How does it go? You nominate an awesome volunteer across the world of youth sports in your neighborhood or somewhere in your community. We highlight that person. Go nominate them at kslsports.com/contests, and then we will read those nominations for the winner every week. We blow it all up on social media, and then they get $250 also from Beehive Meals. So kslsports.com/contests, and that's going to get you a place to go throw those nominations down. And let's keep honoring those people who go the extra mile for the youth sports. There are so many out there. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have much more to go. Stay here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
On the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard, and it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the offseason, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. You know that music. We'll talk a little bit of Utah Jazz right now, some basketball, some basketball across the National Basketball Association. JJ, first of all, what's the game tonight on KSL 5, dude? Do we know?
I can tell you in a second while you buy me some time.
All right, I'll buy you some time, and I'll just let you know that we're going to start the show off as we always do with the cut. We're going to jump in right here because I got some NBA headlines that aren't just Jazz related. I've got some national stuff and some national talk that the Jazz have unfortunately been wrapped up into as well. So let's kick the hour off officially here. We'll get things going right here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com, for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. JJ.
Yes, I have your answer.
Who's going to...
And the reason why I was stumped...
Well, you've been doing a lot of other stuff. You've been out of town.
No, it's because there is no game
on
NBC tonight because the coverage of the Milano Cortina Olympics.
The Olympics. Well, that was a dumb question of me. We both went straight there like, oh...
There is the All-Star game coming up this weekend.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Not interested?
That's not on.
We're not interested.
That's not on KSL 5
It
television.
Absolutely is.
Oh no!
And
you guys,
All-Star Saturday weekend is also on KSL.
You guys are gonna have to. You guys are gonna have to host the 3-man dunk contest.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Saturday. Watch it on KSL.
Should be great.
But you can't wait.
Mm-hmm. I actually
Damian
forgot.
Lillard's going to participate in the 3-point contest.
Oh, he is?
That's pretty cool, huh?
Oh, good for him.
It's far enough along in his recovery.
I was going to say, when did he tear the Achilles?
Oh gosh, it was last season at some point in time.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like normally we kind of do like a 10-month to a year kind of.
Yeah, I think he's close.
All right, okay.
He's close enough to do that.
Some people go and if you're Jason Tatum, you go and rehab in the G League. If you're Damian Lillard, you're like, I'll dip in on the 3-point contest, no problem. So yeah, 3-point contest this weekend. Jazz, of course. Interestingly enough, when I'm watching this game last night and I went, okay, hold on. What's going on here? Jaren Jackson Jr. had 22 points in the first 3 quarters. Lauri Markkanen, what did he have, 27 in the first 3 quarters? Nowhere to be seen in the fourth quarter. They were set.
Yeah.
Parentheses, rest.
Yeah.
Okay? So there you go. Those guys, lower back strain, gastric distress, whatever you want to call it. But they sat. Now, this Jazz team still ended up beating Miami, in Miami, by the way. A team that is above 500 in the East, and they beat them there in Miami. It happens.
Is that the worst loss of the year for the Heat?
Has to be. Because they're getting laughed at because the best players on that Utah Jazz team, a Jazz team that's only won, 16 games now?
17.
17 games now with the win last
17.
night?
17 and 37.
Hey, call Vegas. Tell them that you took the over and you're going to collect. All right. So the Jazz get the win, but during all of this, and any time that there has been, the word tanking comes up, and we sort of say it tongue in cheek because this is the home of the Jazz, on this very station. It's weird because this team is not used to having to resort to this type of way to build your team. Now, in a small market, this is one of the only ways you can build your team through trades.
I think this is the only way anybody can do it anymore. Free agency's dead.
Free agency's dead. Trading and, of course, the draft. And the draft is highly incentivized for you to not win a bunch of games to be able to get yourself higher into the draft process. Blaming the Jazz for, I can't believe they sat these guys. This is the same league that the reigning champions the other night playing the San Antonio Spurs, Oklahoma State sat 10 guys, including their entire starting lineup on a normal night. Every single player on a nationally televised game. So now the NBA, what are they doing? They're investigating it. Okay? Here's the thing. There are two different things going on here.
Okay.
There's no tanking that the Oklahoma City Thunder are doing. But it's actually kind of worse, right? When they just all middle finger to everyone and go, we're all sitting out. We're tired. And they sit 10 guys. And the Jazz are getting absolutely beat up for embracing the tank. A team that made the playoffs for 20 years straight, a team that didn't ever have to do this kind of stuff or resort to it. When I say this kind of stuff, it makes it sound like it's some kind of a cheating situation. The Jazz are playing the game that is set up by the NBA, and they are, by the way, they've not been very good at playing that game before because they don't know how to do this.
No, they haven't had to master it like the Spurs.
Right. And so exactly. So my question is, why is it that Utah suddenly has taken on all this hate and is the poster child?
Great question.
Is the poster child this year? It's the most talk I've heard about. Oh, look at what this team's doing to tank in so long. And it, of course, has to be the Utah Jazz. But you can't dog them. They're playing the game that everybody else is playing. And they're trying to do it well. They're just trying to make sure that they can be a part of a window opening up somewhere along the lines for a championship. So why is it that Utah takes this higher? You know what I mean? I don't get it.
That's what the people criticizing the Jazz need to explain because there's other teams that you can criticize. The Indiana Pacers made a trade deadline deal for Ivica Zubac, the Clippers center. Really good player.
Yeah.
He's now a Pacer. I don't know if any of you knew that. You're like, what in the world? The Pacers went out and got Ivica Zubac? Well, yeah, they did because they could. Remember, the Pacers are going to be really, really good next year. Zubac will now be under contract for the Pacers next season when Halliburton comes back. And this Pacers team's going to get a pick in this draft. At this point, it's probably going to be top 5 in one of the best drafts of the last 10, 15 years. Why isn't anyone hammering the Pacers for not playing a healthy Zubac? He's not playing tonight. He's resting. What does he have to rest for? Why aren't anybody bashing the Pacers for what they're doing? Which is clear. Their tank is more egregious than the Jazz.
Well,
the Jazz weren't good coming in. The Jazz have been bad for years. The Pacers were in the finals last year in Game 7, and suddenly they can't win? Garbage. They're tanking on purpose because their star player blew a tire in the finals last year, and he wasn't available to them this year. It was a throwaway season. So they're like, you know what? Instead of being mid, let's just go really bad and get a top 5 pick in one of the best drafts of this generation. They're not dumb. Where's all the Pacer hate? Why are the Jazz getting it all?
The Pacers,
that's a good question.
The Pacers would be a team that I think would be eligible for the hate because they're a mid-market or small market
Their tank's
franchise.
More egregious.
Yes, of course. But I just don't know. So let's play this sound because it was something that kind of irked all of us today in our show prep. And we're like, come on. So you're listening to this, and I want you to ask yourself, why is it that Bobby Marks decided to lean all the way in to this Utah Jazz team being the poster child for teams who tank? Here's what he had to say about it.
I think what Utah is doing right now is messing around with the integrity of the NBA. The ability to sit players, starters, in the fourth quarter, to not call timeouts in the fourth quarter. Orlando won the game on Saturday because they basically rested players. And it backfired on them last night. So I think if you're the league, you're looking at it. All right, can we do some gimmicks? Can we alter protections and eliminate protections as far as picks? Or can we put the hammer down?
The hammer down?
I want to know what the hammer is for this guy.
What? Did you see what the Toronto Raptors did last year?
Put the hammer down on the Jazz.
The Raptors tanked?
There is a team every year or 5 that you could go back and look at the standings and go, oh, yeah, I remember that.
The league right now is tanking because they want a part of this draft.
Do you remember the
a third?
Okay, remember the 76ers and Daryl Morey, famously, what did he say? He called it the process, right? Trust the process.
It was Hinkie.
Oh, it was Hinkie.
He said that.
Let's trust the process. Morey. Yeah, trust the process. Do you know what that process was? There's going to be bad years that we're going to tank and try to get good picks, and then we're going to start building from there. That's part of the process that they were talking about. when they talk about this and they wonder, I can't believe teams are tanking right now. You know why? Because what other recourse do they have? You have set the system up the way you have. This team has no motivation to be – what are they asking them to do? To go out and try to be a playoff team this year right now?
They got Jaren Jackson Jr., so they should start winning games now.
Number one, they'd never be able to get there, right?
No.
And number two, why would you require that a team – and what does it mean? Oh, they're sitting there, guys. It's like, well, yeah. Yeah, they're sitting there, guys. You know why? Because, one, we want to keep this core together. It's way better to keep Larry Markkinen and Jaren Jackson Jr. off the court after they've put in 20-plus apiece. And then you go, hey, and by the way, part of the quote-unquote process is these young guys on the Jazz roster are not anywhere near the level of what an NBA player should be. I'm talking about the ones that are rotating in, getting the type of minutes that you would never be getting if you were on this team if they were a Western Conference contender. How do you get to be a Western Conference contender? You develop those freaking guys who are getting playing time and minutes because your team isn't good right now. And that's the only reason that those guys are getting minutes, by the way. They're getting those minutes because it helps them, it helps the team overall, and winning right now in this very moment is not the goal for this Jazz team. So the NBA, when they say drop the hammer, don't do it on the Jazz. Change all your rules then, you big giant babies.
It's a system problem. Fix the system.
Change all your dang rules. And go with what the reality is, which is if the league, it's the old Tim Robinson thing. It's like the league going, we want to know who did this. And they're pointing in their hot dog suit at the hot dog car that crashed through the floor. Yep. The NBA is going, why are teams tanking? They know exactly. Media people will bicker about it, but they know too, and the league knows.
Do you know the fan base that's the most angry about what the Jazz are doing?
The ones who are tanking.
If you're on social media, who are the fans that are whining and complaining about this?
The Pelicans.
No.
Oh, who is it?
It's the Thunder. Because they know what's on the line. They want that pick. And they're mad that the Jazz are doing this because it's going to prevent the Thunder from getting another first-round pick on top of the millions of first-round picks they already have. And this is the team that has won an NBA championship.
And the same team who 4 nights ago, or 6 nights ago.
You know what I want to say to Thunder fans that say that?
10 guys, and the NBA's investigating because they're like, even you guys can't get away with this crap. What were we going to say to the Thunder fans?
How can I say this on the radio without getting bleeped? Get bent. Serious. Like, give me a break.
Hey,
like you're not having enough fun watching your team. You need a top 8 pick. You're not even going to get the top 8. That's the thing that the Thunder fans need to understand. Are you that obsessed with about getting a first round pick that'll be number 9 or number 10? What do you want? You can't get the top 8 pick. If you get that pick from the Jazz, it's top 8 protected. You're not going to get AJ DeBonza. And if the Jazz end up winning a bunch of games right now, but didn't make the playoffs and win the lottery, you still don't get it either. So Thunder fans, do you understand how this works? You don't get the number 1 pick here if you get the Jazz pick. You're not. The best you could do is 9th in a draft that's 8 deep. Stop complaining and leave the Jazz alone, man. And plus, how many years did the Thunder tank? Egregiously. And what did it get them? Got them a championship. Why do you think everyone else is doing this right now? Because it worked for the Thunder. Because it's worked for the Spurs. Look what the Spurs are at right now. You think the Spurs got Wembanyama by playing hard every night and putting out their best lineup every night? No, they tanked and they won. And it's going to change their franchise forever. Don't hate the franchise. Hate the system. The NBA needs to fix it. And they haven't. And that's on the commissioner. He's got to figure that out. He's got to get the support together and get some brains together and come up with a solution that's going to prevent this from happening ever again. Look, I love competition. I hate tanking as much as any of you listening. But don't blame the Jazz for it. It's not like the Jazz are the first team to do this. It's a system problem. And until the NBA fixes it, its credibility is going to be at stake. And Bobby Marks, if you're going to pick on the Jazz, pick on all the other teams that are doing it too. Go on ESPN and criticize all the other teams. He's probably too afraid to do that because he can get away with criticizing the Jazz because no one's going to care.
Well, we'll see what happens because in the end...
Did he criticize the Dallas Mavericks when... Remember what... Jason Kidd got busted for doing it. They got busted for doing it. They tried to... They got fined for it.
The Jazz...
The Mavericks got
guys,
fined for tanking 2 years ago to keep their lottery pick.
The Jazz got fined for Lowry Markkanen sitting last year.
Happened last year, yeah.
The Thunder are under investigation because they sat all 10 dudes.
The Thunder, the world champion Thunder, are sitting dudes.
They sat
and
10
we're
guys.
picking on the Jazz.
All right.
Okay, buddy.
And for a nationally televised game, the reason that they're investigating it is because of that part. So get off your high horse here. You know what I mean? Like this team, the Jazz, are over here toiling their butt off trying to figure it out. Ask Will Hardy, is he actually coaching the game? Yes, he's developing these guys. Losing games is part of where they are right now, and it's unfortunate. We complain about it a lot. Man, these guys, the NBA is so soft, and you can't even believe this, and like guys are flopping and blah, 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 and you guys are taking load management, blah, blah, blah. It's soft. But until they change how they're going to approach it, the Jazz are just going to do what everybody else is doing. You know why? Because it's the only way that they can compete with everybody else who are doing the same things. And that's what they want to do. They want to compete. They want to be winners. So figure it out. All right. Well, should we take a break here? Yeah, let's do it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. I suppose. By the way, wanted to make mention. Should we give out those Jazz tickets right now? Yeah, why not? It's a Jazz Ticket Tuesday, everybody. 801-575-ZONE. Call number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. Going to get a pair of tickets. Where do they get it for? How about the Jazz versus the Portland Trailblazers coming up on February 12th? That's in 2 days at Delta Center. Go check it out for yourself. Give us a dial. Make Alex Napolis hook you up with those tickets. You just have to be calling number 12, 801-575-ZONE on a Jazz Ticket Tuesday. We'll come back. The NFL Blitz right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new crash northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain has been blocking 2 left lanes and causing heavy delays through Lehigh. Up north, Legacy Parkway seeing unusual slowdowns tonight, stretching from 5th South Woods Cross all the way up to Farmington. And southbound I-15 delays remain from 53rd South Murray to Bluffdale. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are our first choice for offering the honest second opinions. Whipple Service Champions. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire 4th is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for a team building. Like this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour returns for part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Wednesday on KSL. Pest control. Parking. Even trash valet fees. Ask just about any Utah renter and they'll tell you.
They want to charge you separate for every little thing.
Additional monthly costs are popping up all over the place, inflating rent hundreds over the advertised price. KSL explores a new measure that would keep the real cost from getting buried in the fine print. Hidden housing fees, a cost of Utah report. Wednesday at 10.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone. For nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lowry Markkanen talks about what worked for the Jazz on both ends of the court in the win over Miami.
I think offensively we were getting what we wanted most of the time. We were executing our stuff, and guys made shots. But I think on the defensive end, once we defended without fouling and got the rebound, that's what we were talking about every time out, and that was our focus.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. You know what that music means. It's our NFL Blitz. Time for us to go over some post-Super Bowl NFL business. You guys got to, it's like you got to go through the season and be like, okay, what did we do well, you guys? Anybody with any ideas? At the NFL offices, Raj. Okay, I'd expect everybody to come with a couple new ideas to the meeting on Tuesday. We'll give you Monday off, just like during the season. But I need some good ideas. By the way, Scotty G is going to be out at Minky Couture in Layton, my neck of the woods, on Wednesday, noon to 3. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Go join Scotty for his program, all right there. They usually do extra bonus bumps on some reduced prices if you go in on those days. So it's pretty good. All right. So the Patriots had to make one of the weirdest announcements today that I've ever seen. Mike Vrabel has said, by the way, we are keeping Will Campbell at left tackle. Why are you referencing your left tackle right now in February? 8 months before the season starts, JJ? Well, because he did have, in fact, the worst Super Bowl that any offensive lineman has had in recorded history.
Wow.
14 pressures. No one has been that bad at letting people through to their quarterback in the history of the game.
He's a rookie.
A dubious title for, yes, the rookie who came in and won the job after there was an injury early in the season to one of their linemen. But guess what? He also walked off the field. He also avoided the press conference afterward. The players are obliged to do some of these media interviews. Why? Because, that's part of the job. And he decided not to do them, and then he apologized today. Said, hey, I just had to get my head straight. I agree with him. Don't get mad at him for not doing the interview, by the way.
Yeah.
Everybody is going to tell him, so you had the worst Super Bowl in the history of a lineman. Tell me more about that. Right? And he's just like, they showed one of his teammates as he was coming off the field. Somebody had some footage of him coming off the field. His teammate kind of reached out, tried to, shake his hand, hug him a little bit. No can do.
Oof.
A little cold shoulder, a little shove the arm away action. So, listen, but it is funny that they had to make the announcement that he's going to come back. Hey, he's coming back. He's our guy. Will's 22 years old. He's our left tackle. He's going to get better. He's going to get stronger. It's like, you didn't have to say that. Okay.
That's tough.
We get it. So, there you go. Just wondering, anybody was wondering what they were going to do with
that dark side defense
with Will Campbell.
No joke. He found out.
Despite what Pats fans are asking for them to do to him, they're going to have him play instead. So there you go. Next up, the 49ers' Keon White has had surgery now. It's the next person in the list of 49ers who's been shot in the city of San Francisco.
What's going on?
If you'll recall, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Minding his own business, getting ready for his rookie season there in San Francisco. Almost died, shot through the stomach. Instead, now Keon White, surgery after he was shot in the ankle in San Francisco. Now, anytime a guy's shot in the ankle, I have questions. Like Plaxico Burress type questions. You know what I'm saying?
Wrong place, wrong time. I don't know the story, but man.
Victim of a shooting in San Francisco early Monday morning, sustaining a bullet wound to his ankle. Underwent surgery, successful. The 49ers said they will provide further updates when appropriate. They do not want to provide any updates.
No.
Because they'll feel like it is never appropriate to bring this up. So preliminary investigation said verbal altercation between two groups. I've heard this story before. Outside of a business, the victim was injured when shots were fired by an unknown suspect. So there you go. I'm sure they'll find him. I'm sure they're really they're hot on his tail, finding the person who made those shots happen. The Steelers said they are willing to wait on Aaron Rodgers, who has not made a decision on what are we already starting this?
Yes.
Mike McCarthy was brought in.
Today on NFL Live, will Aaron Rodgers return to the Steelers?
Make no mistake about it. Mike McCarthy was brought in not because he's a Pittsburgh guy, but because he might be the guy who could convince him to stay for another season, right?
Right.
Nobody cares.
I guess their tenure together with the Packers didn't feel like it ended on the best terms, but I guess they're all right. I guess they're in a good place.
I just wonder what the I did not understand. Like I don't get the sudden he's gonna he's gonna do it, man. Somebody remember his time with the Cowboys? I know that people want to go back and remember his time as the Packers head coach, but my heavens,
he got fired in both stops.
Yes.
And I'm worried that the Steelers are going to have to do the same here in a couple of years.
So one night I'm reading about how crazy all these prop bets have gone, and it's the most money that Vegas has ever seen in prop bets ever. And we know that gambling's on the rise. I did not understand this article then when I saw it today. Nevada, the state of Nevada, has reported a 10-year low on Super Bowl bets. $133 million was bet on the Super Bowl. A 10-year low. This shocks me. We are used to seeing record-breaking numbers on the bets. Now, does that mean that Pats fans weren't real excited? They didn't feel like their team was going to get it done? A little bit of a lopsided game, so maybe you had a lot fewer people jumping in on there because, it doesn't pay very much for you to pick a team that was supposed to win by 7 and they ended up winning by 16. I don't know, but there you go. I think JJ, I got from that story that people aren't betting anymore. It's a lot fewer people betting.
No, that's not true because there's this story, and this got my attention. Mark Wahlberg.
No.
Was he there? Was he not there? Where's Mark Wahlberg?
Is that your...
Where is he at? Is he there?
Wahlberg
is he there at the game?
I love it.
Where's Marky Mark? Where's the Funky Bunch?
What happened?
Did they show up or not?
I don't know what happened. What's the story here? I've never heard this. I don't know what's going on.
Kalshi put up, what's the hot thing in betting right now?
Well, for them,
prediction markets, right?
Yeah, their stuff is they're like, dude, you can bet on the weirdest crap.
So there was a lot. So this is Kalshi. All right, Kalshi had a prediction wager you could do regarding this question: whether Mark Wahlberg would attend the game or not.
Oh, why would that?
Was Mark Wahlberg there or not?
He's a Boston guy.
Yeah, that's what he loves the Patriots. He always has, always will.
I want this.
Was
to
he
keep
there?
Going. Whatever is going on with his voice, I want it to keep going.
We don't know. We don't know if he showed up or not.
So they don't actually know?
Nobody can verify whether Mark Wahlberg and the Funky Bunch were at the game.
Can he confirm it?
He hasn't bothered yet.
Can't they call?
You can't just call Mark Wahlberg. He's a massive movie star.
Were you at the Super Bowl?
He's not going to tell you. Just don't quit asking.
You turned it into quit asking. Oh, my goodness.
$24 million was bet on whether or not Mark Wahlberg would attend the Super Bowl.
How? There's not way there was
$24 million.
Oh,
and yes, Kalshi
only
still has not been able to determine who won the bet or not. Because they have not been able to confirm whether Mark Wahlberg was there or not.
So they said $130 million was bet on the Super Bowl, and 24 million was bet on just if Mark Wahlberg was going to the Super Bowl or not.
That's right.
No thanks.
That's how big of a star Mark Wahlberg is.
So ridiculous. Yeah, there's some people who cashed in. My kids and I, we did just a coin toss bet at the beginning of the game.
Did you?
Yeah, we had like some Skittles, like actual Skittles, not the pretend kind.
Real Skittles.
I said, all right, what are you going to do? And my son went all in on tails. And I said, okay. You realize how this works? I get all of these. I'm going to bet the same amount as you. Let's bet the same amount as you. And it was heads. And I won everybody's Skittles. Everybody else won tails. Now, that's very different from a gentleman who they confirmed bet $295,000 on the coin toss and lost it. I mean, took his shot. I guess you go to Vegas, you do the roulette wheel, it's about the same, right? 50-50 shot, red or black. Come on. I guess they do have a couple of those green ones on the board too. You jump in on those. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
If anyone's seen Mark Wahlberg, let him know. Like, he's got to tell us what happened.
Well, I got a number.
It's $24 million on the line here.
How you like them?
I don't
apples?
want anybody to die.
The Dunkin' commercial was pretty darn good though. With all those guys.
You know what's funny is you guys, if you talked about commercials, I have no idea what you're talking about
Oh, that's right.
I wasn't able to watch the game.
Yeah. The Dunkin', well,
I was there in person. There's no commercials running in the stadium.
Them. How long are the TV breaks?
No Mark Wahlberg commercials
in
the stadium.
With no commercials?
They showed the cameras all over the place. No one found Mark Wahlberg.
Did they feel like
wasn't there?
Long breaks?
Plenty long.
You're like, what are we doing here?
They showed some band playing for the most part. Like some, I don't even know what
I saw Green Day open it up for everybody. Good.
It took me 32 years to see Green Day in concert. finally got it done.
There you go.
Cross it off the list.
We'll come back. We've got more.
Join us next.
When we
more from KSL Sports Live. JJ and Alex got more. They got a great show going here.
You're going to like them.
Come back and listen.
All right. 97.5 KSL.
I'm a big fan.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Speeds improving on northbound I-15 from Lehigh to Draper, with the earlier crash now moved out of the way at the point of the mountain. And delays are breaking up on the southbound I-15 drive. They're now scattered in spots between Murray and Bangor Highway. Legacy Parkway remains heavily congested between leaving North Salt Lake to Farmington. This Valentine's, take love to new heights at the Roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites: flatbread, scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at kslsports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. All right, if you go to the website, this is the same website that helped me drop 65 pounds in 60 days. It helped JJ drop 40 pounds in those 60 days. But more importantly, this program is going to help you keep it off. Not with the injections, not with the supplements. You're not buying their meals. That's not how this works. It is a program that you get basically reset your metabolism, and you reset kind of how your relationship with food goes. And they're going to help you get right there. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a great partner to do it. It worked for us, and we think it can work for you too.
Absolutely. Without pills, injections, no gimmicks, no packaged meals you got to buy or anything like that. They're just going to get you on a program that works, eating regular food, real food, healthy food, in specific times. They'll walk you through the process each and every day. They're going to teach you about the science behind losing weight, which is going to be so valuable to you moving forward and able to maintain your own weight loss. Why lose all that weight to have it come right back? These skills will help you long term, and it's awesome. It really has helped me. It'll do the same for you. Whatever your weight loss goals are, whatever your motivation is, whatever your why is, let Salt Lake City Fat Loss help you get there, because they have a proven system that works long term, not just in the short term, but in the long term. Go to their website, get a free consultation, learn more about it. And if you want to do this, you're going to save some money right now, because the program is $200 off right now through the end of February. So a great time to give this a shot. It's a great time to lose weight. It's always a good time, but even better with this kind of an opportunity, with this quality of a program. It worked for us. It'll work for you. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with scales and tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
You know, JJ, you bring up a good point. Those betting houses they're like a drug dealer, man. They're like, hey, get your first couple bets free.
Where am I?
Enjoy the taste.
Where was I? Where'd I have dinner last night?
Oh, my goodness.
Have you heard from me? I don't know where I'm at.
He's still doing it.
Who's going to win the bet? I don't know where I'm at. Gotta help me out here. Where should I go? Where should I go for dinner?
Dinner.
Do you have any ideas?
That was good.
Is it good? What's good?
By the way, little first half update for you for this BYU Baylor game. First half about to come to an end.
What's
here.
up with BYU? What are the Cougars struggling for?
Yep, they are struggling.
They going to win tonight at Baylor?
We'll see. BYU currently tied with Baylor at the half.
Oh, good.
As it just went to the half there. 41-41. They were down by as much as 11 in the first half. But 41-41 at the half, down in Waco. And, boy, they need this win so bad.
AJ DeBance, Boston guy.
Oh, yeah, that's
Big fan.
That's a very good point, Mark. Appreciate you. Appreciate you dipping in. Hey, best and worst on the program here. Did we decided, oh, yeah, these are pretty bad ones. By the way, the injunction that I never get his name right. Charles Bediako? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah, it's Bediako. Denied the injunction, by the way. So he got to play in 5 games in his senior season. What do we call that? What are we even calling that season? It's not like he was enrolled in school. Let's freaking forget about it.
This has become so dumb.
He got to play in 5 games.
We're going to pay some guys 7-figure salaries to play college basketball, but you can't play pro basketball.
Yeah, no.
But we're going to pay these guys 7 figures.
Charles Bediako, we hardly knew you. R.I.P.
Where do you draw the line? Why
R.I.P. basketball career.
We got G League guy. BYU's got a G League guy playing right now.
I know.
He's not very good.
The reason that it's kind of interesting is because you have everybody talking out of all sides of their mouths. They're like, let me tell you about integrity. Let me tell you about this. And they're like, hey, everybody, I'm going to put in for an extra season. What makes you think you deserve it? Well, because. Well, why? Because that my rights taken away, man.
Didn't some college player just get year number 9 or something?
Not some. Montana linebacker Solomon Tuliaupupu. Yeah, I said it.
You can't say that
right
on the
over
radio.
the air.
Hey,
where's that
hit
guy?
the dump button, Annapolis.
Hey, appropriate to say the dump button, though. It's good.
That's funny. Speaking of dump buttons, how's that street glizzy handling?
You spent a long
there?
show for
If you made it for 3 hours, Annapolis, you're a hero.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
You haven't left that room in 3 hours. That's quite an accomplishment.
Yes. We'll just call him Big.
Way to show that street glizzy who's boss.
We'll call him Big Saul. Okay. So Montana now current linebacker for Montana, Solomon Tuliaupupu. Stop. He was granted a 9th year of college eligibility. Yes. So if you're wondering, he graduated in 2018. He was the class of 2018. 2018.
That was a long time ago.
So, yeah. So there you go. Hey, by the way, the Detroit Bowl, we hardly knew you, too.
Oh, the Detroit Bowl?
The Detroit Bowl. It's going away. How many years do you think the Detroit Bowl went?
That used to be the Motor City Bowl.
There you
Didn't
go.
BYU playing one of those back in the 90s?
It was a good 29-year run for the Motor City Bowl.
Rest in peace, Motor City Bowl.
For the Detroit Bowl, but it's now in the books. I couldn't be happier when I see these bowls pass away.
I want to see a lot of them go away, to be quite honest, because A, bowl games used to mean something, and B, the only thing that matters now is the playoffs. So why do we have these bowl games?
So these bowl games, like the
We're
Detroit
trying to
Bowl,
stuff these 5 and 7 teams into these bowl
right?
games.
So the Detroit Bowl is probably operating at a loss every year. Probably has been for a while, but it was always interesting to kind of keep that property around because you're like, oh, it's another bowl game. So just go and eliminate the next 10 that are absolutely worthless. That's all you have to do. Go through, eliminate the ones that make no sense. People listening right now are like, I didn't even know the Detroit Bowl existed. I guarantee it. It's been around for 29 years. You know why? Because we've been duped for 30 years almost with the Detroit Bowl, with the Motor City Bowl. We were duped, man. They got you. They made you think that game was important. And it took us 30 years to realize we've been lied to. So there you go. Like a bad relationship. The Detroit Bowl was just lying to me the whole time. I found out I couldn't trust him.
We're not getting rid of the Fenway Bowl, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Got to keep that Fenway Bowl. I look forward to that Fenway Bowl every December.
Marky, what about your Pinstripe Bowl, your crosstown rivals?
We don't talk about the Pinstripe Bowl. We don't go to that bowl. We go to the Fenway Bowl.
I was going to make him read the liner, but I'm not going to make him do it.
It's the only important bowl.
Okay.
The only bowl I attend.
Hey, speaking of you attending something, both you and I are going to be on the road at the RV show this Thursday from 3 to 6 at the Mountain America Expo Center there in Sandy. So you can join us. It's your opportunity to shop, compare, and buy the RV of your dreams. There you go. JJ, did you have fun today?
I was in a movie with an RV.
Boy.
Yeah, I was. Been in a lot of movies.
Oh.
Go watch them.
We'll take
Go
the break.
see.
We'll be back around the corner on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a line around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. BYU's at Baylor tonight, 5 o'clock. Listen on 102.7 FM. At Fresno State's at Utah State. The game tips off at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are back in action tomorrow when they host the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here and introduce your company's brand to thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync because our team works together